and online at liveatc.net/sunandfun.
Do you get as hungry as I do after spending a full day immersing yourself in all things aviation? If so, you could head down to the campground and enjoy corn on the cob roasted daily, so you can come and see why this has been a Sun and Fun tradition from year one, and sit around the fire and enjoy a night of entertainment with great corn and music for everyone, located at the Sun and Fun's Convention Campground nightly.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence are pursuing the mission of a brighter future through aviation with Project Stratos, an aviation leadership and art program. High school juniors submitted aviation-themed essays and original works of art. From the hundreds of entries, a pool of semifinalists and finalists were selected. You can spot these high achievers during the event wearing Project Stratos t-shirts and representing the future of aviation.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicap guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the main gate plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, Flight Simulation Association. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can visit them at the Bueller Hangar across from the Boeing 727 during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, April 1st through 6th. For even more flight sim, attend the Flight Sim Expo this June in Providence. You can visit flightsimexpo.com for information and tickets.
Sun and Fun visitors can attend any of our educational forums at no charge. The Sun and Fun educational forums will be held on the event grounds at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy that houses 11 classrooms, each with a different forum every hour. Over the course of the week, you will have a choice of over 250 forums with topics ranging from international flying to sheet metal construction to how to buy your own aircraft. You will find everything you need to dust off the wings and polish up your skills and ratings. You can check out the Sun and Fun program or www.flysnf.org for a forum list and schedule.
Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, short-wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters.
Start your day right with the Twin Palms Breakfast every morning from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. at the southeast corner of the Warbird Ramp and Bravo Taxiway. Enjoy a delicious meal for just $12 per adult, $6 for kids 3 to 12, and little ones under 3 eat free. It's a great way to fuel up for the day's adventures, and everyone's invited. Don't miss out. Come join us at Twin Palms Breakfast.
Since the very first Sun and Fun, volunteers have been the heart of the fly-in. Our success depends on dedicated volunteers, and that could be you. Your life experience will help us engage, educate, and accelerate the next generation of aerospace professionals. We have all kinds of opportunities to volunteer, from fly-in support to educational events and field trips at many year-round community events. Volunteers earn valuable benefits, but you'll gain new friendships and experience new adventures. Find out more and get started. Just visit volunteer.flysnf.org for more info about volunteer opportunities at the Aerospace Center for Excellence and the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo.
Calling all aircraft owners, builders, and restorers who flew their aircraft to Sun and Fun, make sure to register for aircraft judging. From Tuesday through Friday, have your aircraft judged alongside your fellow aviators. Whether it's home builds, light planes, seaplanes, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, or vintage classics, we've got a category for you.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Give them bizarre titles. Oops. Maybe we better do this.
Good morning, Sun and Fun. Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP. Should I start over?
Sure.
You
Try it
should.
again.
You should. Go ahead.
Good morning, Sun and Fun. Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 a.m. is on live.
Yeah.
I love live radio because
Now we feel
Can I
better.
start over again?
Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
We are broadcasting live from the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, Sun and Fun 51. Turn up the fun at 51. I said they were talking about next year's slogan. I said we should do lots to do at 52. I think that Gene shot that down.
Already? Wow.
I am your host and chairman of the station, Dave Shellbitter. I am, like the rest of my crew, volunteers. We do not get paid to do this, and it's probably a good thing because we can make little flubs like I just did.
We'd starve.
We would starve. I'd be paying the station. Oh, wait, I already do that. That one voice is Thomas, otherwise known as Tom Frick, Tom Cupcake Frick, and he is with Carl Valeri and crew at the Stuck Mike Avcast. And do you ever do the aviation careers with him or no?
No, he's threatened a couple times, but
He's threatened a couple times. Our friend Carl Valeri, Stuck Mike Avcast, which is a great general aviation podcast, and then he also does Aviation Careers podcast. He's actually got, last couple of years, has had a display in hangar
A41.
A41. So stop by and tell him you heard. Oh, there he is. Speak of the devil, and through the door he walks. Carl Valeri just popped in. Another voice you heard a moment ago was Jack Hodgson. We were just sitting here telling UCAP stories.
Yeah.
Jack is the producer, founder, director, grand poobah behind, co-host
yeah.
behind the Uncontrolled Airspace, the General Aviation Podcast. And I think they are the longest continuous running aviation podcast out there.
Yeah, we weren't the first, but we are the longest that's still running, yes.
And we were just reminiscing about the 2007, the first time they came on air live with me here at the radio station. That's a story, as Jack says, for over a frosty beverage.
Yes.
So come by the station and ask us about the first year because it's a lot of fun. Every morning.
No laws were broken, but embarrassment was involved. Right?
When is embarrassment for you not involved? Jack's easily
You
offended.
obviously have met my partners, yes.
Yeah.
So,
Three of my best friends, man.
Yeah.
Everybody else listens to your podcast, and they're like, this is cool stuff. I listen to the podcast, and in my mind, I'm picturing the three of them sitting there with me, drinks in hand, telling stories.
that's how it
So
got started. That was the original model. Is like we'd
My
get together at these fly-ins and talk. And I turned to them one day and I said, "This would be a good podcast. We should do this."
And they were laughing. My understanding
Well-
is they laughed their heads off at you, and you came back a year later
No.
and said,
Well, they were very polite, but later on they told me that they thought it'll last an episode or two. That's it. You know.
Who wants to listen to us yammer for an hour? Wow, people do. So every morning you come on, you heard the rooster, and you heard me goof up my intro, and I apologize for that. But part of my morning routine year-round is turning on Channel 8 and watching the weather to see what's going to happen. And if you've been watching any of the Sun and Fun Lives, the Sun and Fun lead-ups, the lovely and talented Amanda Holly from Channel 8, and we were discussing, you'd mentioned your appropriate title, because I want to say weather person, and that's not really... and I could be horrible and say the weather girl, and that's just not acceptable. So I won't do that.
Thank you.
Amanda Holly with Channel 8, and what's the call sign?
WFLA.
WFLA. Hey, it's a Florida
That's a
station.
tough one to remember, right?
Yeah, right. Now, what is your actual appropriate title?
Morning meteorologist.
Morning meteorologist.
There we go. Okay.
And Amanda has been out here talking with us, and she's actually involved. She's doing all of our live. I look at the Sun and Fun Live stuff as Beauty and the Beast. We've got her, and then we've got Gene Conrad. So, and sorry, Gene, you're not the beauty.
Well, you're really just trying to tick off all the boxes this morning, aren't you, David?
Why not? Hey,
check them off early.
Yeah.
Love me, hate me, go viral. I don't care.
Yeah. But I think this week we're going to call her Foggy Morning Amanda.
Right? Foggy Morning Amanda?
It just came in, though, today, and it's not going to last as long as it has.
You're fibbing. It was foggy yesterday.
Well, no. This morning, it hasn't been, foggy all morning long.
I woke up this morning in the campground, and it was not foggy.
Right. So it just settled in over the last hour or so, and it's not going to last as long as the past couple of days. So that's good. But that means it's going to be hotter today because the sun will be more effective, and we'll get into the low 90s. Feels like temperatures in the mid 90s today.
Wow. And now, and again, I typical my morning, turn on Channel 8, and there's Amanda, and I'm like, is she actually doing her live in Tampa and then coming here?
Sure am.
to be with us by 8:30. Thank you so much. By the way, thank you so much for being here with us.
No, thanks for having me. This is great. I love this week.
In your broadcast this morning, you were saying that we're looking at setting records for high temps?
Yeah, the next 3 days, today, tomorrow, and Friday, we could set record high temperatures. 91 in Tampa. It'll be 92, 93 here in Lakeland.
Wow. And so,
record for this time of year or record
today?
Period? For this time of year, this day.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
on this date in 2025, Sun and Fun set a new world temperature record.
Yeah, it's going to be a hot whole week, even into the weekend. Muggy. You got to drink the water. I said it yesterday.
Yeah.
Got to wear the hat, the sunglasses, and drink the water again.
And to our friends from the north, and I know a lot of you are getting down here. You know, you've been inside all winter, and your tan has faded. The Florida sun will cook you in a heartbeat.
In like 5 minutes.
Yeah, you need, especially the fair skinned, you need to cover up. You need SPF 4000 if you've been outside all winter. No, joking aside, SPF 50 or higher, because and you don't. The problem with dehydration is you don't even realize.
Right, until it's too late.
Mm-hmm. Right, I was several years ago on the radio telling everybody hydrate. I'm a coffee drinker. I'd been drinking my coffee all morning. I come out of a segment. I had to actually end a segment because I couldn't talk.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Dave was there. And Dr. Dave came up and he grabs my skin. He pinches my skin and he says, go inside, sit down. Somebody get him about 4 bottles of water. I had actually gotten myself dehydrated because I was drinking my coffee.
Yeah, coffee doesn't. It only helps a tiny bit.
And coffee does not. Coffee is a diuretic. Coffee makes you lose.
It certainly minimizes. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll get to Dr. Dave here to explain it to us sometime. But
I'm not a doctor, but my understanding, that's what I've always been told. Maybe it's just a threat. But also the dark beverages, Coca-Cola, root beer. The colas, the root beers. They all dehydrate you.
Yes.
Caffeinated beverages of any kind dehydrate. And what amazes me, men have been having a cold beer on a hot day, and I found out a few years back that dehydrates you as well. So the absolute best thing that you can drink is water, and even one step better is lemonade.
Yeah, anything with a little bit of sugar, you want some sort of electrolyte, right? Gatorade, the new liquid IV packets, those are really good. I carry around salt tabs with me throughout the day, and those help as well.
So it's gonna be hot. Wear your hats, wear your sunscreen, and drink at least an 8-ounce bottle of water every hour. Preferably
Absolutely.
more than that, but absolutely no less than 1 8-ounce bottle of water every hour. And so we got 2 minutes before our break. You come down and see us, and you got to blow out of here because you're doing
Sun and Fun Live today with Eric Crump today.
It's going to be hot. Is that the sum of your?
It's going to be hot. It will be a little breezier today. That's kind of
nice.
one that will help, right? One little caveat for today and tomorrow, a little breezier.
Slight chance of rain. That's what he was saying. Maybe get some afternoon showers.
There is a small chance. I don't think it'll be the big thunderstorms that we saw late here last night off to our east. There could be a couple of isolated showers off to our west today because we have a stronger southwest wind today.
Great.
Cool. Thank you.
Well, Amanda, thank you so much for being with us.
problem.
And I can't thank you enough for coming. You're going to come see you again tomorrow?
I'll be here tomorrow.
Good deal.
We'll talk about the heat again.
Miss Amanda Holly. Give it up, folks. Yay!
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a
We're
great
going to go
day.
on a break, and when we come back from our break, we're going to have some more of Good Morning Sun and Fun. And then starting at 9, we will have a full schedule of interviews today. We've got, I think I have 2 open slots, but I've already gotten requests for them. So once I turn control of the interviews over to Jack, I'll run in and schedule us a couple more and fill up our last 2 slots for the day.
To Jack?
To Jack.
Okay. All
You've
right.
been promoted,
Jack who?
Yeah, Jack who? Jack's not here.
Hi, Jack. Oh, you don't say that around airports.
No, we're at an airport.
I don't know. There's a story. I don't know if we have enough time.
30 seconds.
Oh, we don't have enough time. We're coming back in a few minutes. Maybe
We'll
I'll
just
tell
call him
that story.
7,500.
All right. Well, so now. I want to say a special shout out. I did it yesterday morning. I'm going to do it again today. As we come into every break, there's a little music playing in the background. That is stuff by the flying songwriter, the song pilot, Ken Dravis. KenDravis.com.
Musician.
He's a musician, songwriter, great guy.
Hi, this is Kevin Streeter of the Let's Talk Flying podcast. You're listening to WPEP 788 on 1510 AM Lakeland and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun & Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available, free of charge.
Kick off Sun & Fun 2025 with an unforgettable opening night concert on the Warbird Ramp, sponsored by Wealth MD. On April 1st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m., Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker take the stage for a country music celebration under the stars. Ditch the sneakers and throw on your cowboy or cowgirl boots. Make it the perfect date night or a night out with friends. Grab some great food and bring a blanket or chairs and sing along to your favorite hits surrounded by airplanes. This is a show you don't want to miss. As the sun sets over Lakeland, get ready for an unforgettable spectacle, the Sunset Aerial Circus at Sun & Fun. Witness jaw-dropping performances from Stoll Demos, the Eurythmia Paramotor Team, the Shooters Parachute Team, Pivotal Aircraft, plus dazzling drone and balloon glows. Catch the magic on Tuesday, April 1st, Thursday, April 3rd, and Friday, April 4th. And don't forget, tune into Sun & Fun Radio's video stream for live coverage. This is a sunset show you won't want to miss.
Just a few words of etiquette for the fire hub located in the campground. The fire hub area is provided for the enjoyment of guests and volunteers who are camping in the Sun & Fun campground. The wood supply is for the fire pit only. Please do not take the wood for individual campsite use. Ground fires are not permitted in the campground unless in approved above-ground campfire containers. Do not add flammable liquids or excessive amounts of wood to the fire. The fire pit is not a refuse container. Please place your bottles, cans, and other disposables in garbage containers located nearby in the campground. Remember, quiet time starts at 10 o'clock p.m. in the campground. Many volunteers who camp nearby start their work days early. Please be considerate. The fire hub area must be vacated by midnight, and unruly behavior will not be tolerated. Any individual deemed unruly will be asked to leave by Sun & Fun security, and if necessary, the Lakeland Police Department will be called. Thank you for helping us make this an enjoyable area for everyone.
If you missed it last year, now's your chance to witness the most epic night of entertainment in the sky. Sun & Fun 51 is taking the night air show to the next level with an electrifying fireworks celebration featuring drones, lasers, airplanes, pyrotechnics, and more. Don't miss this one-of-a-kind aerial spectacle where the sky is the stage and the show is like nothing you've ever seen before. Wednesday, April 2nd and Saturday, April 5th at dusk at Sun & Fun.
Aviation meets art, and every aircraft is a masterpiece at Demor Group, offering Waco biplanes inspired by the golden age of aviation and German-engineered Junkers light sport aircraft. Demor's handcrafted aircraft blend timeless elegance with modern performance. 4 models are on display at Sun & Fun. Visit booth MD8A or WacoAircraft.com to see masterpieces designed for true aviators.
Sun & Fun's volunteer jet team hospitality ensures the comfort and enjoyment of our visiting jet team friends and family by offering hospitality services such as shuttle transportation, snacks and beverages, local information, and more to our guest jet teams. Additionally, they coordinate a meet and greet between the jet team and local youth groups, allowing them to experience Sun & Fun firsthand and create lasting memories. Thank you, Jet Team Hospitality, for making the Blue Angels feel welcome this year.
Discover the incredible mission of Samaritan's Purse at Sun & Fun. Tour their DC-8, the only U.S. registered DC-8 in the world, used for critical relief missions after major disasters. Explore a portion of their emergency field hospital and see the water filtration system that travels aboard this life-saving cargo plane. Don't miss this unique opportunity to learn how Samaritan's Purse brings hope and help worldwide. Tours are open daily. Come be inspired.
And now back to Sun & Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Trabo International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 25.
That was great. Do we all need to learn that pronunciation?
Yeah.
Bravo.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, that was they edited the wrong Robin Back to the Deck announcement.
Yeah.
Back to what I was saying. Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 25, the 51st annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm Dave Shellbetter, chairman of Sun and Fun Radio, a volunteer, just like our other 3,000 people that make this happen every day. I'm joined by Tom Frick. I'm joined by Jack Hodgson. Good morning, Jack.
Oh, good morning. I'm sorry.
He's still not here.
Jack's still not here.
Jack's still not here. And even when he is, he's not, apparently.
Oh, it's radio. I need to do more than just nod, is what you're saying.
Actually,
Okay.
well,
Exactly.
this is also video.
Yeah,
so
but the camera's pointing at you, so it's not really important video.
so one of these has got to be pointing. Oh, that one's pointing at you.
No, it's not.
Now all of them are.
Vengeance is mine, saith the camera controller. We actually have a new volunteer this year, and I rarely throw volunteers with no on-air experience onto the air with us. But after the first day, 2 different people came to me and said, he's got a great personality, he's got a great voice, you should give him a shot for on-air. So welcome to your
good luck now, pal.
Hey,
That's
listen, we call that stress testing in the business, where you just say, now we're going to open this up. This guy's we don't know him. He's got to come on here and do something good, and we'll see what happens.
Well,
Here
we go.
And that is the voice of Mr. Bill Turner. And we are not talking about William Turner, Pirates of the Caribbean, but I'm thinking I might just, for a ha-has, call him Captain Jack.
Fine, whatever.
Oh, wait, no, you'd be Captain Jack.
Yeah. I'll be his lowly steward.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Anyways, welcome.
Mr. Bill Turner. So, Bill Turner, my understanding, if my memory serves me, 'cause after your phone interview a few months ago, you are a CFAA alum.
No. I actually was homeschooled throughout my whole life, and have been a big fan of the air shows. Been a big fan of airplanes, and just happened to luck out living next to the second largest in the U.S.
That's cool.
So always loved it. Funny story, the first time I think we went inside the air show, I was about 5 years old.
Wow.
Not the amazing lover of airplanes that I was then. And my mom was taking me and my sister there. And they had the Warbird show going on, and usually, we had never been there. We didn't know this. They have pyrotechnics and TNT going off. So the Warbirds are flying by. All of a sudden, there's huge explosions and giant fireballs, and my mom's like, they've crashed. They're all going to die. And so we're crying because we don't know what's going on either. So we had to leave the air show, and we never went back in for like 5 years after that.
Oh.
Yeah, so, we watched from the outside because that's outside the crash radius, I guess we thought.
One of the early, when they first started doing pyro, I was at Osh, going to Osh when they first started doing the Tora reenactments, and that started blowing up, making atomic explosion recreation.
Wall of fire stuff.
Wall of fire. They call it wall of fire now. Yeah, but we were right on the front line at Osh when they blew off it's actually a 55-gallon drum of gasoline with TNT under it. So they are literally blowing stuff up. And one of the things went off, and this woman grabbed her kid and started running. Like, no, ma'am, it's part of the show. That was intentional. They should warn people they're going to do that. Well, ma'am, when they say it's Tora recreation with pyrotechnics.
It's a big boom.
Oh, yeah. We feel it here.
Yeah.
We feel
you can feel it in the hangars.
Oh, you can feel it. So we used to, when we were involved with the other air show up the road with the newspaper there, the newspaper office was kind of close to the Flightline. And when those things would go off, the windows would literally were worried the window might break. I mean, it was that much of a pulse, and shockwave, and So those are not minor fireworks. You guys and them put on serious fireworks.
Yeah, they're big booms. I know that car alarms tend to go off a lot when they do the atomic explosion recreation.
So how'd you like to be the guy who's standing out going, wow, there's a big old field out here. I wonder what we could do out here. We could blow stuff up out here. It would work.
He's a guy. What? No, the funny part of it
let's get some gas and some TNT.
I know.
Awesome.
Yeah, cool. Have you ever had the pyro guys on the radio station?
I think we did one a long time ago, maybe night aerobatics.
I had occasion to be sitting around a campfire with one of the pyro guys one time, and he was telling stories about because they do this all year long. This is what they do, all right?
Right.
And it turns out that going through TSA security at the airport is a
bunch
big
of
deal for
explosives.
them, all right? Because the sniffers just go nuts.
sure.
You know.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And 1 year he tells us how we do. We got time. 1 year he told a story about how he had at his home airport. All right, so they know him. All right, and he started to go through TSA, and they started to wave him through, and then somebody said, "Wait, oh, that's right." They had a new guy, and the new guy got triggered and goes, "Whoa, what is this?" and calls over the managers, and the managers go, "Oh, yeah, this is Joe or whatever. We know Joe." What happened was they
on the
asked
list.
Joe. They said, "Can we borrow your suitcase?" All right. And they took his suitcase off to the side to make it a training moment for the new people, all right, to show how to use all the sniffers and all the testers and stuff like that. And because even though they get cleaned up, there's all kinds of residue on their bags and on their clothing and on their whatever.
And those machines are that sensitive.
Yeah.
I was at the range one day and popping them off and had a flight the next day, even after a shower, and they swabbed me, shut it in the machine, and ba-ding, 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 come here.
So,
wow.
It's interesting stuff.
My TSA story is nowhere near as funny. I was flying. We'd gone to Atlanta. April had some court reporting stuff to do in Atlanta, and I went with her. And leaving Atlanta, going through TSA, going through security, and they're scanning my bag, and they're scanning my bag, and they're scanning my bag. I'm watching my backpack with all my tech and everything, computers and everything else in it, going back and forth. And I finally stepped over. Is there an issue here? And the one guy's like, "We can't see through your bag." I said, "Excuse me? We can't. There's an area in your bag that we cannot penetrate. We're going to have to open your bag." I said, "Sure, I'll do it." I reached for it.
No, you don't touch it.
And you still have that hand?
And then the one guy, comes over. I guess he was a supervisor or something. He comes over, and he looks at my name badge on the bag. And he said, "You're into aviation, right?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Do you have challenge coins?" Ding. Yeah, there's a stack of about 5 challenge coins in my bag. "Can you show them to me?" I said, "They're here now. Just show them to me." So I open up the bag and I reach out and he's like, "Wow, these are impressive." Puts them back in. You're cleared. And then the other time was my steel-toed, steel-heeled work tennis shoes, because those are tennis shoes. Those aren't work shoes, and that created another TSA thing. And I think that was the day that the TSA agent was told, "Take your hand off that weapon or it will look like your tail."
Well, there you go.
And he did.
Nice.
So, Bill Turner, you're a youngster here amongst us old guys. You are 20?
Yes, sir. 20 years old.
And you live here in Lakeland?
Yes, I lived here all my life. My dad moved here because he had plenty of flights for work, and so right in between Tampa and Orlando, so he can go either side of the country.
Cool. And now, are you learning to be a pilot? Are you interested? Are you a student pilot yet? Are you?
I was interested, and then I started really enjoying eating. I think eating took off for me, and then now I can't take off is the issue. So, I'm going to try to get back in there, but it was just a very expensive hobby, and so at the time I didn't know where it was going to go, and so I kind of focused more on music and things like that, and and then eventually started a podcast myself.
And what is your podcast?
It's called The Bros. Everybody has a podcast called The Bros because that's easy, but it's an acronym that my brother-in-law came up with called Backroom of the Sanctuary.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
So we're all church-going guys, me, my best friend, and my brother-in-law, and so it's kind of like when you get done with church, you just walk into the back room and just talk about whatever, but it's just a conversational aspect. And so, we just enjoy talking and usually doing a lot more laughing than any kind of church-related stuff, but, it gets there.
Sounds like a variation on hanger flying almost.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Church hanger flying.
Church flying.
Well, it's, if you're really involved in the church, you are flying,
I guess.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm not overtly religious, but I am a Christian. I do believe in the golden rule. So, Bill, welcome to the deck. We're glad to have you. We're going to have Bill out throughout on deck with us this morning, learning the trade, jumping in.
That's good.
We are here at the 25th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo on Sun and Fun Radio. I want to thank every one of my volunteers. I have a staff of almost 50. You guys rock. I mean, every year you make me look good, and that is work. Thank you so much. Especially huge shout out my co-chair of engineering, Derek Lagasse. All of these video toys, all the stuff we have here, our TARDIS. Thanks.
Hello, this is Russ Rosleski from the Stuck Mike Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Get ready to party with a purpose at the Bash, Sun and Fun's signature fundraising event. Join us Thursday, April 3rd, 2025 from 6 to 9 p.m. at the Florida Air Museum. Enjoy a cocktail reception, delectable cuisine, and exciting silent and live auctions. Every dollar raised supports the Aerospace Center for Excellence's year-round STEM education programs, shaping the future of aviation. Don't miss this unforgettable evening. Get your tickets now at flysnf.org/activities.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
Hey, Elvis fans and history buffs, join us for a once-in-a-lifetime Elvis tribute concert at Jimmy's World's famous Elvis Mobile, the 1962 Lockheed Jetstar once owned by the King himself. Experience this incredible conversion of Elvis Presley's private jet, complete with its original red velvet and gold interior, a perfect time capsule from the 1970s. Happening Friday, April 4th from 5 to 6 p.m. at the Vintage Aircraft area during Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo 2025. Don't miss this unique celebration where rock and roll royalty meets aviation history.
Start your day with Sun and Fun Today Live. Join in every morning at 9 a.m. for the latest highlights, breaking news, and exclusive interviews, straight from the heart of the action. Brought to you by Sun and Fun Media Productions, your front row seat to everything happening on the ground and in the sky. Don't miss a moment. Tune in live every day at 9 a.m.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Are you interested in learning about composite materials, layups, hot wiring, and mold making? Want to learn all about fastener types, swagging and safety wiring, or riveting and drilling techniques? What about the polyfiber aircraft covering system? Maybe even try some or all of these yourself? Come take advantage of our no-cost Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located at the corner of Tom Mack Road and Crossfield Way.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun Fly-In. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun Fly-In blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun Fly-In t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives.
Florida families, are you overpaying for insurance? James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue is here to help. This veteran-owned small business can help you save big on auto, home, boat insurance, and more. They just helped the Lakeland families save $1,000 a year. And with exclusive discounts for veterans, military, and government employees, their rates are so great you'll shout, "Holy moly, Boley!" Call or visit James Boley's local Geico office on South Florida Avenue today, or visit boleyinsurance.com.
Are you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what Sun Fun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main Flightline. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. This is Dave Shellbitter, co-chair. I'm demoting myself. Chairman, volunteer chairman, not a radio professional, not a video professional. I don't do this for a living. We're here at the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We will be bringing you some great interviews all day long. I have got outstanding volunteers. I have Tom Cupcake Frick and Mr. Bibb, Randy Bibb here. They are going to take the air now and speak with our next guest. So, gentlemen, take it away.
All right, good morning. So, Randy, who do we got on deck with us this morning?
Well, we have an interesting guest here this morning, former F-18 pilot, military guy, doctor, and we were prepping before this thing. We're talking to Dr. Dan Monlux, and it just opened my eyes to, I guess, a new realm of aviation medicine, the concept and thinking about it, and just let us know what we talked about, Dan. Give us a little brief what we're going to talk about here.
Yeah, well, thanks, Randy. Thanks for having me. So I'm an aerospace medicine consultant, right? What the heck does that mean? Was kind of your question. And so, basically what that means, my founding partner Keith Roxo and I started our careers as F-18 pilots in the Navy for about the first 10 years, and then both went into medical school after that. And then we realized, hey, being on the inside of a hospital is not quite as fun as being in an airplane cockpit. So we got back into aviation medicine and started being flight surgeons in the Navy. And in the military, right, if a pilot has a medical issue, you might have to give them a down slip, we call it, and they take them out of the cockpit for a while. But you're also obligated to help them get back and get recertified to fly airplanes as quickly as possible. Well, turns out, as many pilots in the civilian sector may know, AMEs don't necessarily do that. They're there to evaluate whether or not you're fit to fly. And if you get a medical certificate, that's great. If you don't get a medical certificate, many pilots are left to kind of sort through things with the FAA via mail correspondence over the course of months, sometimes years, right? So what we do, and one of our big foot stomping sort of taglines that we use, is that pilots should prepare for their FAA medical like it's a check ride, similar to if you're going to a DPE to add another rating to your certificate, because that medical certificate is going to expire. And what we help people to do is make sure that before you ever go to that AME appointment, if you've got a new medical condition or something that might keep you out of the cockpit, we're going to help you to make sure that you have all your ducks in a row and everything done administratively, and your medical care is up to date, to the point that you're going to get back in the cockpit as quickly as your health and safety will allow.
Do you have a for instance, an example of what you're talking about, prepping for that? You're not talking about running a mile and doing some push-ups.
No.
You're talking about.
And I'm thinking more along the lines. Can you give us an example of somebody that maybe something common that somebody would do that wouldn't know how to find their way through the process? Because you're right, when somebody's left on their own, it can be a very long process, and I've watched that, and I've also watched people who have found people to liaise or consult for them, and how does that look? What's like something common that somebody might think that they're just left out on their own, but they can find help and actually get through the process quicker?
Great question. So let's take something super simple. High blood pressure, right? Very, very common condition, and I think many people, as they get into their fourth and fifth decades of life, 40s or 50s, are going to have high blood pressure and take a medication for it. FAA doesn't really care that much about it. If you're controlling that well, you're on a medication, and your blood pressure is at normal levels while treated, that's great. You don't have to have any delay whatsoever with your medical certificate. Now, by the letter, your AME is supposed to ask for some medical documentation from your treating doctor that says, hey, this blood pressure is well controlled. I'm happy with how you're doing. The medication you're using doesn't cause any other side effects or anything like that, and this pilot is stable. If you show that to your AME, hypertension is something called a condition AMEs can issue. And if you have the treatment records from your treating doctor, no problem. You can get a certificate. What a lot of pilots will do is show up with no documentation, just saying, hey, doc, my blood pressure is great. And if that happens, well, now your AME kind of is obligated to ask you for some more information. and may even send your application on to the FAA. Now, high blood pressure is kind of on the low spectrum of what people might how this might come up, but sleep apnea is another one, which is actually requires a special issuance. Again, this is a condition that if you bring the right paperwork to your AME, there's no circumstances, whether you're newly diagnosed, recently started on treatment, that if you prepare for it properly, you shouldn't walk out of your AME appointment with a medical certificate in your hand. But but if you go there without it, you might be looking at several months to get all the right studies together, to get the paperwork, and all the while you're either letting your airplane just kind of gather dust in the hangar, or you're maybe not flying if you're a professional pilot.
Sure. So you brought up an interesting point there. Is there something that a pilot can do to prepare for that? You said you bring all this stuff with you. They may not know to do so.
Right.
Do you do consulting where you're talking to somebody before they actually even try to go get their medical so that they are prepared?
Yeah.
Or usually just taking the cases that are already been kicked back and...
So we can help you, wherever you are in that spectrum.
Right.
Our ideal client is somebody who realizes, hey, wait, I've got a new medical condition. I know I'm going to have some issue with my medical certification. Let me talk to you guys, figure out how to work through this. If you're kind of a little bit further down the road and you've already been deferred, we can jump in and help you with that, or even if you responded to correspondence from the FAA. But but ideally, you get in touch with us well before you have an issue. And the way we start off with all of our clients is by just getting them on the phone for a conversation. We spend 15 minutes at no charge with people to just talk through their situation. And it's actually, it's great. Most of the time, I'd say we kind of point people in the right direction and say, hey, you just need to get this note, do this thing, or that's not an issue even, but thanks for checking in.
Sure.
And then they can actually go to their AME with confidence. Sometimes, we've got to roll up our sleeves a little bit and, and work with people for a longer period of time. And those are the people that, end up engaging with us as paid
clients. I'm sure every situation's unique. So,
yeah.
But so what I'm hearing is that you do recommend that somebody maybe check things out beforehand if they have a thought that there may be a problem somewhere there.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Okay,
again,
good.
kind of back to that check ride concept, right?
Sure.
You wouldn't go in trying to get an instrument rating, or add on a seaplane rating or something like that, and just not do the training and wing it, right? If you're scheduled an appointment with the DPE, you're going to actually spend some time with the CFI, make sure that you're current and qualified and all those things, so you don't waste that that check ride appointment. Same thing when you're going in for an AME. The FAA actually uses the same designee management system to certify DPEs and AMEs. So prepare for it the same way.
So if we're proactive in this medical instead of reactive, the road is a lot shorter in getting that medical. We stay ahead of those medical conditions.
Exactly right.
So you guys nationwide, worldwide, where do you guys operate out of?
So I have an office. I'm a senior HIMSS AME in San Diego. So anybody in the Southern California area, look me up and come on down. But for the consulting service I'm talking about, we do that nationwide and have a number of clients internationally as well. So no matter where you are, if you're looking for, you have some new concerns with your FAA medical, by all means, look us up, get us on the phone and talk about it, and we'll see where to take you from there.
Okay, and how do they do that?
Best way is just to go to our website. It's wingmanmed.com, and there's a button there, can't miss it. It says free consult right in the middle. And we just you put in your contact information and a brief sort of explanation of why you're trying to get in touch with us, and we'll get you scheduled with either myself, Dr. Monlux, or with my partner, Dr. Roxo, to walk you through your situation and figure out the best path forward.
Cool. Anything else you'd like to tell us before we wrap her up here?
Just thanks for having me. I appreciate the opportunity. And,
Yeah, we
nice to meet
appreciate you joining us this morning. So, looks like it's starting to clear up again. We're going to have yet another fine day. It was so crowded here yesterday. I'm expecting the same thing to happen today. So,
it was a dry heat yesterday, wasn't it? It was
No, it was very humid yesterday. Especially this guy coming from San Diego, man. I bet you he's feeling it twice as bad as I am.
It was not a dry heat.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so we're going to go take a break here, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes and have some more chats from the deck for you.
Hello, this is Seth from Central Florida Aerospace Academy. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
For the first time ever at Sun and Fun, we're thrilled to host the Academic Drone Soccer League World Cup on the evenings of Thursday, April 3rd and Friday, April 4th at the Aerospace Pavilion. Drone soccer inspires students to pursue aerospace and science education and career opportunities by providing a hierarchy of competitions and events that highlight student skills in engineering, aviation, teamwork, and leadership. Get ready for an action-packed showdown as teams take to the air in this high-energy competition.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
If you love a great fish fry, you won't want to miss the Vintage Fish Fry this Friday. Tickets are on sale all week, but they go fast, so don't wait. You can get more information or purchase tickets at the Vintage Headquarters building located near the East Exhibit Gate.
It's Dr. David Goldbaba. You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm, especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Goldbaba.
Attention all aviation enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Innovation Showcase at the Future in Flight Plaza. Discover cutting-edge technology from leading companies like Aerosys Tech, Aileronics Grindstone, Lift Aircraft, and more. From FlightSim.com to Molnar and beyond, this is your chance to see the future of aviation in action. Join us and explore the latest innovations shaping the industry. You can visit the Innovation Showcase today in the Future in Flight Plaza.
Win a formation flight, meet aviation celebrities, and demo Bose aviation headsets at Sun and Fun booth number 007. Experience the difference in audio clarity and clear communication with Bose. When you purchase an A30 or ProFlight Series 2 headset, you'll receive free Quiet Comfort earbuds. Plus, get 10% off each additional headset purchased at the show. Bose. Quiet the noise, amplify the experience.
On Saturday at 7 a.m. during Sun and Fun, you can join us for the Sun and Run 5K race. The race will begin on the terminal ramp, and during the run, you will be able to witness the launching of over 20 hot air balloons as the course winds its way down runway 523, taxiway Alpha, and across various other connecting taxiways and ramps to the finish line. We hope you can join us for one of the most unique 5K race courses in Florida.
Craving a classic treat? Come enjoy some delicious fire-roasted sweet corn on the cob for just $3. All to support EAA Chapter 635 from DeLand, Florida. Find us in the West Campground, food court behind Hangar A, or look for our mobile unit around the grounds. We've been roasting corn at Sun and Fun since the 80s, with all proceeds fueling youth STEM education, free young Eagle flights for kids 8 to 17, and grassroots aviation programs. Grab some corn, savor the flavor, and help inspire the next generation of aviators, one cob at a time.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the Flightline for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Aircraft judging is conducted in the following aircraft categories: home builts, light plane, seaplane, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, and vintage. Judging of airplanes begins on opening day and concludes prior to the awards ceremony Saturday evening. All aircraft must be registered for judging by noon on Friday. The awards ceremony is held Saturday night at 6 p.m. at the Bueller Restaurant.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. They make me say that every single time. It's like, but no, it is fun, and it is 51, so it's a good deal. I'm Jack Hodgson, coming to you from the Sun and Fun Radio Deck here at Sun and Fun 2025, where it's the morning is turning nice. Sort of a repeat of yesterday. It was foggier yesterday, but it is a little bit overcast. But the clouds are starting to break up now. Seeing spots of blue up there, and already turning warm. It's definitely going to be a warm day, so everybody wants to be careful. But definitely come on by the fly-in because we're having a good time here. I'm joined on the deck right now by Braden Lentz. Braden is the brand director for Lift Aviation. Good morning, Brandon. How you doing? Braden, excuse me. Did I say Brandon? Braden.
No worries, Jack. Good
no,
morning.
no, it
How
is
are
a
you?
worry. I apologize. Braden Lentz.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, what's up? How you doing? How you're here with Lift Aviation. So it sounds to me like Lift Aviation produces a lot of stuff that I, as like a Cessna 152 pilot, wishes I could use in my airplane. I always wanted to fly an airplane that required a helmet, for example. That's what, But Lift Aviation apparently produces and sells a lot of that kind of stuff. Tell me about it.
Yeah. So we're in the protection space and also in the general aviation and military space as well. So anything from our flagship product being the flight helmets, the AV1 and the AV2, all the way to products that you can use in the Cessna, being our flight shoes or our knee boards, pilot shirts, and even our elevated series line. So all of that stuff we have available here, and we love to be at Sun and Fun and kind of share that sun and the fun with everybody else too.
Yeah.
So
typically, what kinds of pilots are your customers?
Honestly, everybody.
Yeah.
From your Cessna to your backcountry to your Warbird, competition aerobatics, L-39, civilian jet style, all the way to the U.S. Air Force, thankfully, in the most recent occurrences. So for us, it's everybody that flies, anybody that wants to stay protected and have something that's purpose-built for the cockpit.
Yeah. So you mentioned helmet. I think you said AV1 and AV2 helmets. What makes a different kind of helmet? What's the difference between 1 and 2, I guess, is the question.
Yeah. So, I mean, starting off, you can differentiate a helmet between kind of a legacy, a competitor model, and then what we offer. Typically, our product's very lightweight, very strong, highly certified, and price competitive. And then kind of differentiating the two, AV1 and AV2. The AV1's our legacy product. It's been, the most popular, the most worn across the board. And last year here, actually at Sun and Fun, when I was getting to speak with you last time, we were able to launch the AV2 2.1, which is the civilian version of our military helmet that we now have offered to the U.S. Air Force. So we're bringing that to the GA community.
Yeah. What is the kind of degree of protection that your helmets provide? What scenario do you imagine they will be particularly, useful for?
Yeah, any sort of, safety egress situation, any sort of field landing, hard landing, nosing over in a cub, in a foxhole, literally anything from turbulence in the air to a rough landing to, a straight out crash. Yeah. All of those things our helmets are used for and are very useful in those scenarios. But all of our products are mil-spec approved, so we go above and beyond with all of our testing certifications to make sure what's on the pilot's head is safe.
Is there anything in your product line that you think is a particularly cool product, but I wish people just kind of knew a little more about it?
Yeah. The aside from helmets, like I said, we make stuff for the general aviation pilot as well. So our elevated series line is a full apparel line that's a little bit different than what's out there. It's moisture wicking, SPF, multi-stretch, and we offer pretty much an entire line. I'd say you got to touch it and feel it. Once you touch it and feel it, you'll go home with it. So,
really?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, say again. This is like a upper garment.
Yeah. So shirts, vests, jackets, rain jackets, polos. We have a whole line, and we've spent
and simply touching them is going to make me. I need one of these.
Yes. Yeah. I'd say it's my favorite stuff to wear every day.
Really?
Non-biased opinion, of course.
No, well, of course not. No, but I need you to be a little bit more to elaborate a little bit. Exactly what am I going to think? What about touching it? Is it
very soft, very moisture wicking, very cool, yet all of our line is black in nature, color-wise. So it does look very professional, fancy, can be worn for your CFI in that nature as well, but keeps you cool, keeps you sweatless, and definitely keeps you protected from the sun.
Nice. You guys have been exhibitors here at Sun and Fun for a few years now.
Oh, yeah.
Any particular experiences? How things have changed over the years? What I would imagine being an exhibitor, you don't get a chance to see a lot of the show, but
over time, we've been thankful enough that our company is growing substantially. So our team keeps on growing, and we always get the opportunity more and more every year to explore Sun and Fun as much as we want. So, for us, we've been in the same spot, North 9899, right by the Compass Rose, the Phillips 66 Compass Rose. And we have no interest in moving. It's absolutely great. We love the people here. We love to be here, in the spot that we're in. Definitely allows, for great
So you're
support.
one of those outside places. It can get warm over there.
Oh yeah, sun's beating on us all day long.
Yeah, but obviously, I don't know. Obviously, I hope you have a cover of some sort of canopy cover of your booth, or not.
Yeah, actually, we have a full retail trailer that folds out. You can come walk in, see our products, touch and feel everything, and get the experience.
Is it air conditioned inside?
Unfortunately, it's not. Someday.
See, you get all kinds of visitors if it was air conditioned.
Right, exactly.
So, and have you been in that kind of a rig all these years, or is this a new thing?
Yes, sir. As long as we've been at Sun and Fun, we've been showing up with our viewing deck and our trailer and our shop. So come on by, check it out. It's super awesome. We have a very cool sticker wall. Take a picture with it and put your sticker up. So we love to support everybody.
We still have a couple minutes here. Any other product in your line that you want to kind of tell us about, or you're excited about?
Yeah. Upcoming products. Can't say too much about it, but
no, it's just you and me. Come on.
Yeah, no, of course, Jack. It's but keep in mind, the rotary space is relatively untouched for a new product. Currently, right now, Lift Aviation is focused on the fixed wing market, but I'd say keep an eye out for the rotary wing space from Lift Aviation and Lift Airborne Technologies in 2026.
Oh, that's interesting. So what? Now it's going to sound like I'm trying to trick you into revealing something,
Oh,
but
no,
I'm
no,
curious what would make a product different for the rotary. Rotor space.
Simply side impact. So, side impact is very important for your ALSC, DOI contracts, your U.S. Forestry Service, and things like that. So, for those fixed wing guys out there, you'll know that there's probably 4 to 5 to 1 for a helicopter over a fixed wing. So it's something that, for us, diving into that space and also continuing to support the fixed wing and innovating there is going to be next level for us.
Have you guys looked at the I don't know, so there's traditional helicopters with big rotors.
Oh yeah.
And now we have the new other kind of lift, no pun intended, aircraft, with the multiple rotors and the electric and all that kind of stuff. And it's still a growing field, but have you looked into what kinds of products might suit them best?
Yeah, honestly, helmet safety in general is the most important. Just put something on your head. So for us, our helmets are very cross-compatible. Anything from ultralights to gyrocopters to manned eVTOL, different things like that. Has been very popular as those things that technology is rising and things are going up in popularity. Helmets are following in those categories. So.
Nice. So, and I kind of brought up helmets because I think that those are kind of a cool product.
Oh, of course.
But do you consider that to be the kind of top of your line? Is that really what?
Yeah, I'd say that started our brand. That and our pilot shoes. And most people don't think of a pilot shoe being a thing, but a purpose-built shoe for the pilot being narrow.
So as my journalism friends would say, we just buried the lead here. What's a pilot shoe? Well, how is that unique?
Pilot shoe is it's anything that's not a flip-flop, a barefoot shoe, a wrestling shoe, a Converse. A lot of these pilots will use anything they can to get the most efficient, comfortable feel down on the rudder pedals. And so for us, we're allowing zero friction movement on those rudder pedals, oil-resistant soles, and a purpose-built shoe, just like a golf shoe or a soccer cleat or anything like that. So.
Yeah. That's all right. You got me. I'm convinced. So you mentioned you alluded to where you're located here on the grounds. Describe that again. Here it's over near the Compass Rose.
Yes, sir. So if you're standing in the Phillips 66 Compass Rose, I believe looking north, you'll see our trailer, big black trailer with gold Lift Aviation flags on
it. Got it. And on the internet, where can they find you?
LiftAviationUSA.com.
Very good. Thank you. It's Braden Lentz from Lift Aviation.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it.
So it continues to be a beautiful morning here. The clouds are slowly burning off, but foggy morning, Amanda told us that they will go away and it's going to get warm again, so everybody should be prepared. But come on down to Sun and Fun. It's going to be a great, great day. And now we're going to hand you back to a quick break here, and then we'll be back in just a few minutes with some more interesting guests from Sun and Fun 2025.
Hello, this is Piper Rose Lusky from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Are you looking for a part or an instrument to help you complete your latest project? If so, you could come down to the Parts Exchange and see if they have something that fits your need. Not building anything? That's okay. You can come out and add to your memorabilia collection or find that next office, studio, or living room aviation piece. The Parts Exchange is your place for aviation parts and pieces for whatever it is you desire to use them for. The Parts Exchange is located in Hangar E.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
Country music fans, get ready. On Tuesday, April 1st, Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker are bringing the party to Sun and Fun 51. With an incredible 22 #1 hits, Tyler Hubbard will light up the stage with smash songs like 5'9" and Back Then Right Now. Plus, multi-platinum artist Uncle Kracker joins the fun, bringing his signature sound and fan-favorite hits like Follow Me and When the Sun Goes Down. The concert is free with your Sun and Fun admission. Gates open at 6 p.m. on the Warbird ramp.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicap guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the main gate plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
Hello, aviation enthusiasts. Experience the excitement of show planes at Sun and Fun. Witness a stunning array of aircraft in our show plane parking areas, including home-built, vintage, warbird, light planes, seaplanes, and rotorcraft. Explore the home-built aircraft area for a chance to chat with owners and discover building tips. Vintage aircraft parking showcases planes from different eras, while the warbird ramp offers an up-close view of historic military aircraft. Don't miss the seabird area, where unique seaplanes gather, and Paradise City, the hub for light planes. And for rotorcraft enthusiasts, head to the rotorcraft area. Join us at Sun and Fun and immerse yourself in the world of aviation.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main entrance of the expo. Your requests have been heard loud and clear. Lincoln Electric is back to share their wealth of knowledge on TIG welding techniques. Make sure to stop by their workshop off Tom Mack Road to learn and engage with their skilled representatives. Get ready to spark your creativity. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with learning and exploration. The Sun and Fun hands-on workshops. See you there.
As the sun sets over Lakeland, get ready for an unforgettable spectacle, the Sunset Aerial Circus at Sun and Fun. Witness jaw-dropping performances from Stoll Demos, the Eurythmia Paramotor Team, the Shooters Parachute Team, Pivotal Aircraft, plus dazzling drone and balloon glows. Catch the magic on Tuesday, April 1st, Thursday, April 3rd, and Friday, April 4th. And don't forget, tune into Sun and Fun Radio's video stream for live coverage. This is a sunset show you won't want to miss. Hey Sun and Fun fans, we have a new area called the Sandbar, which will be co-located with our light plane area in Paradise City and will house food trucks, a large shade tent, picnic tables, and benches. The best part? Sun and Fun Radio will be piped in so you won't miss a single thing from our great interviews to the daily air shows, night shows, and Sunset Aerial Circus. Turn up the fun at 51 and get your tickets now for the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo in Lakeland, Florida, April 1st through 6th, 2025.
Ever wondered how you can serve your community, explore aviation, and develop leadership skills? Civil Air Patrol is the official civilian auxiliary of the U.S. Air Force, open to youth and adults. Whether you're interested in aerospace education, emergency services, or cadet programs, there's a place for you. Stop by our booth next to the Lakeland Aero Club and discover how you can get involved. Visit GoCivilAirPatrol.com to learn more. Civil Air Patrol, citizens serving communities, above and beyond.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the Flightline. Pets are only allowed in the
now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. So I'm on the deck. I'm Tom Frick. I'm joined by Randy Bibb. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, Sun and Fun.
Yeah, indeed. So we have a guest on deck with us. Randy, you want to introduce him?
Well, we have Mr. Cook here. Mr. Cook is a cook, and his product, I call it Nectar of the Gods, because I can't live without it.
Does Mr. Cook have a first name?
Well, yes. Let me read that.
It's Joshua. Hey, Josh.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Joshua. Sorry about that.
I'm also known as the coffee guy, so it's
the coffee cook.
Yeah.
So, well, that was going to be the next question. And he is from?
Rockwall, Texas.
And your company is?
Legendary Aviation Coffee.
There we go. Now we're getting someplace.
There we go. I'll let you guys ask the questions, and I'll just answer them.
You go.
Yeah, I've been known as the coffee guy for quite a few different years in Rockwall, Texas. Legendary Aviation Coffee was actually born in the Mecca of Aviation in Lancaster, California, back in 2019. From there, what happened was the dude upstairs basically told me no. I was dumping money into my company, and I wasn't getting any money back. And then COVID happened. And so I just put it on the back burner and kind of let it do its thing, and I wanted it to grow organically, just word of mouth. It wasn't until I moved to Rockwall, Texas in March 2022 that I started seeing the signs to bring it to the public's attention. Get out there, showcase your passion for what you have. And then January 2023 to April 2023, built out the social media, built out the website, got my products going, started working on bag designs, and I hit the ground running. And April 2023, from that time till December 2023, we had an 1,800% growth. Now, I already had business prior to this. It wasn't a lot, but it's still. Then December 2023 to December 2024, we had a 3,800% growth.
Cool. So
it just blew up.
were you targeting a specific market?
So my actual market is literally 1 inch wide, but it's 10 miles deep. Okay, we only deal with the specialty grade coffee, the top 1%. And this year we hit the top 1% of the 1% called estate coffees. That's where like the epitome of all coffees come into play. And that's why my coffee is a little bit more expensive than the average Joe's that you'll find sitting in Walmart or Sprouts or what do you guys have out here, Public, things like that, the grocery stores. You won't find this. This is how I really like to explain my coffee. This is the Brazilian steakhouse style coffee, okay? You're not going to find that steak or those flavors and things like that at Walmart, at Target, or any of these other places because you got to go to the Brazilian steakhouse in order to really enjoy what you're doing. And let me ask you something. Do you ever order your steak from a steakhouse or a Brazilian steakhouse well done? No, you just ruined that $65, $105 steak. You're going to allow that chef to actually showcase that steak the way it's supposed to. Let them cook it the way it's supposed to. That's what I do with my coffee. That's why we don't do the super dark, oily, bitter undertone style coffees. No, I'm going to ruin the top 1% of coffee.
So back up a little bit. You mentioned something, cooking. So you're not a middleman. You buy the bean, you roast the bean. What's that process like? So this is your coffee. It's not. You're not a middleman here.
No. So that's called white labeling. There's nothing wrong with white labeling either. There's a lot of brands that are out there, a lot of beauty brands that are white labeled. But I don't import the coffee. Okay, I work directly with the farmers. But I first start working with my importers. From there, I get introduced to different farms and what I really like. Then I start direct trading, utilizing their logistics only. So I'm actually getting all of my coffee. Then I use what is called the Loring S35 air roaster. So air roasting versus drum roasting, completely different way.
Yep.
Air roasting actually helps to make the coffees more brighter, livelier, richer, and more truthful. So they don't add a lot of the smokiness to the coffees. They don't add a lot of the charriness. They actually give a very clean cup of coffee. So that's how I roast my coffees. And then I have 3 different mentors that are ahead of me. That's Onyx Coffee, Particle Coffee, and then Bodhi Leaf. So those guys all took me underneath their wings and actually helped me cultivate and figure out how to roast coffee correctly. So I was like, okay, let me do this. And so I pay it forward. I have 4 other different roasters, little mom and pop shops underneath me, but they're trying to make themselves better. So I was like, let me help you out. I got all this information. Let me give it to you. Here's all these vendors. This is how you do this. You're going to figure it out anyways. So why not just help you?
And then they'll probably put their own artistic flair on it as you have on yours.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Give them the tools and then here.
Exactly.
Go ahead and paint.
They're not competition to me.
Right.
Okay, I've got my niche. My niche is specialty grade aviation. We dive down. We only do single origin.
Okay, now you mentioned it because I was going to ask. So, what's the aviation connection? So, you
Yeah.
called Legendary Aviation Coffee Company.
Yeah. So the fun story. I'll try to make this in a 30-second clip here. Is I've been in aviation my entire life. Okay, my aviation career started Army aviation. I started on the Hueys and the Cobras. Moved over to the Blackhawks. Then the Army Reserves came calling, so I worked on this flying milk carton. All flight operations type stuff, but then I got into maintenance test flighting, so I figured out what test flights were, and I got really engaged with that. Went over to Department of State, and then I went back over to DoD contracting with Lockheed Martin, so I've been on like the F-35 program. Nice. Went over to Northrop Grumman, became the chief flight test director there. I've worked on super secret squirrel projects. Now I work for L3 Harris, basically full-time still, and I'm still a flight test engineer. So I've been doing this for 22, 23 years. But then I was thinking, when I was in the mecca of aviation, how do we keep those legendary aircrafts together? Like, how do we keep the historical element of that in a different way? Not just at a museum, but how do we get it out more to the general public, to the next generation, And I said, let's name coffee after an aircraft and make sure it all connects. So my P-51 Mustang's named after Costa Rica. There's a reason for it. The Ethiopian's named after the Mooney, because not anomaly, but anomaly. It's named after the anomaly because of his color schematics, the blueberries and strawberry undertones. Everything's connected. There's so much hidden meaning and passion and connecting things. We don't just throw things together. No offense to one of the big name brands, okay, that happens to be a veteran organization. I'm not going to say the name.
That's fine.
But it's like they kind of threw things together. Right. And I'm like, no, I have way too much passion for aviation coffee to just throw things together. All of my teas named after the 1950 pinup girls.
Nice.
Okay, that are on the side of the aircraft, the B-17, the B-25, the B-29. All of them are named after that, keeping the legacy, keeping the legendary background alive. So I was like, this is great. And it caught on and it's taken off. I didn't realize I was building a brand until someone mentioned it a couple months ago. Dude, you're building a brand. And I went, no, I'm just roasting coffee. And then it went, oh shit. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know if I'm going to say that. But, it's like, poopies. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously very passionate about it. So what brings you to Lakeland? What do you got going on here?
Yeah, so we earned the right to become Sun & Fun's official coffee sponsor. It's the first time ever. And so what we did is on contract is 10% back. Okay, that's on contract. And I'll let everybody know that. But then I told them, hey guys, we're going to give you guys 25% of every coffee cup sale and teacup sale all on the Flightline right next to the Mooney. All right, we're going to give you guys that back. And then I was thinking to myself, it took me a couple more days, and I called Sheena and said, hey, I'm going to actually give you guys 10% of the entire month back. We're going to declare Sun & Fun month, April Sun & Fun's month with Legendary Aviation Coffee. Nice. So from here on out, every April that happens until, maybe a relationship is ruined or something, but we're going to give 10% back for the entire month back to Sun & Fun's nonprofit. And that is something that truly separates us from everybody else. You don't see people,
the vendors coming in here,
fully connected like this and being so passionate and loudly displaying it. We are not your average coffee roaster on so many different levels that I do not want to ever be associated with anybody else or any other big brands or stuff that you'll find in the store shelf. You'll never find my stuff at the store shelf, ever.
That's awesome. So you said, I think you told me before you had 7 different sites?
Yeah, here on the campus. Yeah, so let's start with we are at the Press Center, then we're at Hangar Alpha, then we're out on our own Flightline, 30 by 30. You'll find us at, we have the big the big trailer, the 2 coffee flags going up. We have the tribute flag for Kevin Lacey. We forgot about that. We have a big thing going on Thursday with Kevin Lacey's send off 10 to 2. The entire club's going to be there. We are out at the Pilots Welcome and the Veterans and here on Sun & Fun Radio.
And real quick, where can people find you? Website?
LegendaryRoasters.com.
LegendaryRoasters.com. Josh, appreciate you this morning and appreciate you giving back to the cause here, and I wish you good luck this week.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Randy, so that's another segment. So we're going to go ahead and take a little break, and we will be back here shortly after some words from our local sponsors.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
Sun and Fun visitors can attend any of our educational forums at no charge. The Sun and Fun educational forums will be held on the event grounds at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy that houses 11 classrooms, each with a different forum every hour. Over the course of the week, you will have a choice of over 250 forums with topics ranging from international flying to sheet metal construction to how to buy your own aircraft. You will find everything you need to dust off the wings and polish up your skills and ratings. You can check out the Sun and Fun program or www.flysnf.org for a forum list and schedule.
Just a few words of etiquette for the fire hub located in the campground. The fire hub area is provided for the enjoyment of guests and volunteers who are camping in the Sun and Fun campground. The wood supply is for the fire pit only. Please do not take the wood for individual campsite use. Ground fires are not permitted in the campground unless in approved above-ground campfire containers. Do not add flammable liquids or excessive amounts of wood to the fire. The fire pit is not a refuse container. Please place your bottles, cans, and other disposables in garbage containers located nearby in the campground. Remember, quiet time starts at 10 o'clock p.m. in the campground. Many volunteers who camp nearby start their work days early. Please be considerate. The fire hub area must be vacated by midnight, and unruly behavior will not be tolerated. Any individual deemed unruly will be asked to leave by Sun and Fun Security, and if necessary, the Lakeland Police Department will be called. Thank you for helping us make this an enjoyable area for everyone.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
Sarah and I founded Shoreline Aviation Insurance to fill the gap in personal service and experience. Our team has over 100 years of aviation experience combined. We understand our customers' needs from their perspective. That's the Shoreline advantage. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, we've done it. You get a real person when you call. Relationships with our customers and underwriters are key to our success. You can contact us at shorelineaviationinsurance.com or 800-747-0825.
Hey everybody! Sun and Fun has invested in providing a better Wi-Fi experience for its guests. We are pleased to offer free Wi-Fi in most of the core areas of our campus. Just sign into the network named SNF Free. That's SNF Free.
You are invited to be right here on the Flightline Wednesday and Saturday evenings starting at 7:30 for 2 spectacular night air shows. Featured performers include some of the most beloved and some of the newest and most innovative acts. You'll see skillful, world-class, and memorable performances with breathtaking lights and pyrotechnics unlike any others. There will also be a drone light show featuring over 60 synchronized, mesmerizing drones. You won't want to miss this one-of-a-kind aerial display Wednesday and Saturday evenings.
It's Dr. David Goldbaba. You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances, and the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention, get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Goldbaba.
Aviation meets art, and every aircraft is a masterpiece at Demor Group, offering Waco biplanes inspired by the golden age of aviation and German-engineered Junkers light sport aircraft. Demor's handcrafted aircraft blend timeless elegance with modern performance. 4 models are on display at Sun and Fun. Visit booth MD8A.
Hello, this is Lizzie Havens. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788,
12, 15:10 a.m. and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. So we are here broadcasting all week, interviewing really neat people. I've done my best to schedule in a sponsor here and there, an exhibitor here and there, and get some interest stories, because several years ago I asked somebody if they listened. Well, I was listening. You mean sponsor radio? Excuse me? Everything I heard was sponsors or exhibitors. I see them when I walk around the fields. I want to hear about the event. So that made me change my format to
But I think that our people here at Sun and Fun Radio are particularly good at drawing out the story that you're not going to get from these sponsors at their booth.
Yeah, that's true.
The difference is, and going to their booth is important, but the things that we do here, as well as a lot of the other media outlets, is to find the stories about these products and these companies that you wouldn't necessarily get. I was just talking to the Lift Aviation guy about what makes their different helmets different. I mean, that's a level of detail that you aren't going to get if you're just kind of wandering past the booth. I also discovered that one of the products they have in their line is pilot shoes.
Pilot shoes.
It never even occurred to me that there might be something special about a shoe that would make it more appropriate for a pilot. And,
I see. So Lift Aviation, that means they sell shoes with lifts in them to make the pilots taller?
I'm guessing that's not what they were going for. But no, a pilot shoe is a shoe that is particularly... the extreme opposite would be pilots who like to fly like in their bare feet or something like that, all right?
Which would be me with my Kinos.
Yeah. A pilot shoe it has protection. It might have, reinforced, maybe not steel toes, but reinforced toes. It's more grippy so that it won't slide on the pedals. And so pilot shoes, it's a thing. I never realized. So there you go. We learn lots of stuff, even from the sponsors here on Sun and Fun Radio. I have a question for you, David, if I might.
Okay.
Because you got two of us newcomers here.
Who's David?
Two of us.
My question, I'm going to ask, who's David? I'm Dave.
Yeah, Dave. Okay. That's another story altogether. Two of us newcomers here with you. By the way, Bill is with us, and I'm Jack. And my question as a newcomer is on that little open thing that we read.
Yes.
How do you pronounce the exclamation point at the end?
For somebody with absolutely zero experience in broadcasting, that's called an exclamation point.
Yeah.
Which means that as you're reading that, you're supposed to exclaim what you're reading. Let's turn up the fun at 51.
So, okay.
Not just let's turn up the fun at 51. But when you see that thing, that's a line with a little dot below it. That's
yeah.
Jack, that's an exclamation point.
Isn't that
the
what
point is to exclaim.
Exclaim.
So that's why it's an exclamation point.
So this is why people tune in. This is the reason. This is what they come from. This is the lesson you get here.
The new guy just got us with a hard
No. Both.
You know what, though? I've followed people around with interviews, and you'd be surprised how many people need to write an exclamation point on their palm when they're doing these interviews. They just need to look at it always and just say, let's exclaim something here instead of just reading it out from my mind.
Okay. All right. Well, I stand educated. I've learned something new here. All right.
Were you here the year that we had the giant inflatable tooth across the way?
I don't... Maybe. I'm sure I was, because I've been here for a long time.
A very, very popular, I'm not going to mention their name or anything, very popular dental care company had this giant inflatable tooth display right across from the radio station, which unfortunately had one of those blower motors running all the time.
Oh, no.
And anyways, so I invited her to do an interview because they were sponsors, so I invited her to do an interview. This girl was totally monotonous, reading off a chart, and she just went through her whole spiel with no chance for anybody to ask any questions. And it was just, oh my God, it's just like, God, lady, please stop, smile, and get excited.
Yeah,
I think that's why we're so good at what we do. You know, the Dale Carnegie thing, one of the things in Dale Carnegie is be excited about your subject.
Yeah.
You give me one person in aviation that's not excited about it, you know? And that's the whole point to make it. And the big one is smile while you're talking, which makes a difference. And that's why you hear Jack and I laughing at each other all the time. And see, the sad thing is now we're on video, so we can't be going.
Well, we can. It just makes, you know, I mean, we're going to get, that'll become the thumbnail on the video, though. And,
yeah, right?
Yeah.
It'll be like a UCAP, episode title.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut up and smile. No.
As someone who's produced YouTube videos, you always try to find the funniest image for the thumbnail.
Oh, you need a
can.
grabber,
You just
absolutely,
find
yeah.
the weird facial expression. My family's been doing a music ministry where we post a song a day online, and we've been doing that for 5 years now. And when I was doing thumbnails, I was just like, where's the funny face? Where's the, they dropped something or something like that.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
That's pretty good. That's kind of the way we do it on uncontrolled airspace titles. Is that I go for something that someone says during the episode that's just kind of seems out of context. It's just an odd phrase or a weird turn of terminology or whatever, and turn that into the thumbnail. And so and people do tell me that they go, what did that mean? What was it all about, right? Yeah.
I just told you earlier today we were talking about Uncontrolled Airspace, the General Aviation podcast, uncontrolledairspace.com.
Thank you.
Glaring, blatant plug there, folks.
Yeah. He's an expert at his craft.
Yeah. And we were talking earlier about one of my favorite things to do when I'm listening to UCAP is I read the title, and then I listen to the episode with an ear for... because usually your titles are something said. They're generally almost a direct quote of something that's said or
usually often, yes.
And so it's like, that's where the title of this episode came from.
And sometimes it'll go zipping right by you. I mean, if you're not paying attention, because it'd be a very, very fleeting reference. And
other ones are glaringly obvious. That didn't mute.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, of course.
The other thing.
Wait. I got to do something here. Talking about UCAP.
Yeah.
Mutual fans. Got an email this morning.
Uh-huh.
Tony from Mobile is listening.
Oh, Tony. Yeah, that's great. I haven't seen Tony in a while. I don't know.
Maybe. Tony, brother, thank you for the emails. We did get them.
Maybe since the pandemic. A lot of people. I met a guy the other day who's here for the first time since the pandemic. So there are still people who are only now returning. And welcome back. That's great. But, hi, Tony. How you doing? Look forward to next time I see you.
Yep, Tony from Mobile. Yep. And I'm hoping our friend Paul Stone is listening as well. I hope you're out there in Radio Land or Video Land, either one. Paul Stone, it was one day this guy's Facebook friend, and I did post some great content. I tell you, if you want some really good Facebook content, folks, Paul Stone on Facebook. He's a great guy, animal lover, and posts a lot. He does like daily inspirationals and stuff too.
Okay.
Great guy. But I'm sitting here and he had just recently shared a photo of his new company hats. It was Stone Trucking. He was in the transportation business. And I looked at the
logistics. They call it logistics now.
Okay. Right. So I see this guy, and he's got and I realized that I recognized the hat. And all of a sudden I went, Paul Stone is in the house. And he started looking around like, where? So hello to our listeners. That's a good segue. If you are out there listening, if you're watching us on YouTube, snfradio@gmail.com, snfradio@gmail.com. Send us an email. Tell us you're listening. Tell us where you're listening. You might just get picked for a special prize for being a listener.
Oh, yeah.
A remote listener.
That's right.
Get something really cool like a Sun and Fun radio sticker.
We'll say your name on the air and you'll never be able to live it down.
Yeah, right. I was doing a job. Years ago, I had a handyman business. I was doing a job for a client, and he had somebody show up at his house, and I'm in the other room banging. Oh, somebody here? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's this guy. I've got a handyman. Oh, let me meet him. I might need a handyman. Comes around, and he comes in, and it's introduced. Oh, hi, I'm Dave Shellbetter. And he stops, and he looks at me. He said, "You're not the Dave Shellbetter."
I don't know.
Oh, no.
Has my criminal record been published?
Yeah.
14 arrests, no convictions. No, just kidding. And I said, well, it all depends. He said, no, Sun and Fun Radio, Dave Shellbetter. And I said, oh, you're a listener.
Do I know you, sir?
Yeah, do I know you, sir? That should be an episode. But the guy we wound up standing there talking for a while. And he says, and finally the guy's like, he turns to his friend and he says, I'm paying him per hour to work for me. And I'm like, don't worry, I'll adjust the bill. And they walk away, and I get back to work, and all of a sudden I hear him in the other room going, do you know who that is?
Oh, man.
Well, we're going to break here, and we will be back in a little under 5 minutes for more great interviews. I think we have...
as opposed to this past 15 minutes.
Yeah. We have our friends with the Civil Air Patrol, I believe, is up next. So, hang out, listen to some Ken Dravis music here, kendravis.com. Thanks for the copyright, Brother Ken. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. For Sun and Fun Radio, I am Dave Shellbetter with Jack Hodgson and Bill Turner.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Start your day right with the Twin Palms Breakfast every morning from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. at the southeast corner of the Warbird Ramp and Bravo Taxiway. Enjoy a delicious meal for just $12 per adult, $6 for kids 3 to 12, and little ones under 3 eat free. It's a great way to fuel up for the day's adventures, and everyone's invited. Don't miss out. Come join us at Twin Palms Breakfast.
Are you a teacher looking to inspire and motivate your students? Then you can join us this Saturday at the Aerospace Educators Workshop for an exciting day learning how to integrate aviation, space, robotics, and more into your curriculum. All K-12 teachers are invited to attend. Special speakers and a variety of concurrent sessions will be offered to motivate and inspire you with ideas and activities to use in your classroom. Seats are limited, so registration is required. More information is available at flysnf.org.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating along the Flightline and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org. Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun Fly-In. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun Fly-In blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun Fly-In t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives.
Attention vintage aircraft owners. Are you flying your classic beauty to Sun and Fun this year? Ensure your factory-built aircraft qualifies for our vintage parking. Choose from categories like antique, classic, and contemporary, covering planes built up to 1970. Vintage pilots will be near the island, offering refreshments, entertainment, and support services. Visit the Vintage Hospitality Building for event and camping registration, located west of the vintage parking area. Camp with your aircraft and explore our Fly-In Early camping package. See you at Sun and Fun.
Sun and Fun's volunteer jet team hospitality ensures the comfort and enjoyment of our visiting jet team friends and family by offering hospitality services such as shuttle transportation, snacks and beverages, local information, and more to our guest jet teams. Additionally, they coordinate a meet and greet between the jet team and local youth groups, allowing them to experience Sun and Fun firsthand and create lasting memories. Thank you, Jet Team Hospitality, for making the Blue Angels feel welcome this year.
Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA.
If you would like a truly first-class, adult-oriented experience at Sun and Fun, consider the 927 Club. Located at Airshow Center on the Warbird Ramp, the air-conditioned 927 Club Chalet features an all-new menu by renowned chef Marcos Fernandez. The 927 Club features amenities such as full breakfast and hot lunch, Wednesday and Saturday evening happy hours and dinners before the night air shows, complimentary soft drinks and snacks, complimentary beer and wine from 3 to 6 p.m. daily, and exclusive airshow seating on the patio facing Airshow Center. The full menu and more information is available at flysnf.org.
Since the very first Sun and Fun, volunteers have been the heart of the fly-in. Our success depends on dedicated volunteers, and that could be you. Your life experience will help us engage, educate, and accelerate.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats live from the deck, coming to you from Sun and Fun, 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. Well, I'm here with pilot extraordinary, radio personality, a long list of accolades, Thomas Frick.
Good morning, Randy.
Tom, can you tell us what we have on deck here?
Sure. So we have a member of the Civil Air Patrol, Mr. Cyrus Gardner. Morning, Cyrus.
Morning. How you guys doing?
Good. So what do you have for us today?
Well, I would like to talk just a little bit about our program that we have here at Sun and Fun, working for Airside Crowd Control. It's an event that we've started in Florida Wing called Red Ace, and just a little bit about Civil Air Patrol. One of our missions is cadet programs, and that involves youth ages 12 to 18, and then you can stay in until you're 21 if you join before you're 18. And Red Ace is one of our activities that we started here in Florida. The specific purpose of this activity is to work with Airside Crowd Control. So if you are out here at Sun and Fun, you'll see us in uniform, and we're out on the flight line. We line Bravo, Echo, and 523 up at the end where the gate is at. So if you could decide to come out and see the Blue Angels when they show up on Thursday, you'll see us out there guarding the gate. And what our job is to do is to keep propellers and people separate, and make sure that the crowds.
Mission.
Yeah, we make sure the crowd stays safe, and that we make sure people have time to cross Bravo. It's a very active taxiway, particularly when we have westbound departures. So that's what we do.
Sure. So just for people who don't know, what is Civil Air Patrol?
So Civil Air Patrol is the United States Air Force Auxiliary. We are considered a part of the total force of the Air Force, and we do have an official charter with them. So that's the short answer of what we are. So Air Force Auxiliary.
Yep, that's awesome. And so you have young people who are in the Civil Air Patrol who are working towards these goals, and how do they get trained to be able to keep propellers and people separate, as you put it?
Oh, we put them through the ringer. We show up every year. We show up on Friday. So basically, the very first day that you can be here, we are here for setup, and we spend most of the day Friday and Saturday, and part of the day Sunday, going over all the methods that we use to keep. To control the crowd. That is our primary objective, is to control the crowd. So we go through everything such as psychological factors of, making eye contact with people, particularly, our customers, who might be wanting to cross the taxiway and go see some of their favorite aircraft. So, making eye contact, using hand motions, and in general, just providing, I would say, an advanced level of customer service, because we want everybody to have fun. We want to turn up the fun at 51 here, and but like I said, we want people. We want to provide a good level of customer service. So a lot of our interactions are really just saying hi, enjoy the show, and can I help you with anything? And quite frankly, most of the time it's people asking us, where am I at on this map, and can you point out to me where Homebelt is or where Paradise City is, and then we'll point them in that direction, and we'll help them out.
How many young aviators do you have on staff here?
So very specifically, aviators I have, as in those who are already pilots or who are in flight training. Is that what you mean?
Well, just in general, working for you.
Oh, okay.
Volunteering for you.
Oh, I understand all. So in total, our event is about 60 people this year. I think it's 62 to be precise. And then for cadets themselves, we have 43 cadets.
Very nice. So I'm guessing that they're guarding a visible boundary. So, you ever have problems with people crossing? I'm sure people inadvertently have no idea where they are and start wandering, and that's why they're stopping them. But
yeah, so we try to provide a good physical a barrier with a good buffer zone between, very specifically, the Bravo taxiway from where the crowd line is on Bravo, which is out on the, I believe it's called Warbirds Country on the map. I typically call it the heavy ramp, basically where the C-17 is every year. That from that intersection on Bravo all the way down until you get to like where the Coconut Flyers are at. and then going eastbound across Bravo 1 into the end of 523 and then down Echo Taxiway. That's specifically where we're at. And we provide that barrier to keep, for the most part, to keep people on the grass and to have very specific crossing zones that we can easily control. That way, when an aircraft is coming down, which is quite frequently, we're able to hold the people back and let the aircraft continue to move. And our airside ground safety guys out here on the motorcycle stay safe, the aircraft stays safe, and most importantly to us, the people stay safe.
Cool. So you were telling me beforehand that this is not just kids that are locally here. You got kids coming. You said 7 different states.
8.
Like
yeah, we did. I did count after.
The longest
8,
one from Oregon. So
that's
how does
correct.
a kid from Oregon get to come to Florida to go guard a taxiway?
A very nice airplane ride, hopefully. So they flew into Tampa, if I'm not mistaken, and we run some shuttles out to the airport and pick up the out of states, and some of them drive. So we had. We have a large contingent from North Carolina, actually, from the Charlotte area and the central North Carolina area. So quite a large contingent of cadets and a few senior members from there, and I believe they all drove down. So
nice. Yeah, and I think instead of just transportation, just how within the organization did they get to,
Oh yeah,
come.
So any event that any wing does, typically by wing I mean state. So we have 52 wings. It's all 50 states plus Puerto Rico and District of Columbia. Typically, any activity that is open to one CAP member, regardless of where you're from, it's open to all. In our case, we are working. Hopefully, next year will be what's called a National Cadet Special Activity, and we've been working to build to that. And as an NCSA or as a prospective NCSA, we want to, in particular, make sure that we're advertising and that we're letting the entire nation know that anybody from anywhere can, as long as you're a member in good standing, can come down and join this event. And that's both for cadets and our senior officers who are 21 or over in age.
So you yourself are from a local chapter, and you draw from a national pool of CAP members.
Yes, yeah, I'm a part of Florida Wing. I personally live in Tennessee, but I'm a part of Florida Wing, and then we pull from the whole country. So we let everybody know that, hey, this is Red Ace, and come join us.
Yep, and I just had realized that we had talked about your name and stuff like that, but I didn't talk about your function in the Civil Air Patrol.
All right, gotcha. So very specifically, Red Ace and Sun and Fun is basically what I do. I'm the co-chairman for our area. Our chairman, Lieutenant Tori Jenkins, I work very closely with her, and the two of us control that campground where we're at by the Lakeland Aero Club, and then I'm also a co-chairman for Airside Crowd Control. So my job is really mostly on the operational side. I help set up I created the event, but now I help set up the event and make sure that we have the logistics in place, and then usually throughout the week I'm just directing our people to make sure that we're getting our rotations in when it gets nice and hot out here, like it definitely was yesterday and will be today again. And then I just direct all the operations of both Civil Air Patrol and Airside Crowd Control out and about. So.
If we have some young folks listening here on Sun and Fun Radio, where are you? Where can they come and find you, sign up, be a part of this?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a recruiting booth, and I would love to welcome everybody to come stop by. We have 2 CAP airplanes that are kind of facing in towards each other right now. One's a 182, one's a 172, and they are right immediately in front of the Lakeland Aero Club. So if you find the Lakeland Aero Club on the map, we are right in front, and we have a recruiting booth set up next to it, and we have personnel. While the airport is open, we have personnel there. The only exception is tonight for the night air show, we won't have anybody there during the night air show, but for the normal daytime operations of Sun and Fun, we'll always have someone there in the booth, and we welcome you to come by and come say hi to us.
That's awesome. Anything else you'd like to tell us? Anything else on your mind?
Yeah, I do want to. I do want to just say one thing. We do more than just airside crowd control. I've got some cadets who are working with aircraft sorting, and as well as out with Donna and Donnaville parking airplanes too. And we got some cadets working in Warbirds. So this is definitely an event where you can come, learn some stuff, and come back year after year and progress through the ranks and do a lot of good for Sun and Fun.
Awesome. Cyrus Gardner with the Civil Air Patrol. We appreciate you joining us on Chats for the Deck this morning.
Thank you.
All right. I think
another segment done.
Another one done. Coming up on a break. We'll be back with you, Sun and Fun, in about 5 minutes.
Hello, this is Susan Levitt from Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, and you're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net.
CQ, radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
Join us Thursday 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the legendary Aviation Coffee Company tent for a special time of remembrance and celebration of the life of Kevin Lacey, the popular star of the Discovery reality series Airplane Repo. Come meet the kids and members of the Tango 31 Club that Kevin made a positive impact on. Find the legendary Aviation Coffee Company tent across the street from Coconut Flyers and south of Warbird Country. And let's celebrate Kevin's contribution to the world of aviation.
On Saturday at 7 a.m. during Sun and Fun, you can join us for the Sun and Run 5K race. The race will begin on the terminal ramp, and during the run, you will be able to witness the launching of over 20 hot air balloons as the course winds its way down runway 523, taxiway Alpha, and across various other connecting taxiways and ramps to the finish line. We hope you can join us for one of the most unique 5K race courses in Florida.
Calling all aircraft owners, builders, and restorers who flew their aircraft to Sun and Fun, make sure to register for aircraft judging. From Tuesday through Friday, have your aircraft judged alongside your fellow aviators. Whether it's home builds, light planes, seaplanes, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, or vintage classics, we've got a category for you. Winners will be celebrated at the Aircraft Judging Award Ceremony on Saturday evening at 6 o'clock p.m. in the Prop 75 building. Check flysnf.org for more details.
If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available free of charge.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, Flight Simulation Association. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can visit them at the Bueller Hangar across from the Boeing 727 during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, April 1st through 6th. For even more flight sim, attend the Flight Sim Expo this June in Providence. You can visit flightsimexpo.com for information and tickets.
Church services. A non-denominational church service will be held on Sunday prior to the event at 9 a.m. in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area. Daily devotionals will be held every day in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area from 9 to 9:30 a.m. Catholic Mass will be held on Saturday of the event at 5 p.m. at the CFAA building, the high school. A non-denominational church service will also be held on Sunday of the event at 8:30 a.m. in the Light Plain Paradise City area.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the Flightline. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Did you know that when you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated? That's why good old-fashioned H2O is the way to go. Caffeinated beverages, a choice for many who become thirsty, can actually cause even more dehydration due to the caffeine. The early stages of dehydration cannot be detected, and that's why you got to go with the water every chance you get. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Calling all pilots and aircraft enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Flyby Showcase, a complimentary activity at Sun and Fun. Show off your aircraft in flight at the show center while a description of your pride and joy is shared with the crowd. Join us daily at 9 a.m. for a briefing about the Flyby.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Good morning. Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. It continues to be a great morning here at Sun and Fun 2025. The sun's, although the sun's struggling a little bit to come out, the cloud, every time I look out there, the clouds are kind of going back between broken but almost scattered, or scattered just barely not broken. And although the sun is shining now, we got a little blue sky, and it's getting warmer and warmer. It's going to be a pretty warm day, so make sure you're prepared if you come on out here today. But you should come out here today because there's going to be a lot of fun things happening. Today's a big day. One of the, I mean, they're all big days, right? But it's a particularly big day at Sun and Fun because today is one of the 2 night air shows. So in addition to the regular day air show, later this afternoon, after a bit of a dinner break, we will be back for the night air show. And if you've never seen the night air show here, you're missing out because it's quite a spectacle. You might not think that simply seeing airplanes with lights on them would make a difference, but it does. It's a lot of fun, and they do a terrific fireworks show. And I think the drones are so you'd think all the fly-ins and air shows I've been to, I would have seen one of these big drone, swarm show fireworky things, and I've never actually seen one with my own eyes. So I'm looking forward to maybe getting a chance to do that this evening. So it's a big day at Sun and Fun 2025. Talking right now with Beth Saxon is joining us here on the Sun and Fun radio deck. Beth is with Stallion 51, which is I think of them as being the P-51 people at Kissimmee Airport. And she may talk to us a little bit about that operation, but you're here today. First of all, hi Beth, how are you?
I'm fine, how are you doing?
I'm good. And you're here, one of the things you wanted to talk about here was a new program that you guys are apparently involved with, involving the whole process of getting your aviation medical, your pilot medical.
That is correct.
Tell us what you're doing.
Well, I work for Dr. William T. Bush, and it's AvDoc51. We have a website, if you want to look us up. It's avdoc51.net. And that'll tell you pretty much everything you need to know about getting your medical. But since I have everybody's ear, I want to explain a little bit. One of the most important things they have to do is fill out an application online for the FAA to apply for an airman certificate. And it's so important to take your time and look at the details, because the details in this case definitely matter. Making sure the address you provide the FAA is the address you want the FAA to find you if they need to contact you by mail. That's how they always do it. And then make sure you're accurate and you're providing your full legal name, just like it appears on your passport or on your birth certificate in some cases. And then take your time answering all of the medical questions and the parameters that those questions are asked. If you have ever is the key word. So it includes if you were 15 at the time it happened and now you're 55, or if you was 3. It's an ever question. So provide all that information.
Yeah, I mean it's and yes, it's very important to get that questionnaire, that form right and complete. And I think maybe some of the old timers and a while ago thought you could be a little more casual about that form and maybe kind of fudge it a little, maybe not outright lie, but they don't need to know about that, or they whatever. But that's not the case. You need to be complete and truthful and accurate.
And if I could speak to that, there's a lot of concern about divulging everything, and you need to, because there's 2 things that can happen. If the FAA finds out that you weren't completely honest in divulging all important information, they will shut you down and you'll never see the inside of a cockpit again. The other thing is, too, especially with the older pilots, if anything should happen that involves your insurance company, if the insurance does their little background check and finds out you withheld information, they will pull all their support and you'll be on your own. So your insurance will become null and void. Yeah. So that's why it's important just to get it over with, divulge everything, and we'll work it out.
From your experience, is there any particular medical situation that potential pilots think they need to keep a secret, but really don't, and it's not as big a deal as you might think, and it can be worked around?
Yes, and a lot of it involves mental health and any medications they might have taken, whether it's the current taking or in the past. They have a tendency to either gloss over it or be hesitant to bring it up, because it becomes a whole new step in getting your medical certificate. And it can get expensive because sometimes the FAA is going to want additional information, which is going to include additional visits with other specialists in the medical field to confirm that you're good to go.
But these things are not automatically disqualifying. You just need to...
No, they're not automatically disqualifying. It's just a delay. That's all it is.
Yeah, very good. So other services you guys provide in addition to helping with the medical, the advice for the medical process?
In the world of the medical field, yeah, we do a lot of things. The FAA mandated as of January 1st that they have to take an electronic color vision test for the first-time pilots. Now, if you already have your pilot license, you have a waiver, you don't have to do it again. You're good to go. But for the new guys, they have to take it. And so there's a little angst in doing that, especially for the guys, because it's typically the men that are that run the risk of color deficiency. But there's always a workaround, so it's not anything to be terribly worried about.
How would that work? So I'm fortunate that I seem to have proper color vision, but obviously a lot of people don't. What is the workaround? How does it, because there are situations where a pilot is required to recognize a color, and how does it work with someone who's unable?
Well, without going into a whole lot of detail, if you fail it the first time, we allow you to take it multiple times until you're comfortable with passing it. Depending on which medical level you're going for, whether it's a class 1, 2, or 3, the FAA says we have to just go ahead and issue them regardless, at least a class 3, but with limitations, meaning they can't fly at night. But in the meantime, they can start working around to take what I call the practical, or what is properly referred to as operational color vision test. They have to apply for it through the FAA. The FAA will send them a letter giving them permission and direction to contact the local FSDO office. And then they'll schedule a flight and a light gun test with the local airport.
Interesting, yeah. Any other? I want to ask you a couple minutes about the whole environment there at Stallion 51. But anything else about the medical situation that you wanted to tell us today?
No, that's pretty much it. I mean, you call any AME. We'd love for you to come see us first, but you call any AME, and you need to have that application complete and in your hand. You need to have the proper identification and all the information and all the identification you bring: driver's license, passport. All of that needs to match, because TSA is very, very picky, and so is the FAA if they ramp check you.
Yeah. As a Jack whose ID says John, I know this problem well. And,
I understand.
Yeah. So that's great. Well, thank you. So now tell me, so do you actually, you sit day to day at Stallion 151 in Kissimmee, is that correct?
Well, that's the game plan, but I'm also a jack of all trades.
Got it.
Excuse the pun, Jack.
To the extent you hang out at Stallion 51, that must be an exciting environment.
It is.
What's that
so
like?
Much fun. Well, we have a flight operations up in Hangar 1, and in that hangar we do orientation flights, which is not a ride, it's actually training. So you'll sit through an hour of ground school, and then you'll have an hour flight in Hobbs time, which means from the time the engine starts until the engine stops.
Mm-hmm.
And in that time, because the Mustangs are designed with 2 cockpits, dual control, dual cockpits, you get to fly about 95% of the time.
Yeah.
And you'll have a ball. It's not low and slow, it's fast, and they'll
That's
do
what I've heard,
whatever
yeah.
you want, well, within limits.
Now, I had someone ask me recently where they might go to actually, they just wanted to observe P-51 Mustang operations. Is there any sort of public observation possibilities with your operation?
We do. You can come to our facility. You can come upstairs to the lobby. There's an outside balcony and seating area, and you're welcome to come up there and hang out and watch the airplanes come and go, and chat with some of the staff, even some of the instructor pilots.
That's cool. That's cool. Any particular incident or event that you recall saying, "Oh, I saw this the other day"? So how many Mustangs are in the fleet over there? Do you know?
Well, it depends on the time of year. Right now, we have 5 that are flying in and out. 2 to 3 are available for the orientation flights, but we also do checkout training. People that want to get checked out in the Mustang. And just loads of fun.
That's great. Well, thank you. That's Beth Saxon from Stallion 51 in Kissimmee, at Kissimmee Airport. Some interesting stuff about your medical and about the operation up there at Kissimmee. The morning continues here, and of a big day at Sun and Fun 2024. We are going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back with some more interesting guests here on the deck. But in the meantime, I'm Jack Hodgson, and coming to you from Sun and Fun 2025.
Hello, this is Lizzie Havens. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Ever wondered how you can serve your community, explore aviation, and develop leadership skills? Civil Air Patrol is the official civilian auxiliary of the U.S. Air Force, open to youth and adults. Whether you're interested in aerospace education, emergency services, or cadet programs, there's a place for you. Stop by our booth next to the Lakeland Aero Club and discover how you can get involved. Visit GoCivilAirPatrol.com to learn more. Civil Air Patrol, citizens serving communities, above and beyond.
Discover the incredible mission of Samaritan's Purse at Sun and Fun. Tour their DC-8, the only U.S. registered DC-8 in the world, used for critical relief missions after major disasters. Explore a portion of their emergency field hospital and see the water filtration system that travels aboard this life-saving cargo plane. Don't miss this unique opportunity to learn how Samaritan's Purse brings hope and help worldwide. Tours are open daily. Come be inspired.
Calling all home-built aircraft enthusiasts. Planning to fly your masterpiece to Sun and Fun this year? Don't miss our Perseverance Award for newly completed or almost complete home builds. Join us in the home built area located just west of 523 and south of the VOR, offering prime views of showcase flybys and daily air shows. Explore different aircraft types, chat with builders, and gather tips in our home built aircraft area. Plus, don't forget to inquire about aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday at noon. Swing by the island for refreshments, entertainment, and support services. See you there!
Are you looking for a part or an instrument to help you complete your latest project? If so, you could come down to the Parts Exchange and see if they have something that fits your need. Not building anything? That's okay. You can come out and add to your memorabilia collection or find that next office, studio, or living room aviation piece. The Parts Exchange is your place for aviation parts and pieces for whatever it is you desire to use them for. The Parts Exchange is located in Hangar E.
Sarah and I founded Shoreline Aviation Insurance to fill the gap in personal service and experience. Our team has over 100 years of aviation experience combined. We understand our customers' needs from their perspective. That's the Shoreline advantage. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, we've done it. You get a real person when you call. Relationships with our customers and underwriters are key to our success. You can contact us at shorelineaviationinsurance.com or 800-747-0825.
Do you want to tour our entire Flightline without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the Flightline area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting-edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime. The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them. Win a formation flight, meet aviation celebrities, and demo Bose aviation headsets at Sun and Fun booth number 007. Experience the difference in audio clarity and clear communication with Bose. When you purchase an A30 or Pro Flight Series 2 headset, you'll receive free Quiet Comfort earbuds. Plus, get 10% off each additional headset purchased at the show. Bose. Quiet the noise, amplify the experience.
Hello, aviation enthusiasts. Experience the excitement of show planes at Sun and Fun. Witness the stunning array of aircraft in our show plane parking areas, including home-built, vintage, warbird, light planes, seaplanes, and rotorcraft. Explore the home-built aircraft area for a chance to chat with owners and discover building tips. Vintage aircraft parking showcases planes from different eras, while the warbird ramp offers an up-close view of historic military aircraft. Don't miss the seabird area, where unique seaplanes gather, and Paradise City, the hub for light planes. And for rotorcraft enthusiasts, head to the rotorcraft area. Join us at Sun and Fun and immerse yourself in the world of aviation.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. This is Tom Frick, and I am joined on the deck by Randy Bibb. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, Sun and Fun.
Hey, so who do we have with us next?
Well, we have a fellow avionics guru, a Mr. Steve Olive, with Oasis Aviation. And Steve has an interesting story to tell. So tell us what you got, Steve.
Well, Tom and Randy, thanks very much for having me this morning. We appreciate it very much, and happy to be here, and happy for everybody that can show up to Sun and Fun. It's a great event, so we're glad to be here. Just a little bit about us. Oasis Aviation is a Garmin Platinum avionics dealer in Newnan, Georgia. We do pretty much everything from King Airs to Cubs, everything in between. About 6 years ago, we started Oasis Aviation Network, which was designed to help small shops, AMPs, home builders, flight schools who didn't have direct access to avionics, maybe weren't a dealership. And so what we do is provide them sales and service, tech support, and training. And we've been doing that now, like I said, for about 6 years now. We have about 300 members across the country that work with us. They'll call us up and say, hey, I'd like to grow my business. If they're a small shop or an AMP, I'd like to grow my business. I'd like to do some avionics. Maybe they have some avionics skills, maybe they don't. And then in that case, we train them. If they need training, we bring them into our facility. We do some online training as well, live Zoom training. We've done that in the past for folks. And then make them more comfortable with avionics, and then let them install, and we support them all the way through that. We do all the tech support for them. Anything they need to get them through the process, we help them. And like I said, we'll work with them and do additional training for their folks or for them. And at the end of the day, what we're really trying to do is help people install avionics, either for their business or for themselves, and give them the confidence that they can do it safely and effectively. And that's our primary goal.
So you're a full-on avionics install upgrade shop.
That's right. We're a full-on repair station, 145 repair station. We've got about 20,000 square feet of hangar space in our facility in Newnan, Georgia. And we also have training facility there. We do an apprenticeship program for folks that want to get into avionics. They can call me, and we can tell them about our apprenticeship program as well. But for those small shops that we mostly deal with on the network side, we're really trying to help them grow their business through avionics, which they may or may not have thought about in the past, but maybe they've decided, this is something they'd like to get into.
Sure, and it's a niche part of aviation with all the upgrades that happen, and because the airplanes themselves keep flying and flying, but their panels are what need to be redone constantly.
Absolutely,
especially with the way technology is changing all the time.
Yeah,
and we find some pretty good equipment in older planes these days. So you're helping that happen.
Right.
So what brought you to do that? I mean, because it sounds to me like you had too much work. You figured you get others involved.
Well, initially it was, how do we maybe expand our business, and how do we reach out to a new market? And so we were in the same boat several years ago. We were a small shop. We weren't a dealership. We were a repair station, but we were trying to get into avionics, and we really didn't know how to do that necessarily. So having gone through that process, we felt like we could help shops navigate that process and let them, start out small in avionics. They could do some small installs and then maybe grow their business. And at some point, they may leave the network and become their own avionics shop, their own dealership, their own repair station. But we were kind of hoping to bridge the gap between folks that maybe didn't want to go that far, but they'd like to be able to install and support their customer instead of having them, watching them fly off their field to go get avionics work done.
Sure. So what about your story? You're a mechanic?
No, I'm not. No, I'm a pilot. I retired from the Air Force. I flew MH-53 helicopters and retired after 24 years, and we started our business as an aerial mapping firm, actually flying helicopters.
Nice.
Got into maintenance and avionics primarily for ourselves, and then grew the business from there. And then, of course, ADSB mandate came along, and that's what got us into avionics.
And you did it yourself and thought, I can do this. Maybe I can help others do it.
Yeah, and we had a repair station. We had a 135 charter business helicopter at the same time, and it was just a path for us to grow our business into avionics, and that's why we feel like we're a a good fit for other shops that are going through the same thing, where maybe they're doing something, but it's now, an opportunity for maybe them to get into avionics, but they're not quite sure how to do it. Maybe they need some training and some tech support and some help, and that's what our network was really designed to do.
So you guys, you can build a wiring harness, and
Yep.
That's pretty technical to build those wiring harnesses that contain dozens and hundreds of wires. So.
Right. We do everything in-house, so we do our own wire design work. We do our wire harness build in-house, and then we have technicians, obviously, to do the installs. And then when we do training for our network members, we can bring them into our facility, teach them how to read a wire diagram if they need that help, or build a wire diagram, and then obviously build a harness with our help too. So we give them all the foundational skills that we would do for our own people as we bring them in and train them ourselves.
Sure.
And then we started our apprenticeship program for basically the same reason. It was hard to find technicians, and so we started an apprenticeship program about 4 years ago. So now we're a U.S. Department of Labor approved apprenticeship program for avionics technicians and AMPs as well. So most of them will come in, spend a year with us focused on avionics, and then if they're doing well, they can stay with us as avionics technicians, or they could actually continue on to get their 30 months toward their AMP as well. So we try to do a kind of a full service from start to finish, both in-house and for our customers. And it's especially helpful for the Sun and Fun crowd, a lot of home builders here. For home builders who want to continue to build their airplane, that's one area that we focus on, to try to give them the skills to be able to do their wire harness and do their install on their own airplane. So.
All right, so that was probably half of the next questions. Like, so what are you doing here at Sun and Fun, and where are you at? And
yeah, we're in we're in Hangar B, booth 74, and our focus is on just meeting people, creating new relationships. Obviously, we're hoping folks come to us in our avionics facility in Georgia, but if you can't do that, then our alternative is obviously there's if you're wanting to do your own work or your own home-built airplane and those types of things, we can help you get the tools that you need and get the equipment, get the training, and then obviously sales and support after the sale as well.
Right. So from my point of view, it's as a flight instructor and a pilot, and it's funny how I know all the mechanical stuff in the airplane and a lot of the electrical stuff as far as how the systems work. But when you look behind a panel and you see all those bundles of wires, I mean, that looks like magic voodoo to me. And that's what I thought it was until I got hooked up with an avionics shop and got to see how that stuff goes from scratch and how an install happens. And it's quite interesting. And it's pretty cool how it's all about mapping, isn't it?
Right.
About understanding where it's coming from, where it's going,
That's
and how,
right.
what's going to connect, and who's going to interact with each other. And I still couldn't do it myself, but I have a better understanding. It doesn't look like voodoo magic to me anymore.
Well, and a lot of people think they can't do it, and they
right,
can.
because
And that's what a part of what we're trying to do is take somebody who's maybe an AMP but doesn't have that that side of the airplane, but they'd like to get into it.
Sure.
And the same for a home builder. Who feel like they can do the sheet metal perhaps and install the engine and those types of things, but when it comes to avionics, it's frightening for some folks, and so that's what we're trying to do is eliminate some of that fear and give them the skills, the training, the support to make sure they can do it successfully.
I know it is a daunting task. Avionics today, I'm an avionics tech myself. Avionics today, they seem to all communicate. Every box is wired to some other box, so it can be a daunting task. So what you do is a very valuable service for the home builders for sure.
Yeah, we love what we do. We take a lot of pride in it, and we hope you'll come by Hangar B, booth 74, and check us out.
Absolutely. How can they find you otherwise?
OasisAircraft.com is our website, and look on there, and you'll find our number.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you joining us this morning, and good luck with your endeavors over there with the avionics. Randy, I think it's about time to take a break.
Yeah, getting close to air show time, folks. So
getting closer. Yeah, it'll be a little while here, a couple hours. But we're going to take a little break, and we'll be right back.
Thanks.
Hi, this is Jack Hodgson from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence are pursuing the mission of a brighter future through aviation with Project Stratos, an aviation leadership and art program. High school juniors submitted aviation-themed essays and original works of art. From the hundreds of entries, a pool of semifinalists and finalists were selected. You can spot these high achievers during the event wearing Project Stratos t-shirts and representing the future of aviation.
Start your day with Sun and Fun Today Live. Join in every morning at 9 a.m. for the latest highlights, breaking news, and exclusive interviews, straight from the heart of the action. Brought to you by Sun and Fun Media Productions, your front row seat to everything happening on the ground and in the sky. Don't miss a moment. Tune in live every day at 9 a.m.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Are you interested in learning about composite materials, layups, hot wiring, and mold making? Want to learn all about fastener types, swagging and safety wiring, or riveting and drilling techniques? What about the polyfiber aircraft covering system? Maybe even try some or all of these yourself? Come take advantage of our no-cost Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located at the corner of Tom Mack Road and Crossfield Way.
Get ready to party with a purpose at the Bash, Sun and Fun's signature fundraising event. Join us Thursday, April 3rd, 2025 from 6 to 9 p.m. at the Florida Air Museum. Enjoy a cocktail reception, delectable cuisine, and exciting silent and live auctions. Every dollar raised supports the Aerospace Center for Excellence's year-round STEM education programs, shaping the future of aviation. Don't miss this unforgettable evening. Get your tickets now at flysnf.org/activities.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
Just a few words of etiquette for the fire hub located in the campground. The fire hub area is provided for the enjoyment of guests and volunteers who are camping in the Sun and Fun campground. The wood supply is for the fire pit only. Please do not take the wood for individual campsite use. Ground fires are not permitted in the campground unless in approved above-ground campfire containers. Do not add flammable liquids or excessive amounts of wood to the fire. The fire pit is not a refuse container. Please place your bottles, cans, and other disposables in garbage containers located nearby in the campground. Remember, quiet time starts at 10 o'clock p.m. in the campground. Many volunteers who camp nearby start their work days early. Please be considerate. The fire hub area must be vacated by midnight, and unruly behavior will not be tolerated. Any individual deemed unruly will be asked to leave by Sun and Fun Security, and if necessary, the Lakeland Police Department will be called. Thank you for helping us make this an enjoyable area for everyone.
Start your day right with the Twin Palms Breakfast every morning from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. at the southeast corner of the Warbird Ramp and Bravo Taxiway. Enjoy a delicious meal for just $12 per adult, $6 for kids 3 to 12, and little ones under 3 eat free. It's a great way to fuel up for the day's adventures, and everyone's invited. Don't miss out. Come join us at Twin Palms Breakfast.
Attention all aviation enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Innovation Showcase at the Future in Flight Plaza. Discover cutting-edge technology from leading companies like Aerosys Tech, Aileronics Grindstone, Lift Aircraft, and more. From FlightSim.com to Molnar and beyond, this is your chance to see the future of aviation in action. Join us and explore the latest innovations shaping the industry. You can visit the Innovation Showcase today in the Future in Flight Plaza.
Getting tired of just grabbing a stale granola bar for breakfast? Want something different and more filling? You may want to try the vintage breakfast in a cup. This yummy breakfast in a cup has eggs, cheese, sausage, and grits. Coffee, water, and lemonade are also available. Breakfast in a cup is served all week from 7 to 10 a.m. at the Vintage Headquarters Building.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by My Airport, Green Bay, Austin Straubel International.
Good morning and welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm Jack Hodgson, coming to you from the deck of Sun and Fun Radio here at the edge of the exhibition area at Sun and Fun 2025, where the day is getting nicer and nicer. Every time I come back on the radio, it's just even nicer than it was. It looks like the sun is finally winning the battle against the clouds and is shining down on us a little bit more often than it's blocked by the clouds. It's going to get clearer and clearer, they tell us, as the day progresses, and that turns into not only nicer and nicer, but hotter and hotter. So we continue to warn people to be very careful, be very respectful, especially those of us. I'm from Boston. I come down here and think, oh, this is beautiful. I'm fine. But we all need to be reminded that the sun can be dangerous if you're not careful. So make sure you drink your water and use your sunscreen and enjoy the shade whenever you are able. But it's a beautiful day. It's a great day. Wednesday's 2 air show day at Sun and Fun, where we're going to get a regular day afternoon air show, and then after a dinner break, we're going to come back with the second air show of the day, the night air show, which is kind of spectacular if you ask me. It always takes me by surprise how cool the night air show is. It's like, who would have I always wonder about the first time somebody went to the FSDO and said, we want to do an air show act, but we want to put fireworks on the airplane, all right? And the FSDO people, I can only imagine what the FSDO people, you want to do what? But they did, and they do, and it's very, very cool. You should check it out. I'm joined on the deck right now by Lee Blankenship. How you doing, Lee? What's going on?
Oh, I'm great. It's very hot.
Stay
hydrated.
It is very warm, and you need to be aware of that. You are the founder of Lima Bravo Aviation.
Yes, sir.
What kind of organization is that?
We are an aviation insurance company, a broker, and we were founded back in 2015. So we are here celebrating our 10-year anniversary.
Yay.
10 years in business and 10 years at Sun and Fun.
Nice. What sorts of insurance do you guys handle and help people with?
Well, we can help them from their hangar to their aircraft. We do commercial, experimental, light sport, you name it.
Yeah.
We do it, yes.
Are you exclusively aviation insurance, or do you handle regular everyday insurance as well?
We are exclusive aviation insurance.
Great. So what are the issues involved? I've never actually owned an airplane, so I only know, kind of from a distance, from afar with my friends, what the issues are with insurance for your airplane and for yourself when you're flying. Educate me a little bit.
Well, the main issues that we're having right now, and the biggest questions are our senior pilots aging, and they're always asking, and coming up to me, so I can't get insurance, I'm turning 70, and that's not necessarily true. There are companies out there that will be glad to help you with new business after 70. There's a few things that you need to know. After 75, a few of the carriers will want you to have a third-class medical instead of the basic med. And then depending on the aircraft, maybe at 78, they're going to want you to have an biannual flight review.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you do, so I don't right now, but there have been times, as an airplane renter and as a club member, there have been times when I had personally had some insurance for myself that kind of supplemented whatever the aircraft might have. Do you handle that kind of thing too? I would call it renter's insurance. I don't know if that's a good term or not.
Or non-owners.
Okay.
We do provide non-owners, and also for the non-owner CFI, we provide coverage for that as well.
Mm-hmm. And how does one decide how much coverage they need? What are the factors involved in making this decision?
The factors, especially with an experimental aircraft, what do you have invested in this? And also the blue book market. You don't want to underinsure your aircraft. We don't recommend that at all. And of course, we're here in Central Florida. We have a lot of storms. We recommend at least having, liability only, but also if you are storing your aircraft, you want to have some ground not in motion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Some are opting not to have full coverage, but if you're near the coast, you have a lot of storms, tornadoes in the central part of, the tornado belt. Please consider having a ground not in motion coverage on that
that's
aircraft.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
How did, again, not being an aircraft owner, I don't know the answer to this. many states require us to buy insurance for our automobiles, for our cars. Does the government require people to get insurance for their airplane?
Absolutely not. You
They
can
don't.
self-insure, yes.
You can.
Yeah.
What are the, other than it could get really expensive, what are the risks of self-insuring?
Well, when you have a carrier, they have a whole legal team behind you. So, they're going to go to bat for you. And that's just something that you just cannot, especially with your liability, they can go to bat for you if someone decides they want to, bring a lawsuit against you.
You mentioned earlier when we were chatting before we came on air that your firm helps people insuring everything from jets to Cubs. Other than the number being different on the policy, the coverage number, what are the differences between those two kinds of coverages, those two kind of policies?
Well, basically, one is depending on if you're doing a Part 91, Part 135, your commercial with the jets. It's a different type of policy than your small aircraft is usually pleasure and business, and you can use it for your pleasure. Or if you own a business, you can write off the cost for using the aircraft in your business.
Yeah. I don't know if you've said it on the air, but again, earlier when we were chatting, you referred to your company as a family business. Tell me, and apparently it is quite an aviation family. Tell me a little bit about your family.
Well, my husband encouraged me. He was my CFI. He taught me to fly. I've been a pilot for 17 years, going on 18 years. So he is our technical advisor. And so it was just him and I. We started, back in 2015. And then I brought my son on board, and he's been with me 10 years now, Paul Sims, and he's a licensed agent and also our president. And he's doing a fantastic job. And his wife, Cassie Weems, she is our CEO, so she does all our accounting, and she's also an agent. And then myself being a pilot, and then we have an agent out in Alabama who's a commercial pilot, and his name is Pell Henry. So he takes care of our Central and West Coast market, and we really are excited to have him as well. My youngest son is an AMP, IA, I guess how you would say it.
Right. I think that's right. Yeah.
And so if we have questions about aircraft, or someone's really looking for getting a pre-buy, they're a customer and they can't find somebody, we recommend him. Or he answers questions about things that happen, like, oh, they had a prop strike, oh, do we need to have this engine torn down? So there are questions that he can answer, and also my husband takes care of the FAA questions.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Tell me, where can people find?
And I forgot to mention his name, Bob Blankenship.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. But now tell me the truth. Spending this much time with the members of your family, they get on your nerves from time to time.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Yes.
Doesn't everyone?
Yeah. Okay. A lot of people like the idea that the husband goes off to work. Whew, good. Now I can. But yeah. So, but you figured out how to navigate that stormy sea.
Yeah. He's retired, but he's still working.
Yeah.
I think they're going to have to pry his hands off the yoke of
we all know
second retirement.
We know many people like that. Absolutely. Well, thank you, Lee. So where can they find you here on the field? Where are you?
We are located in the North Outdoor Booths, number 32. We're across from Legend Cub.
Okay.
And I like to proudly say I'm an owner of a Legend Cub since 2010. Love that airplane.
Yeah.
And I would like to take this opportunity to tell everybody, thank you for stopping by our booth. Thank you for wishing us a happy anniversary. And we are just so grateful to be here, and 10 years going strong.
And can they find you on the internet someplace?
Yes. We are at limabravoaviation.com on our website. And we are on Facebook at Lima Bravo Aviation LLC Agency on Facebook.
Excellent. That's Lee Blankenship from Lima Bravo Aviation, a family aviation company, an aviation family. It's very cool. Thank you. We're about to take another break here. We'll be back in a few minutes with some more fascinating guests from the deck of Sun and Fun Radio. In the meantime, it's a beautiful day. If you're not here, you should be. Come on down and watch the people, watch the airplanes, enjoy the beautiful weather. We'll be back.
You are listening to the Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
By now, you've heard about the Paradise City Sunset Circus. It's the place to be from 7 p.m. to 8:30. Yonkers is the official sponsor of Paradise City. Stoll Invitational will happen where you have 11 pilots showing what's possible in short takeoff and landing demonstrations. Air Rhythma, Paramotor Flight Demonstration Team, SOCOM Parachute Demonstration Team, the Paracommandos, 3D RC Flight Demonstration by Yaz Josa. We'll see you at the Paradise City Sunset Circus.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main south entrance of the expo. Interested in composites, epoxies, or fiberglass? Bill Cabrera from FGCI and Mike Bergen from Custom Tech will guide you to the art of infusion and simple vacuum bagging techniques. Expand your skills and dive into the realm of innovation. Or you can rev up your engines and gear up for some serious maintenance and care insights. The Engine Workshop is where we're talking engine maintenance and care. Don't miss out on expert tips to keep your engines running smoothly.
Do you get as hungry as I do after spending a full day immersing yourself in all things aviation? If so, you could head down to the campground and enjoy corn on the cob roasted daily, so you can come and see why this has been a Sun and Fun tradition from year one, and sit around the fire and enjoy a night of entertainment with great corn and music for everyone. Located at the Sun and Fun's Convention Campground nightly.
We've got the Whip Air Caravan, which we call the Yukon. This is a 25% shorter takeoff roll and no loss in cruise speed. So this thing is an absolute monster in takeoff and climb.
Can you hear that behind me? That's the sound of innovation, and it took center stage Monday night during the Sun and Fun Innovation Preview. Sun and Fun Radio was there to cover all of the excitement. The annual Innovation Preview showcased the cutting edge of aviation technology, with industry leaders presenting their latest developments that promise to reshape the way we fly. From digital flight instruments to revolutionary aircraft designs, this event highlighted the incredible pace of innovation in general aviation. Let's take a look at some of the most exciting announcements. The digital revolution continues to transform cockpits across general aviation. Jim Turner, general manager of Kelly Manufacturing Company, introduced their latest line of digital instruments that make upgrading from traditional steam gauges simpler than ever.
Going digital is easy with RCL and instruments. Easy to install, power and ground basically on most of them. Fits in standard panel cutout. You don't have to add anything or take anything away from your panel. We even give you the screws and the plugs. Multi-voltage works from basically 9 to 32 volts, so you don't have to worry about the voltage of your aircraft. Reliable, solid state, FAA and TSO.
Safety innovations were a major theme at this year's preview. Abid Faruqi from Silverlight Aviation introduced a groundbreaking safety system specifically for gyroplanes.
So GWS, or gyroplane warning system, a new technology that actually warns the pilot by audio that 4 or 5 seconds before something drastic will happen, it will actually warn the pilot that you're about to make a mistake that will cause catastrophic event, so they have time to react and essentially abort the takeoff. Similarly, it will also warn them about in-flight emergencies, like if they're going to low Gs.
This predictive analysis technology could be a game changer in preventing accidents, particularly for pilots transitioning from fixed-wing to gyroplane flying. By providing critical warnings before situations become unrecoverable, Silverlight's system addresses one of the key safety challenges in this growing segment of aviation. Hartzell Propeller, a pillar of the industry, showcased an impressive array of new carbon fiber propeller designs, each engineered for specific aircraft to maximize performance. President J.J. Frigge highlighted the company's ongoing commitment to composite technology.
What I really want to say is that, we've been in a kind of a 20-year cycle of really investing in carbon fiber and composite technology. You can call it a revolution, call it an evolution, but everything that you just saw program-wise is all around carbon fiber technology and new innovation, new STCs and TCs we bring into markets.
These new propeller designs are delivering impressive performance gains, from shorter takeoff rolls to increased climb rates and faster cruise speeds, while reducing weight by up to 20 pounds compared to their metal counterparts. One of the most pressing issues facing the industry is the looming pilot shortage, with forecasts predicting a deficit approaching 30,000 pilots by 2030. Jamel Larkins, who made headlines as one of the youngest pilots to solo a powered aircraft, is taking the challenge head on.
Because of that, and a few conversations I had with the Federal Aviation Administration late last year, we decided to relaunch the Dream Launch Tour in 2025. But this time, we're going to do it a little bit different. One significant advantage of it is that we're going to introduce a program called Aviation Start.
Aviationstart.org, a comprehensive resource connecting aspiring aviation professionals with over $20 million worth of scholarships and funding opportunities distributed annually. Addressing
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. This is Tom Frick, and I'm joined on the deck this morning by Kelly Murphy, the Director of Communications from Women in Aviation International. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning, Tom. Great to be here.
Thank you. And Kelly has a guest she'd like to talk to this morning, so Kelly, go ahead and take it.
All right, thank you. And thank you and welcome to Women Shine here at the radio show deck. I'm here with my dear friend, corporate member, longtime member of Women in Aviation International, Teresa Arredondo, who is both president and CEO of Aircraft Paint and Interiors. And I just want to take a few moments to say your story is amazing. It's really centered on resilience and overcoming. And frankly, you've taught me this new phrase I'm going to use all the time. When a door is closed, you go through the window.
Exactly.
So please share your story, which is a multi-generation female-owned company.
Well, hi everybody. Once again, my name is Teresa Arredondo, and I am the owner and president of founder of Aircraft Paint in Santa Maria, California. And yes, this morning we were in a gathering, and I was invited to be the keynote speaker, and it was an honor. So my story goes, back in the days, 35 years ago, and I'm going to have a few minutes to share with the listeners of this podcast, 35 years overnight success in a few minutes.
Yes,
so I'm going to
please.
try my best.
You're going to do a great job.
So, 35 years ago, I came in to this company and I applied for a job because I immigrated from Mexico, and back in Mexico, I learned the skill of sewing. So I have a talent. I brought a trade with me. And so I came into this company and I applied for the job because I wanted to do, interior upholstery. Making a dress for a human is the same thing than making a cover for a seat. You have a pattern, you have measurements, and then you sew it, right? So, unfortunately, 35 years ago, the gentleman who owned this company, he didn't want to hire me because I was a female. And he told me right in my face. But this morning, I said it over and over, when a door gets shut in your face, you figured it out, how do you go through the window? So what I did is I went and I applied for my husband's. I used his name and I applied his name. Now he got hired, even though he was not there. Then I went home and I have to convince him to take the job because the one that needed the job and wanted the job was me. But, a few weeks later, he brought me into the company as his helper. So, I said, look what I'm going to do when you judge a book by a cover. I'm going to show you what I am capable to do. So I gave my 100%. I was determined that I was going to make sure that I prove this gentleman that being a female doesn't mean anything. When you have the talent, you have the skills, and you have the determination to get there, you will be there. So a year later, he offered me to buy the interior shop because he knew that I was capable to do more than what he thought, right? So I ended up buying the interior department, and I keep going. So at that time, I had the person who helped me to get in there run the interior, and then I went and I started learning about the painting. So, I clocked out, I stayed late, I learned, I took work home, I did everything to prove him that I was capable. What happened after that, Kelly, is that he came to me once again and he asked me if I wanted to be his partner on the painting side. And he invited me to go to a Italian restaurant, and I remember that day it made a big difference in my future. So I had raviolis for dinner. So
what's the significance of the ravioli?
Well, it was very significant. So, I went, had dinner with him, and then he asked me, he told me, I don't want you to leave, so you want to be my partner. I ended buying, his 50% that he was willing to sell, and then I ended being a partner with him. Remember, I already had the interior side. Now I'm working on the painting. So later on, he ended up getting divorced, and he already sold out his half. So his ex-wife ended keeping the other 50%, and I ended buying it from her. So in a total of 3 years, I ended with the entire company. So the gentleman that didn't want to hire me because I was a female, guess what happened? He ended up being my employee. And I didn't discriminate. I said, I need the help, right? So, another year went by, and, I ended getting divorced. I ended 16 years of domestic violence. And here I was, single mom, 3 kids, 20 employees. And I said, okay, now you're in. I had to figure it out. And I work long days, long hours, up to 36 hours nonstop. But I make it happen. Unbelievably, now I have a company that employs 40 people. And here I am talking to you. And going back when I was 9 years old, I said to myself, one day I'm going to be famous and rich. Well, I'm still working on that, but here I am.
Well, your words are so incredibly inspiring. And all through this, you managed to have family and children and grandchildren that you're managing to. How do you manage both?
Well, one thing that I was decided that when I got divorced, I needed to raise 3 strong, independent humans. That they can be independent and be out there in the world and not having to depend on nobody. So how I did that, fortunately, I had a mother and 5 sisters who they became my kids' mothers. My kids had a lot of mothers.
It takes a village.
It takes a village, exactly. But I managed that pretty well. A lot of nights I cry alone. A lot of times I doubt myself. I still do sometimes, even 35 years later. But, I got the help from my family, and I have an amazing team. I have people that are working for me for over 20 years, and they believe in me. We have a culture. The culture is unbreakable. Nobody can break the rules. My culture is family, work, and God. God, work, family. Doesn't matter in which order you put it together. And that's what it helped me to manage, being a business owner, a mother, for a little bit, single mom, and be able to continue became a role model for my kids.
Fantastic. Now, I got to say, I do know you have a very special kind of mentor along the way. His name's Clay Lacey.
Yes.
Spend a moment talking a little bit about that.
Well, Clay Lacey from Clay Lacey Aviation, which now got sold out, but he's still a very dear friend. So he was my inspiration. At one point, we had a time to go to have dinner in a Mexican restaurant in Guadalupe, California. And he shared his life story with me. And you know what? I find it out that day that we have a lot of similarities. Yeah, like our life, it was very, this is a common thing, So when he shared his life story with me and I share my life story with him, we became good friends. I paint over 40 airplanes with him him and his partners.
Yeah. Inspiration through male allies as well. Teresa Arando, so nice to see you, and thank you for sharing your inspiration and resilience. And ladies, if you find a door that's closed, go
through the window.
Go through the window. Thank you, Teresa. Kelly Murphy, Women in Aviation International. Thank you, Women Shine.
Thank you, Kelly. We're going to take a little break, and we'll be back to chats on the deck.
Hi, this is Jack Hodgson from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun and Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida. Get ready for high-flying action at the 2025 Academic Drone Soccer Student League World Cup. Experience the thrill as top school and college teams from around the world go head-to-head in this fast-paced, full-contact competition. It's an electrifying mix of technology, teamwork, and high-stakes strategy. This year's tournament features standout teams from across the U.S., Puerto Rico, and Turkey, all vying for the ultimate title. Join us for all the action in the Aerospace Center for Excellence Pavilion from 3 to 8 p.m. on Thursday and Friday.
Educational opportunities in Paradise City. The 5th of April, Saturday, 10:30, Gaggle Flight Recorder with Henny E. Brick, Gaggle Flight Recorder. At 12 o'clock, What You Need to Know, Thomas Brem from the FAA. 1:30, Powered Paragliders, Let's Talk, Paul Zarnicki, Planet PPG. At 3 o'clock, Building and Registering Experimental Aircraft, that's Paul Mather, LP23 in M Squared. Educational opportunities continue the 4th of April, that's Friday, at Paradise City. At 10:30, Dacron Sailcloth Repair and Installation with Malcolm Brubaker from Great Sails. At 12 o'clock, the Gaggle Flight Recorder with Henny E. Brink, Gaggle Flight Recorder. At 1:30, Auto Gyro Flying with Bob Snyder, LP25 Auto Gyro USA. At 3 o'clock, it's the technical side of the Quicksilver with Beaver Born, LP19 AirTech.
Craving a classic treat? Come enjoy some delicious fire-roasted sweet corn on the cob for just $3. All to support EAA Chapter 635 from DeLand, Florida. Find us in the West Campground, food court behind Hangar A, or look for our mobile unit around the grounds. We've been roasting corn at Sun and Fun since the 80s, with all proceeds fueling youth STEM education, free young Eagle flights for kids 8 to 17, and grassroots aviation programs. Grab some corn, savor the flavor, and help inspire the next generation of aviators, one cob at a time.
If you love a great fish fry, you won't want to miss the Vintage Fish Fry this Friday. Tickets are on sale all week, but they go fast, so don't wait. You can get more information or purchase tickets at the Vintage Headquarters building located near the East Exhibit Gate.
Calling all Stoll pilots and backcountry aviation fans, the Bushwheel Base Camp is back. It's the home base for the 2025 Stoll Invitational pilots and the perfect spot to connect, learn, and celebrate Stoll flying. Enjoy daily and nightly activities like backcountry flying forums, safety talks, and Stoll competition tips. Then kick back with jambalaya night, complimentary morning coffee, meet and greets, acoustic jam sessions, and craft beers. Come for the knowledge, stay for the camaraderie. Only at Bushwheel Base Camp.
Looking to enjoy the airshow up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the Flightline, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
After an action-packed day at Sun and Fun, unwind with live nightly entertainment at the Corn Roast stage in the campground. Grab a seat next to your sweetheart, savor the taste of freshly roasted corn, and soak in the lively atmosphere as the sun sets. With great music, good company, and the perfect evening breeze, it's the ultimate way to wrap up your day in aviation paradise. 6 to 8 p.m. every evening. Performing Friday, April 4th, Saturday, April 5th, will be Eli Mosley. See you there.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is.
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm Jack Hodgson, coming to you from the Sun and Fun radio deck here at the edge of the exhibit area here at Sun and Fun 2025, where it continues to be a nicer and nicer day. The crowd's picking up. We're starting to see more and more people arriving on the field for the day's events, and that's just going to get better and better as the day goes on, between the afternoon air show and then the evening air show tonight with fireworks and all that kind of good stuff. So a great day to come to the fly-in if you're not already here, and welcome to Sun and Fun. I'm joined on the deck this morning by I'm fascinated by this aspect of the fly-in. I've had an opportunity through my various journalistic things over the years to talk with guys like this before, and that is the process of judging the aircraft. I think most attendees know that that aircraft are recognized for the quality of their build and their restoration and their condition. I'm not sure if a lot of people realize the very serious process that is gone through in order to select these airplanes and the scope of going through all these airplanes. I'm joined this morning by three gentlemen. I can't decide what order to introduce you in. I think we're going to go with I agree completely. The current chief judge of Sun and Fun judging is David Wetmore.
Good morning.
Good morning. How
Glad
are you
to
doing?
be here.
Good to see you too. And Jack and I'm gonna you introduce these guys.
Okay, this is to my right is Jack Coons. He has been with us the shortest amount of time, about 4 years now, and he's now moved into the number 2 spot. And as we talked about it earlier, we have the past, the present, and the future.
Yep.
And the other man that's sitting right over here is Dale Stills. He's our chairman emeritus. I took over from him. And he's the person we go to when we need some information or something in the past that we need clarification.
Institutional memory.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Skeleton in the closet.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we weren't going to say that, but yes, right. So, David, you're the current chief judge. How long have you been doing it?
How
long have you been chief judge?
I think this is my fourth year. Yes.
And then how long have you been involved with the judging program?
About 15 years.
15 years.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
And Dale, you've obviously been away from it for a while. How long did you do it before you retired?
I also did it for 5 years. I firmly believe that this is a transitional thing. That small anecdote is I was introduced to one of the former judges one day, and he said, "I've done this for 25 years." And the first thing that came to my mind was, why? You need to be passing this along.
Uh-huh.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last year, we looked at 102 aircraft.
Yeah.
And we judged 102 aircraft. We gave out 47 awards. And we do that on Saturday night, 6 p.m., over in the pavilion. And, we have a whole process that we go through. And, we try to make it very professional when we're there. And we go through it one airplane at a time and give out awards for their particular class.
And so what are the categories? Is it sort of like a best picture, best supporting actor kind of thing?
Something like that. But we have classic seaplanes. We have warbirds. We have antiques, vintage, and several things and then we go into the other planes like the sport class, and we also do rotorcraft and just about every type of airplane or airplane that comes here can have the ability to be judged.
Now, so how is it that an airplane gets in front of you guys for the purpose of judging? Do they have to apply? Or
yes, they have to fill out a registration, and we're working on right now. We're hoping that next year you'll be able to pre-register online before you come, and then go through the process that way. That's what we're hoping for. But yes, you have to fill out a registration.
So, and then how do you actually judge an aircraft? What is it you're looking at? What is it you kind of note?
Yeah, I'd like Dale to answer that question.
Sure, Dale.
All right.
How does that work?
Well, we take pride in the fact that we are Sun and Fun. We do the things the way we wish to do it, but we still use the EAA judging standard, which is downloadable by any EAA member to see what the criteria is like, and that's what we use. And it is a system for judging an airplane on its own merit. We do not judge aircraft against each other.
Sure. Yep.
That is, it gives an owner of an airplane or somebody who's doing the work the chance to see, what they're doing and what they may be doing wrong before they head on up to the other place and get their airplanes judged there. It's kind of like a tune-up session.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is it possible what are the sorts of aspects of the aircraft that will kind of make it not quite make the cut?
Dirty.
Okay. Seriously.
That's true.
Yeah.
Seriously. If I roll up or a judge rolls up and they look and the airplane's dirty and dripping oil and stuff like that, you just keep going.
Sure. And okay. What? And then the other end of the spectrum, what are the beautiful aspects? What are the things that
you're looking for? Craftsmanship. You're looking for pride of ownership. You're looking for somebody who is taking care of their airplane and doing their absolute best to make the best airplane possible.
Mm-hmm.
So between the two, you'll have, I'm either restoring an airplane to its original OEM specifications, or I'm creating my own custom. And those two can be wildly apart, but on the same airframe. Go look at a Mooney or look at a Bonanza or look at just even a Cherokee. It can be miles apart. And the difference between I put mine back to the way it was in 65 or I put mine the way I think it should be in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
So, along with that, one of the things that we try to promote and we try to tell people, if you did the work 100% on that airplane and you build a book that says, here's where I started, this is the things I did, this is the way it looks today, this is the way it looked when I started, then we can give you extra points for that. So we promote that a lot. Please put the book together, allow us to give you the points for doing the work and showing us that you did the work.
Yeah, I think that we one of the classes that wasn't mentioned was home built, and of course home built is an expression of the builder. You has the ability to create whatever he wants, put in whatever avionics he wants, choose his engine, make any modifications to the airframe that might be airworthy. So that runs the gamut. If I'm going to either, recreate a 1911 Blériot to the exact specifications, or am I going to have my own creation and make a Berkut or something like that?
Sure. Jack, you're awful quiet. What's going on?
Not a lot. Just enjoying another lovely Sun and Fun.
So you're the new guy of this group, or at least the new guy in terms of being a co-chair. I think you wanted to talk a little bit about the process of finding new judges.
Yes, one of the things we get is people walk in the door and says, I want to be a judge. So we developed a process, and I'll let Jack talk to that.
Well, someone can express an interest in becoming a judge, and they can express that interest through a variety of different channels, but it eventually will work its way to someone such as Dale or David, and then they would come to me, assign me a process of interviewing someone. You could call it screening if you may, but interviewing their background, their desire, what they're after. And this interview can be done either in person or via phone. And we will talk about their desire. What are their goals? What are they trying to do? And then I'll politely explain what the goals are for Sun and Fun and what we would expect out of a judge. Your time commitment, the way you address it, the way you work with others. And we will screen these people, is the best way to say it, and give them the opportunity to join one of the categories. What will be decided maybe based on their background or their desires. And once they join that category, they'll be on probation, if you may. And that would last for a year.
Yeah.
And at the end of that year, we will give them the opportunity to come back and join us.
Yep. We're starting to reach the end of our allotted time here. Any part of this I've missed that you really wanted to talk about?
I had wanted to mention that I've been out on the grounds in the vintage parking area, and I hope to get out to some more of the areas. But this year, there are more judgeable aircraft out there than I have ever seen here in my 20 years of doing this. And we have also instituted a process where we reach out to the people when they show up to tell them that the airplane they just brought in is worthy of being judged. Most people are too modest to believe that maybe their airplane is worthy of being judged.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you taking some time to come and talk to us about this. Like I said, I find this to be a fascinating aspect of these fly-ins. And
we'll be back next year.
Yeah, okay. All right, great.
Come and join us for a session.
Yeah.
That's David Wetmore, Jack Coons, and Dale Still from Sun and Fun Judging. And I'm Jack Hodgson. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
This is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio, Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
After an action-packed day at Sun and Fun, unwind with live nightly entertainment at the corn roast stage in the campground. Savor the taste of freshly roasted corn and soak in the lively atmosphere as the sun sets. With great music, good company, and the perfect evening breeze, it's the ultimate way to wrap up your day in aviation paradise. 6 to 8 p.m. every evening. Performing Monday and Tuesday will be Mountain Brew Band, Wednesday and Thursday, Rusty Trumpet Band, and Friday and Saturday, Eli Mosley.
Every day from 10:30 a.m. until noon here at Sun and Fun, we have a great opportunity for manufacturers and individuals to exhibit their aircraft in action in the flyby pattern at Show Center. Each aircraft or group of aircraft has exclusive use of the flyby pattern for 6 minutes while a representative extols its virtues over the PA system. These free showcase flybys are one of our most popular attractions and are a great opportunity to show off your aircraft. Please visit flysnf.org to register and for more information.
The Sun and Fun Stall Invitational is just one of the exciting lineups to perform at the annual Sunset Circus that will deliver amazing short takeoff and landings, breathtaking aerosport performances to eager aviation enthusiasts. The Stall chairman, Anitra Goddard, says she's honored to play a part in bringing the fastest-growing aerosport in general aviation back to Sun and Fun. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday at Paradise City.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm, especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Kick off Sun and Fun 2025 with an unforgettable opening night concert on the Warbird Ramp, sponsored by Wealth MD. On April 1st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m., Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker take the stage for a country music celebration under the stars. Ditch the sneakers and throw on your cowboy or cowgirl boots. Make it the perfect date night or a night out with friends. Grab some great food and bring a blanket or chairs and sing along to your favorite hits surrounded by airplanes. This is a show you don't want to miss.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances, and the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention, get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Ever wondered how you can serve your community, explore aviation, and develop leadership skills? Civil Air Patrol is the official civilian auxiliary of the U.S. Air Force, open to youth and adults. Whether you're interested in aerospace education, emergency services, or cadet programs, there's a place for you. Stop by our booth next to the Lakeland Aero Club and discover how you can get involved. Visit GoCivilAirPatrol.com to learn more. Civil Air Patrol, citizens serving communities, above and beyond.
A daily showcase of select warbirds, historic military aircraft, and the stories of those who flew them in harm's way. Victory's Arsenal Theater will present an aircraft each morning in front of the grandstands on the Sun and Fun Warbird ramp at 10:30 a.m. and then again at 11:30 a.m. The pilot or owner of the aircraft will share their unique personal insight and history of that warbird service. Please take a look at the mobile app for a detailed schedule.
Are you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what Sun Fun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main Flightline. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800. For more information, you can visit the Sun and Fun website. And now, back to Chats from the Deck Live, sponsored in part by the Austin Straubel Green Bay International Airport. FlyGRB.com.
Welcome back to Chats Live from the Deck, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. let's turn up the fun at 51. And Tom Frick, I'm Randy Bibb, sitting here with Tom Frick. And
how's it going?
It's going great. Another beautiful day here at Sun and Fun, getting ready to watch some flying. So we've got another guest. Tom, can you introduce the next guest here?
Yeah, so we have a representative from Harley-Davidson of Lakeland, and your name is?
Todd Parker.
Todd Parker, good morning. I wrote a note on my thing over here, and it disappeared. All of a sudden, I'm like, oh, my God, what's this guy's name? So sorry about that.
No, it's all right, gentlemen.
So, Todd, you guys provide a service to Sun and Fun that is quite interesting. Why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, so what we do is we shut down our Riding Academy for Sun and Fun. We get our Riding Academy instructor out here as well as myself. We do set up a tent, set up lots of goodies for everybody, as well as provide the grounds crew with all of our Riding Academy bikes, so they can take the bikes out on the airport there, and then make sure that all the planes are getting where they got to go, giving them transportation back and forth for the grounds. So it's actually kind of cool to see all of our bikes running around here this whole time during Sun and Fun.
Very cool. So tell me about that. So you have a crew that actually is guiding airplanes to their parking spots once they arrive here.
So we provide the bikes for the crew.
Okay.
I don't think they want us out there doing it, because I have no idea what I would be doing.
I was wondering if you guys get any kind of specialized training for that. So they have a crew. You guys are providing the motorcycles.
Correct. We have a whole. We have the product for them to use. So we take all of our Riding Academy bikes and give it to them for the whole week to use. And it's kind of a cool little thing that we got going on for them. We get to see the bikes running around there all day, which is awesome for me. I love seeing the Harleys out on the airfield there, and it's kind of cool for the crew too. They appreciate it tremendously every year. They're very grateful for what we do for them, and honestly, it's an honor for us to be here. And I'm honored. This is my first time doing this, and I am having a blast. Getting to meet a lot of cool people and see these planes in the air is amazing.
Cool. So how many bikes are we talking?
So we got 10 out on the field right now. We've got at our tent right now, we have 4 new bikes for people to take a look at. Of course, I brought my own bike, as well as if anybody's out there wants to come try one, we have one on a jump start, which is basically a rolling motorcycle stand, so people can start bikes up and take them for a run.
Wow, very cool. So I'm going to ask just for all the Harley riders, because they're going to want to know what kind of bikes you got out there.
So I've got 2 of the brand new 25 Road Glides. I've got a brand new Ultra that just came out, and it is an amazing bike. And then we have a heritage build that looks like an old Vicla, an old Cholo style bike, which is fantastic. My lowrider is out here, and we have a Street Bob up on the rolling rack so people can try, which is, like I said, really awesome to get to run through the gears and have fun with it. So it's fantastic because my Riding Academy instructor is actually here, and he can answer every question that any new riders need. If they're looking into getting into, riding a Harley or any motorcycle altogether, we don't discriminate against any 2 wheels. Come out and have fun. So we've got him out there to answer all the questions for the Riding Academy. So we'd love to get people signed up to learn how to ride.
So you have a local academy here, locally in this area that you
correct
offer
at our dealership.
And that's what I was going to ask. You mentioned Riding Academy 3 times. What is the Riding Academy?
So the Riding
for those
Academy,
who don't know?
yeah, the Riding Academy is where any new riders or experienced riders that want to freshen their skills can come in. We have the whole riding course, safety course in book form as well as in a classroom. And then we actually get on the range with the bikes that we provided here for the grounds crew to do training on how to maneuver all your bikes in a safe manner. It's a 3-day event. We usually do a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then at the end of it, you will take your test as well as get your certificate to go to the DMV and get your riding, it's not a permit, your riding license, your endorsement for your license. So it's a really cool thing we put together. It's fun. It's not intimidating at all. Our instructors are some of the best in the world. And I'll tell you what, my mom actually went through it herself and came out of it and had so much fun with it that she made me do it with her, even though I've been riding since I was 18 years old. So I did it with them. That's kind of how I got into the Harley family here in Lakeland, and then loved it so much I started working there.
Nice.
So yeah, I grew up riding motorcycles. I'm so old that I didn't have to have that endorsement to get the the driver's license. To
I'm
ride
sold.
a
I
bike.
got it grandfathered in.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So you guys can do that training and take care of that sign-up so they can go to the DMV.
Yes,
And-
actually, we have quite a few gentlemen that have come that have been riding their whole lives and never got an endorsement because it wasn't a thing back then. So we understand. So what we'll do is we'll put them through the class, and they have, I've heard a ton of them come back and say that was so much fun. And they've learned things that they never knew, which is amazing because even if you've been riding for 20, 25 years, with the new bikes, the new technology, everything now, you still learn something new every day. So I think it's one of those things, it's great to come out for a refresher course. And with our instructors, it is a blast. It is fun. They have provided so much education for everybody. I think Harley now has over 1 million riders that have been trained, which is a phenomenal feat. So we want to keep adding to it. And, like I said, our riding class is hands down, I think, personally, I may be a little biased, but one of the best in the nation.
Yeah, cool. So you mentioned that they could try things out right here on the field at Sun and Fun. Where can they do that?
So we are right next to the EAA tent. I don't know the plot number. Like I said, I'm still learning this for all this stuff new. You can't miss us. We're loud. We're bright. We're orange. We're here. We've got, like I said, myself and Kenny are out here to answer any questions for anybody. Come out, jump on the jump start. We can get that bike riding. I've already had a young lady come out here, fall in love with it, and she's already filled out an application to buy one.
Nice.
So if you guys really want to buy a bike, we can sell them here too. So come on out.
Cool.
But it's a cool experience to get like I said, to get a chance to jump on that jump start and have a bike running right there and just banging through the gears and hearing that sound, because it's definitely a passion. And once you get into it, it becomes a lifestyle.
Yeah, I had a little Sportster for a while. Loved the bike.
I love Sportsters.
Absolutely, cheap to operate, reliable, very reliable bike, and parts and service everywhere for those bikes. So that's yeah.
Yeah, that Evo motor is literally indestructible. I have tried to blow mine up many times to have a new build, and it just keeps going. I ended up having to buy another Sportster to do what I wanted to do to it since it won't blow up. So it's a great thing. But it'll be there for my kid when he's old enough to ride. So. And, of course, with the Evo, our service department is by far one of the best. And if you need anything for your bikes to come over there, those bikes are phenomenal. The only thing you got to do is change the oil on them. They'll last forever.
So for the folks listening, local, where's your shop here in town? Are you in Lakeland or where are you?
We are in Lakeland. It is Lakeland HD, just off of I-4 on Lakeland Hills Boulevard. We are just down the street from Joker Marchant Stadium, if it's still called that, I think, or Publix Field now. Not sure. They change the name of it all the time, but we are local, just off I-4. We have a great dealership, and we've got a bunch of amazing people that work there. It really feels like family.
Well, I've been looking to upgrade, so I think I'll come by and check out a new bike.
I know a guy.
Yeah, I know a guy.
I know a guy. What are you thinking about going up to?
There's so many options available. I want a cruiser, a cross-country bike. Something that's, a big, comfortable cross-country bike.
Road couch. That's what we call them, a road couch.
Road couch.
Yeah, the Road Glide, I think, would be a good choice for you. You don't have any weight on the handlebars because the fairing's fixed to the frame. I love that bike tremendously. And with the new 25s, they're lighter, they're faster, they're cooler. About 50 degrees cooler on that rear cylinder before, which is phenomenal, especially you coming off an Evo.
Right.
It's way cooler than that. And then, of course, they just look amazing, and they just knock off all that wind. You can just cruise for miles. I call them a mile muncher because I can I can easily do 1,000 miles a day on one of those. My butt doesn't like it, but my body's not fatigued like it used to be if I was on a Sportster.
What they used to call that, leather butt?
Yeah, leather butt. I think
leather butt, 1,000 miles a day for 11 days.
Iron butt.
Iron butt.
Iron butt.
Iron
yeah.
butt.
There we go.
That's right, iron butt.
Yeah.
Your butt feels like leather after it, but
Yeah. I knew it was one of those names. All right, so you're here on the field. Is this your first year at Sun and Fun?
It is my first year, and I am absolutely having a blast.
Yeah, it looks like it. And good luck to you. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
Thank you very much. And again, anyone come out, we'd love to see you here at Sun and Fun.
All right, where can they reach you otherwise by not coming to the field? Got a website?
We got a website, lakelandhd.com, or give us a call at the dealership. We're here for all your needs.
lakelandhd.com. All right, well, Randy, that's another segment we got.
Oh, man, we're getting close to airplane time.
Yeah, we are. We're cruising. So, we're going to take a little break, get some messages in from our sponsors, and we'll be back for another segment.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Todd.
Hello, this is Twee from Asian Woman in Aviation and Aerospace. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
This is Paul Zarnicki of Paradise City, Light Plain area. A heartfelt thank you to all of the sponsors, exhibitors, and spectators that attended this 50th Sun and Fun. Gene Conrad and his crew have done a wonderful job making this 50th Sun and Fun a memorable one. It's been a great show. We appreciate everyone coming out. We'll see you next year, April 1st through April 6th. Let's do it again, right here at Lake Linlander Airport. That'll be the 51st Sun and Fun.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main entrance of the expo. Your requests have been heard loud and clear. Lincoln Electric is back to share their wealth of knowledge on TIG welding techniques. Make sure to stop by their workshop off Tom Mack Road to learn and engage with their skilled representatives. Get ready to spark your creativity. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with learning and exploration. The Sun and Fun hands-on workshops. See you there.
Aircraft judging is conducted in the following aircraft categories: home builts, light plane, seaplane, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, and vintage. Judging of airplanes begins on opening day and concludes prior to the awards ceremony Saturday evening. All aircraft must be registered for judging by noon on Friday. The awards ceremony is held Saturday night at 6 p.m. at the Bueller Restoration Hangar.
Attention aviators, since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been your go-to source for avionics, instruments, and pilot supplies worldwide. Proudly sponsoring Hangar D, they offer top-notch installation and repair services for both certified and experimental aircraft. Come celebrate over 40 years of unbeatable pricing and service. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, or check them out online at gca.aero. Fly smarter, upgrade with the best, and see why pilots trust GCA.
Just a few words of etiquette for the fire hub located in the campground. The fire hub area is provided for the enjoyment of guests and volunteers who are camping in the Sun and Fun campground. The wood supply is for the fire pit only. Please do not take the wood for individual campsite use. Ground fires are not permitted in the campground unless in approved above-ground campfire containers. Do not add flammable liquids or excessive amounts of wood to the fire. The fire pit is not a refuse container. Please place your bottles, cans, and other disposables in garbage containers located nearby in the campground. Remember, quiet time starts at 10 o'clock p.m. in the campground. Many volunteers who camp nearby start their work days early. Please be considerate. The fire hub area must be vacated by midnight, and unruly behavior will not be tolerated. Any individual deemed unruly will be asked to leave by Sun and Fun security, and if necessary, the Lakeland Police Department will be called. Thank you for helping us make this an enjoyable area for everyone.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. Let's go! It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
Paradise City Sun and Fun 2025, Wednesday, 2nd of April. 4-stroke maintenance tips with Phil Lockwood from Lockwood Aviation. 12 o'clock, building and registering your experimental aircraft. That's Paul Mather, LP23, MP squared. And at 1:30, build your own Bush Stoll plane. That's Chris Grewan, LP9A, just stole it. And at 3 o'clock, ground adjustable propellers, Richard Hayes, LP61, Ultra Prop.
Sun and Fun visitors can attend any of our educational forums at no charge. The Sun and Fun educational forums will be held on the event grounds at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy that houses 11 classrooms, each with a different forum every hour. Over the course of the week, you will have a choice of over 250 forums with topics ranging from international flying to sheet metal construction to how to buy your own aircraft. You will find everything you need.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51.
I heard that exclamation point that time.
You did hear that exclamation point?
I did.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm Dave Shellbetter, chairman of Sun and Fun Radio, a volunteer, just like my partner in crime for the week, Jack Hodgson. Hello, Jack. What's going on?
So far, it's only been misdemeanors, but the week is young, so
we're only a third of the way into it.
Yeah,
so we got
there's
plenty of time.
There's plenty of
time.
Yeah.
So if anybody's looking for us, they can find us in Nashua, New Hampshire. If you,
well, yeah. That's a great airport. I mean, I don't know if anybody's if you're up in that New England area, visit Nashua Airport. A great GA airport, a really, really nice restaurant right there on the field, and a bunch of us gather from time to time for breakfast at the I think it's called a Midfield Diner or something like that. And,
that sounds like fun.
It is. It's a nice, and it's kind of on the second level. So and the weather's nice. There's a deck. You can sit out on the deck and have your breakfast or whatever, and watch the airplanes coming and going. It's Nashua. It's a good airport. A nice airport.
Cool.
Yeah.
Isn't that Pasco's airport?
That is Pasco's. I'm just a visitor there. I don't actually operate out of that airport, but I know it because Pasco and others are there. Yeah. And
now you're in New Hampshire, right?
I'm in Florida right now.
No, I mean you live in.
I live in New Hampshire.
You live in New Hampshire. Is that where the ice runway is? There's a real famous ice runway up that
there
way
is.
somewhere.
Yeah, it's of course it's even though it's warmer up there, it's warm enough that. The ice runway is done, but yeah, it's Alton Bay Ice Runway on one of the coves of Lake Winnipesaukee, which is the biggest body of water in New Hampshire. And,
so if any law enforcement is looking for us, we're on the ice runway right now.
Yeah, that's right. No, if you're on the ice runway right now, you better have a boat, not an airplane. But yeah.
Point being.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we are here coming to you from Sun and Fun 25. This is the 51st annual. This is the radio station's 31st annual.
Yeah.
We've been working out. Things have been working great. Great week so far. My crew is really, really rocking it. It is going to be a great week here at Sun and Fun, and I'm kind of tap dancing a little bit while I bring up our daily schedule. You can go online, the Sun and Fun app. You can download the Sun and Fun app, and that is supposed to be really good. I don't have time to check an app during the fly-in, but I'm hearing things. People are saying that it's a great thing to do. We have a full schedule of forums this week. You can learn about every aspect of aviation, and they moved the forums. So if y'all are used to going to the CFAA for your forums, they've actually moved to a tent in the future Flight Plaza, which was Veterans Plaza. Which I remember as the campground. Back in the early days of Sun and Fun.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
Well, actually, in the way early days, you know where the barbecue place is down there across the road?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
That was the campground.
Oh.
That's why there's a shower. Why is there a shower house in this commercial area? Because that was the campground. And then the area behind us here, which is now future Flight Plaza, that used to be the campground.
Yep.
So
yeah,
things grow, things change, man.
And that's what I was curious to ask you about. So you've been doing this for like 100 years, and
just about
46, I believe the number is, right?
It is. Yeah, 46.
You first came to Sun and Fun as a volunteer or as a child. Your parents were involved.
Yeah. Well, my mother was a volunteer.
Yeah.
We were big Oshkosh attendees when we lived in Minnesota. In 1978, we moved to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So I attended my first Sun and Fun in 79.
Yeah.
And, back then, pretty much everybody was a volunteer. We paid to get in. We paid to camp. We just helped out to make things happen.
What was the fly-in like back then? It must have been different than now. I don't know.
Oh, massively, massively different. My first Sun and Fun, the pavilion was here. Remember that? I think the Florida Air Museum, I forget when Hangar A was built. But the big two-story FAA building wasn't here. Like I said, that area across the two-story building and where there's the compass rose.
Yep.
The area across the way, that was the campground. That was the only campground.
Mm-hmm.
And back then, people didn't have the the luxury extended stay RVs like I do now.
Yes. I'm not going to make any fun because I'm benefiting from it.
Yes, Jack is getting the benefits of my luxury.
I definitely am. Yeah.
But anyways, we'd all hang out. I mean, we'd hang out. Everybody was in tents or sleeping in vans or travel trailers and stuff. Hang out. There were jam sessions every night. We're playing music, eating sweet corn. The corn, man, the sweet corn. If you have it, back then it was a quarter. It's to give you an idea how long ago.
Yeah, right.
I think it's $3 an ear this year, which is still a great deal.
Yeah.
And it is fantastic stuff, so. But we'd sit around, have, musicians would bring their guitars or fiddles or whatever they had and do a jam session every night. And, it was neat stuff back then. It was a little tiny fly-in. I think the 5th was my first one. 79 would have been the 5th annual.
Mm-hmm.
So it was still a very small operation. And I volunteered security back then.
Right, because you were involved in the very earliest days of Sun and Fun Radio.
I was the original Sun and Fun Radio. Sun and Fun Radio was me by myself for, I want to say, the first 3 years, 4 years.
Unfortunately, that's probably not recorded anywhere that we can grab. It's like,
actually there is.
Oh, really?
And I have hidden them.
Oh, no. We want that. You know how? So every now and then you hear the when MTV first came on, okay, and every now and then they'll replay that first moment when MTV.
Oh yeah, I remember that
came online. And the first song that it played and first announced, the VJ and we need to have that as one of the interstitials here. And you have early Dave, I can only imagine what it was like. But it was largely about reading announcements and then making the air show available, right?
Yep, exactly. It was in 1995. Hearing aid technology was not compatible with PA systems, and we had to have a way. The ADA was steamrolling everything, and we had to have a way to communicate with people that had hearing aids. So they came out with Sun and Fun Radio, and it was originally, they gave me a 30-second tape, and they just wanted me to create it, and I kept going to Billy Henderson. Well, Billy, can I do this? And Billy, can I do that? Billy, can I do the other thing? And one day Billy Henderson said to me, Dave, as long as you don't cost us our radio license, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You don't write me a blank check, because I'm going to run it for 10 times the balance in your account. And I just took the ball and ran with it. And we started doing interviews, and we started doing remote broadcasts. This was here, the Cafe Pavilion across from the radio station was here, and we would have evening programs every night. And some of it was entertainment, but most of it was, I don't want to say lectures, talks, what do you want to call it? We ran everything over telephone line back then. We had a telephone line from what's now the Sarasota Smokehouse down to the old, it's not even there anymore, the green room trailer behind the FAA building.
Mm-hmm.
And we would broadcast the evening program.
Yeah.
And I just took it and ran with it and got reporters and...
Yep.
And life was good, and it is into what it is now.
One last question, and I should allow more time, but Billy Henderson, I never met Billy Henderson. What was he like?
Billy was a great guy. Humble, funny, loved aviation, loved kids. He was a great guy.
He was the founder. He
was one of the founders.
Okay.
He was the first, as far as I know, I could be mistaken, but as far as I know, Billy was the first president and CEO.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, and he ran it for years and years and years, and he kept making jokes that, I think this will be my last one. So the board took him at his word, and finally one year said, okay, well, yeah, this will be your last one. We're going to bring in John Burton. John was the boss for a while, brought in Leanhouse. Now we have Gene Conrad.
Mm-hmm.
Great guy, outstanding person for the fly-in. We're going to be back here in a few minutes. Lizzie Haven's going to come up and do her first live. We'll be back soon. Are we still on? We are still on the air.
Yeah,
okay, for some reason we're still on the air.
We got a whole minute, David.
We got a whole minute. I misread the clock.
There we go. There we go. Radio professionals here. Stand by. Get out of the way. Here we come.
I'm not a radio professional. I have 30 weeks of radio experience, spread out over 30 years.
But in one of these days, you'll learn how to read a clock too.
It's. I was up till midnight 30 last night, so I have a real job. I don't get paid for this, and I don't do radio for a living, and I'm sure our listeners can tell that.
But it's another great day here at Sun and
It
Fun
is.
2025, and with our final 15 seconds, I'll say that's Dave Schallbetter. I'm Jack Hodgson. If you're not here, come on by because it's beautiful.
And in memoriam, time spent from your life, time spent flying
is not subtracted
from your lifespan.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Hey, Elvis fans and history buffs, join us for a once-in-a-lifetime Elvis tribute concert at Jimmy's World's famous Elvis Mobile, the 1962 Lockheed Jetstar once owned by the King himself. Experience this incredible conversion of Elvis Presley's private jet, complete with its original red velvet and gold interior, a perfect time capsule from the 1970s. Happening Friday, April 4th from 5 to 6 p.m. at the Vintage Aircraft area during Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo 2025. Don't miss this unique celebration where rock and roll royalty meets aviation history.
You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun Fly-In. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun Fly-In blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun Fly-In t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives.
Need a pick-me-up? Swing by Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, your official coffee sponsor of Sun and Fun. You can find them in Hangar A at booth A1 or on the Flightline across from Coconut Flyers. They're giving back. 10% of all sales in Hangar A and 25% of Flightline Cup sales go to Sun and Fun's nonprofit. And for all of April, 10% of online sales at legendaryroasters.com supports the cause. Sip, enjoy, and make a difference, one legendary cup at a time.
Hello, this is Paul Zarnicki here at Paradise City Sun and Fun 2023, and we're here with Dan Johnson, and it's bydanjohnson.com. Hey, Dan, how you doing?
Doing great, Paul. Good to be back here once again for Sun and Fun 2023.
I see you've got quite a bit set up in your LSA Mall. Tell us what you've got.
Well, the LSA Mall is patterned after an auto mall where you see one auto dealership next to the other, next to the other, next to the other. And why do they all want to be together? Makes it easier for the consumer. So we're just trying to do that here with the LSA Mall. We offer a variety of different airplanes. It changes every year. So if you saw it last year, you got to come this year and see what's here. But it offers several different airplanes, so you can look and compare a little bit and just enjoy some shade, watch the air show. There's a lot going on here at Paradise City this year and all years, but especially this year. And so that's a good viewing platform as well.
That's for sure. I see the C-Max over there. I want to take a closer look at the C-Max.
Well, there's actually two of them there now, but I think that probably one of them will go somewhere else. But we're expecting 7 or 8 or 9 airplanes in there, all different and all worth having a look at. So go check them out, folks.
Yep, and we're right here. There, Dan Johnson in the LSA Mall is right in the center of Paradise City, right here on the curve. You can't miss us right here in the center. Also, I see the DeLand Showcase is also going to be here.
Yes, and actually, I'm glad you brought that up, Paul, because one of the sponsors for this year's LSA Mall, it's hosted by Llama, but Llama's in.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence are pursuing the mission of a brighter future through aviation with Project Stratos, an aviation leadership and art program. High school juniors submitted aviation-themed essays and original works of art. From the hundreds of entries, a pool of semi-finalists and
Church services. A non-denominational church service will be held on Sunday prior to the event at 9 a.m. in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area. Daily devotionals will be held every day in the MASA tent in the Light Plane Paradise City area from 9 to 9:30 a.m. Catholic Mass will be held on Saturday of the event at 5 p.m. at the CFAA building, the high school. A non-denominational church service will also be held on Sunday of the event at 8:30 a.m. in the Light Plane Paradise City area.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Did you know that when you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated? That's why good old-fashioned H2O is the way to go. Caffeinated beverages, a choice for many who become thirsty, can actually cause even more dehydration due to the caffeine. The early stages of dehydration cannot be detected, and that's why you got to go with the water every chance you get. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. This is Tom Frick. I'm joined by Randy Bibb. Randy, how's it going?
Man, it's going great,
It is.
Weather's
just
great.
chugging along, and man, this place is getting crowded. It's awesome.
Beautiful, almost air showtime. Can hardly wait.
Yes, it is. So who do we have on the deck with us?
Well, we have a group called Fly-In, and we have a roving reporter, Lizzie Haven, who's brought some friends of hers over. It's a neat organization. So, Lizzie, why don't you, first time live on the air, introduce our good friends here.
So, I have my friend from last year, Miss Caroline Carmichael. She is part of Fly-In, and it is phenomenal. Welcome to the deck, of course, but tell us a little bit about Fly-In.
Oh, thank you so much, Lizzie. So, Fly-In, in a nutshell, is a listing service for short-term rentals, mostly owned by pilots, and we market to pilots only. So all of the guests must be a pilot to be on the platform. We validate airman certificates to make sure that that's the case, or retired pilots or sport pilots. We allow that too, but it's for pilots. It's for our little community. And so the short-term rentals are really what makes it super fun is that not only do you get the accommodations, you also have a convenient runway or float pond or helipad, just a way to land. You have a way to tie down or hangar your aircraft. And the coolest part is the cars. You have ground transportation facilitated for you upon landing. So can you imagine how many times do we go somewhere and then we can't get around because once you land, you don't have a set of wheels. So that's taken care of for you. We have 120 properties on the platform right now, and you can go from Alaska to Florida now, and all the guesswork is taken out of it. You know that wherever you go, you'll have transportation upon landing. That's what makes our community awesome.
So that's great. Yeah. That's a great concept, great idea. I know as a pilot, and Tom's a pilot also, we land at these airports a lot of times, and there's no Uber, there's no crew car, there's nothing. So do you have a spot on your website or something that someone listening that operates a smaller airport that might be interested in coming onto your network? How does that go about?
Yes, so if someone has a property that they would like to list, right on the front page we've got a big red button that says become a host. You go on there, you read all about it. Hosts list for free. We don't charge hosts anything. We really want our community to grow, and we selfishly want more places for us to go to, and everyone else gets to enjoy them too. So we're having a blast with our airplanes now. It's really fun.
Speaking of it growing, I met you all last year, and there are a couple people trickling in, but this year I could hardly even get to you guys. There are so many people that are there talking to you about it, excited about the platform, and excited to go to your properties. I heard a guy who's like, no, I tried to go on the other big rental that's not for pilots, and it was a terrible experience. And he's like, and I can't wait to get listed with them because of such a great program. So you guys have grown so much in the last year too.
Yes, it seems like we've been adding a listing on average, a listing every 3 days, which is phenomenal growth. We're just so delighted, and and more. We have hundreds of people waiting to come on the platform. Either they just bought a property and they're building, or they're remodeling, or furnishing, or getting pictures. The ones who are getting photography done, those are easy because they'll come on really soon. But it's a process for some of these properties, but you'll see more and more come on there.
There a basic requirement for somebody to be eligible to be a property?
Yes, so those it's what we call the 4 host promises. So accommodations, a convenient runway, and it doesn't have to. The property doesn't have to be right on the runway. It could just be, very close by. So accommodations, runway, a way to hang or tie down your aircraft, and the ground transportation facilitated for them. So it could be that the host provides a car, lets the guest borrow a car, or rents them a car, or whatever creative way they've got it worked out.
As long as it's a provided service as part of their stay.
As long as you have the key in your hand, so you can move yourself around and you're not trying to call somebody for a ride.
Sure.
That's the whole point.
Sure.
Freedom. Yeah.
What a very cool concept it is. I love it.
So what started this?
So what started it was that my husband and I love flying. I love flying with don't we all? And I love flying with my husband, and he would always say, honey, let's go here, let's go flying. And I would start. It came to a point where I would say to him, as long as we don't land, honey, because we got so tired of going, or I did, tired of going to the same places over and over again. I love the flying, so let's not land. Let's just go flying.
So where are you based out of?
So we, the company headquarters are in Wyoming, and we live between Wyoming and Salt Lake City, Utah, practically. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, here locally, there's a little strip on the West Coast called Cedar Key. It's only 2,000 feet, but same thing. There's nothing there. Once you land, it's a good 1.5 mile walk to get into town, where there's nice restaurants and stuff. But it's in August in Florida. It's a thing. They used to have a lady who used to monitor the CTAF there. And you would call in saying that you were 10 miles out coming into land, and all of a sudden you would hear on the radio go, "Y'all need a ride?" and that was Miss Judy, and Miss Judy she provided that service for a while, and I don't think she's doing it anymore because I haven't heard her in quite a while. But that's how things like that start, And I can see your service, how much of a benefit it would be if somebody in that neighborhood, which there's actually lots of properties that qualify for that. Just thinking of it, the runway's there. There's a lot of people that have rental houses and usually have cars or golf carts available.
Yeah.
Because it's just a little island.
Wow, thank you so much for that. I will take that tip and I will run with it. I will see who I can contact and see if
Cedar Key is awesome.
And that's why I asked how the concept came, because that's how it started. That I would go there and go, well, do I feel like walking today?
Exactly.
And it would be great to go to a place where I can actually stay and have transportation and have those services available without having to think too hard about it.
Right. Who wants to walk in that heat? So that's what we're here for. So if you're out there, anyone in Cedar Keys, call us.
We were chatting on the deck here before the interview. You've got something big coming up soon. Can you tell us about that? Wow.
Oh, I can't wait to share about that. Thank you so much for remembering that. Okay, so we are in Sun and Fun, and we love Sun and Fun, and we love going to Oshkosh too. And this time we're going from Sun and Fun to Oshkosh, and we are taking our sweet time, 3.5 months to get there, because we are going to every one of the properties.
Nice.
We're so excited. We get to see hosts that we haven't seen in a long time, meet many of them for the very first time. We get everyone who follows us, who subscribes to our YouTube channel, please do. And you get to follow us on tour. You get to follow us physically on tour, because we will be posting our calendar, and you'll see where we're going to be on what date, so you get to be there, fly with us in formation, and you'll get to meet the hosts, hear their story, learn about the town, see the property inside and out. Just fun. And I'm learning to fly on the way. I'm so excited.
So you're a student pilot?
I'm a student pilot.
Wow.
Yes. I have 1 flight hour under my belt, and I'm going to be pilot in command the entire way with the help of our wonderful, amazingly talented CFIs that are coming with me. And
so what's the furthest distance, your furthest host that you're going to?
Fairbanks, Alaska.
That's a little bit out of the way.
You're making your way from here to Fairbanks and then back to Oshkosh again?
Yes,
nice.
all over the U.S.
Kind of zigzagging your way around?
Yeah.
That's
a little
awesome.
more than zigzag, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait to watch this trip. That's going to be awesome.
Oh, thank you so much.
You guys,
Please do.
I'm guessing you're going to record the whole thing the whole way. And
documenting it all.
That's awesome.
Every bit of it.
So what else? We've got about a minute left. Anything else that we didn't touch that you'd like to cover before we...
Well, just, if you want to be, our brand new platform. So we're actually still we're actually still putting the final touches out there, but we wanted to release it to the public.
Right.
We just got this is our 4th version of our platform, and it has an interactive map and everything.
Real
Beautiful.
quick, how do people get to it? They're about
Fly-INN, India, November, fly-in.com. Visit us there.
Are you on the field? Do you have a booth here?
Yes, Alpha 83.
Alpha 83 and fly-in.com.
That's right.
Awesome. I appreciate you guys really joining us today, and good luck, and keep us posted. That's awesome. We'd love to see you back next year and see how that trip went.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about it.
We'll tell you all about it.
All right, so that's about it for this segment. We're going to go to some breaks now from our sponsors. Take it away.
at 15:10 a.m. and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Kick off Sun and Fun 2025 with an unforgettable opening night concert on the Warbird Ramp, sponsored by Wealth MD. On April 1st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m., Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker take the stage for a country music celebration under the stars. Ditch the sneakers and throw on your cowboy or cowgirl boots. Make it the perfect date night or a night out with friends. Grab some great food and bring a blanket or chairs and sing along to your favorite hits surrounded by airplanes. This is a show you don't want to miss.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main south entrance of the expo. Interested in composites, epoxies, or fiberglass? Bill Cabrera from FGCI and Mike Bergen from Custom Tech will guide you through the art of infusion and simple vacuum bagging techniques. Expand your skills and dive into the realm of innovation. Or you can rev up your engines and gear up for some serious maintenance and care insights. The Engine Workshop is where we're talking engine maintenance and care. Don't miss out on expert tips to keep your engines running smoothly.
Calling all pilots and aircraft enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Flyby Showcase, a complimentary activity at Sun and Fun. Show off your aircraft in flight at the show center while a description of your pride and joy is shared with the crowd. Join us daily at 9 a.m. for a briefing about the flyby pattern and staging times. Each aircraft or group has exclusive use of the pattern for up to 6 minutes. It's a fantastic opportunity to exhibit your aircraft in action to the many guests at the event. See you at the Flyby Showcase, featured daily from 10:30 a.m. until 12 p.m. Looking to enjoy the airshow up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the Flightline, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
Are you looking for a part or an instrument to help you complete your latest project? If so, you could come down to the Parts Exchange and see if they have something that fits your need. Not building anything? That's okay. You can come out and add to your memorabilia collection or find that next office, studio, or living room aviation piece. The Parts Exchange is your place for aviation parts and pieces for whatever it is you desire to use them for. The Parts Exchange is located in Hangar E.
Start your day right with the Twin Palms Breakfast every morning from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. at the southeast corner of the Warbird Ramp and Bravo Taxiway. Enjoy a delicious meal for just $12 per adult, $6 for kids 3 to 12, and little ones under 3 eat free. It's a great way to fuel up for the day's adventures, and everyone's invited. Don't miss out. Come join us at Twin Palms Breakfast.
Hey everybody! Sun and Fun has invested in providing a better Wi-Fi experience for its guests. We are pleased to offer free Wi-Fi in most of the core areas of our campus. Just sign into the network named SNF Free. That's SNF Free.
Sun and Fun visitors can attend any of our educational forums at no charge. The Sun and Fun educational forums will be held on the event grounds at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy that houses 11 classrooms, each with a different forum every hour. Over the course of the week, you will have a choice of over 250 forums with topics ranging from international flying to sheet metal construction to how to buy your own aircraft. You will find everything you need to dust off the wings and polish up your skills and ratings. You can check out the Sun and Fun program.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Checks from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. This is Tom Frick on the deck with Randy Bibb and Jack Hodgson. Jack, how you doing, man?
I'm good. This is the moment I've been waiting for so far all week long. The announcers have taken over the radio station.
Exactly.
It's just the three of us now, and chat a little bit.
I know, we have security at the gate, and, we took over.
So you guys have been on the announcing crew here for a while now. This is my first year doing, I've been involved with the radio station for a long time now and helping out in any way I can, but this is the first time that I've actually done the announcing thing, speaking with all these people every morning, and I'm fascinated. I'm just having such a blast talking to all these different people. It's been really, really interesting. And because of the way we alternate, I get the feeling that we don't know who the other one we've talked to.
Because we're interviewing our guys.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
Exactly.
So I just kind of wanted to, I have notes. All right, that's my nature. I'm a note guy. All right, I talked to a guy named Braden Lentz from Lift Aviation. They make all kinds of protective gear, all right, for pilots, like helmets and and just clothing, like clothing that's good for hot weather and things like that. And it's fascinating. He was telling me all about what makes different quality helmets different. What are the features that make a one version versus a two version? That was kind of interesting. We were talking about that. Anybody jumps out at you from who you talked to this morning?
Gosh, it's just been so much. We talked to a guy from Legends Coffee this morning, Josh, and he was awesome, and what's cool about that, it's a coffee company, but he's here, and it's amazing how he's integrated aviation into his coffee company, and he actually gives back to Sun and Fun. This guy is making money for the charitable organization, so nice. He's giving back to it, so a lot of what he's selling here is doing it, and I just thought it was cool how he's integrated this. He actually became the official coffee of Sun and Fun. Do you believe that Sun and Fun has an official coffee?
I actually do, but it's cool.
We're talking aviation, but something like that is like kind of cool. Somebody's kind of giving back to the community to that level, and I just thought it was an awesome interview.
I'm a bit of a coffee person, so I can appreciate that. It's like like some people think of wine. Right. You can get into coffee like that.
He was a very knowledgeable gentleman and very, very passionate about his art.
I believe it. I believe it.
So what
Randy,
about you, Randy? What's like out?
Anybody jump out in your mind?
You know what? We've been doing this, like you said, a couple of years, and we interview the same folks. New products, new innovations. It's been a year. What's going on? And I tell you, this last interview that Tom and I just did.
Yeah, that was a good one too.
Fly-in.
What was that about?
It's an amazing concept.
Fly-in.
Fly-in.com.
Right.
They recruit host airports. Like if you're on a cross country and you want to land, they arrange cars and
it seemed to me more like an aviation Airbnb. But
they arrange that transportation.
Right. They have properties that have agreed to have a place to stay, a runway nearby. What was the other qualification? Transportation and food available.
So they arrange this.
They have those 4 qualifications,
nice.
Then they become part of their network, and now pilots are going. They got a specific place to go. Airports that they can land at and have all those things available. And her point was, you ever been to an airport where you land there and it's like there's no cars, there's no nothing, you got to walk 3 miles to get into town. Not with this company.
Nice.
Yeah,
that was
really cool.
Fly-In.
Fly-In.
Fly-In, yes.
And it's 2 N's. Is it 2 N's?
Yes,
I-N-N.
yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, very cool. Very cool.
Great concept. Just it was a fantastic interview.
Yep. Non-related aviation thing again. We interviewed a guy from Harley-Davidson this morning.
Yeah.
They're providing all the motorcycles that are marshaling the planes coming in. So the marshals aren't there. They're the ones that are using the bikes, but Harley-Davidson of Lakeland is providing the bikes. And what a cool concept that was too. It's like they enjoy seeing their motorcycles on the ground, but it provides a great service to the air show. Yep.
I had a chance to interview 3 gentlemen this morning who are part of an aspect of these shows that I find really fascinating, and that is the aircraft judging. They were, and we actually had 3 gentlemen who were they were joking, but they were in fact the past, present, and future chairs of Sun and Fun judging. The current chair, the previous chair, and the guy who they're grooming to be the next chair.
Wow.
And they talked, told us about the process, which I think is very fascinating to me. As a journalist, I've had a chance over the years to talk with these folks a couple of different times, and I think a lot of people are aware that aircraft are selected to be given awards because of the quality of their craftsmanship and just the nature of the aircraft. I'm not sure a lot of people realize this very serious process that goes into selecting these airplanes. I mean, there's a team of judges that go all around the field and find the aircraft that are being judged and give them a look over, and a serious look over, all right, looking for all kinds of details.
And I'm sure there's a documented list of criteria that they're looking at.
Yeah, and apparently there's a document. He kept making little 1-inch finger thickness gestures about how this document exists that sets the standard for how these things.
This rivet's not shiny enough.
Well, and that's the thing. My observation, and they were kind of self-deprecating about it, but my observation over the years has been that it takes only the slightest of blemishes to just kind of basically get an aircraft ruled out. An airplane that you and I would consider beyond beautiful, right. All right, and the judge will go, well, that look, the screw slots don't all line up. No joke. Oh, yeah. All right, things like that. So it's an amazing process, and I don't mean to be critical. I'm not being critical. All right, it's a sign of how wonderful a job these builders and these restorers do on these airplanes. That it takes that much quality to be the best.
That you can physically see the passion.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing. What else? Above and beyond the people we talked to, Randy, you're here talking to people, but you have a story too. What's your background in aviation?
I've always had a passion for aviation. My best friend's father was an executive at Southwest, and I went down to Dallas when I was about 14 and saw all of that, and I knew then that I wanted to get into aviation, and I was pre-med through school, and then decided I can't get aviation out of my brain. I've got to feed the passion, so I changed degree programs and went to flight school, and in the meantime, Air Force, Air National Guard Avionics on the F-16.
Oh, okay.
And then, while in flight school, did all the work for the AMP, so I'm an aviation nerd for sure.
Nice, very nice, yeah. So, and what kind of airplanes do you fly these days?
We have a Phenom 300, the Embraer 505. That's the one all the charter guys want. It's single pilot, 45,000, 0.78 Mach, 12 people. I mean, it scores. It's a great. It's a great airplane, great functioning airplane, 2,200 mile if you stretch it out. So all the operators love the Phenom. Not many stay on the market more than a day or two. And then we have a couple of Honda jets that I fly, and I really enjoy the Honda jet. It's a great airplane. I'll just
okay.
That. So the Honda and the Phenom are what I find most. But I've flown just about every other kind of jet out there, a corporate style jet.
A very different piloting experience, I would imagine, than those of us who fly 172s, and or is it? I don't know.
Well, Tom can tell you it's different, but it's the same. And I get this, and I'm a CFI also, IMEI, IGI, BGI, all the instructors, and so anyway, yeah, it's different. And Tom can tell you, about that. He's also kind of has the same path.
Yeah, mine started differently. I didn't even start flying until I was 47. I took a discovery flight and hit the ground. It was like the hook was set, and I just started running with it. And same thing with me. I went, got all my certificates, went through and did that, and found my way into a different place. So now I'm flying. I fly a Lear 55, and so same thing. 450 and Mach .78 and, getting around the country. But I also belong to a club. I have a Piper Archer that I fly on a regular basis. So to your question, is it different? Yes, because like in the Lear, when I take off, I don't even get to look out the window until we're above 10.
Right.
It's just too much stuff going on when you take off. And by the time you look out the window, everything's small already, why I like flying the Archer so much, because now I can park my butt at 2,500 feet and,
see, that's my kind of flying.
Count green pools. That's what I do, is I fly over people's houses and look for the green pools.
I tell folks that it's like it would be the equivalent of driving a Ford pickup truck. We can all do that. Now go get in the F1 race car and drive that F1.
Yep.
You could you can make it around the track. It wouldn't be the same thing with flying.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's great. Well, all right.
See, we burned up an entire segment.
I'm telling you, man, if they would just let us run this place, it would be so much better. We got it under control here.
Absolutely. So any last thoughts before we send it over to break?
No, I think we're good to go here. We're going to be back with a couple more segments before we end our live broadcast day.
And then we go to the air show,
Yeah,
it's
and
coming
then
up.
get some
in a
good
half
stuff.
hour, we get some planes flying around here.
So anyways, that's Tom, that's Randy, I'm Jack. We're the announcing, or we're part of the announcing crew.
We're the chats from the deck crew this year.
Yeah. And we'll be back with more in just a few minutes from Sun and Fun 2025.
Woohoo.
Hello, this is Mike Harris from Why We Fly General Aviation Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
Hey, Elvis fans and history buffs, join us for a once-in-a-lifetime Elvis tribute concert at Jimmy's World's famous Elvis Mobile, the 1962 Lockheed Jetstar once owned by the King himself. Experience this incredible conversion of Elvis Presley's private jet, complete with its original red, velvet, and gold interior, a perfect time capsule from the 1970s. Happening Friday, April 4th from 5 to 6 p.m. at the Vintage Aircraft area during Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo 2025. Don't miss this unique celebration where rock and roll royalty meets aviation history.
Need a pick-me-up? Swing by Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, your official coffee sponsor of Sun and Fun. You can find them in Hangar A at booth A1 or on the Flightline across from Coconut Flyers. They're giving back. 10% of all sales in Hangar A and 25% of Flightline Cup sales go to Sun and Fun's nonprofit. And for all of April, 10% of online sales at legendaryroasters.com supports the cause. Sip, enjoy, and make a difference, one legendary cup at a time.
Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, Short-Wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters.
The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
Looking for the perfect gift or souvenir? Airport Mugs just landed with premium ceramic mugs featuring all Bravo, Charlie, and Delta airport codes in America. Airport mugs are printed with your favorite airport code on one side and runway sectional information on the other. Use discount code MUGS20 at checkout for 20% off. Visit airportmugs.com. That's airport-mugs.com today and elevate your hot or cold beverage experience.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the Flightline for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
As the sun sets over Lakeland, get ready for an unforgettable spectacle, the Sunset Aerial Circus at Sun and Fun. Witness jaw-dropping performances from Stoll Demos, the Eurythmia Paramotor Team, the Shooters Parachute Team, Pivotal Aircraft, plus dazzling drone and balloon glows. Catch the magic on Tuesday, April 1st, Thursday, April 3rd, and Friday, April 4th. And don't forget, tune into Sun and Fun Radio's video stream for live coverage. This is a sunset show you won't want to miss.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick child and having it delivered to your home in just 30 minutes. That's the future of delivery with Wing Aviation, already serving Dallas and expanding soon. With over 450,000 successful deliveries worldwide, Wing is revolutionizing convenience for busy parents, shift workers, and those with mobility challenges. See their cutting-edge aircraft and technology in action all week at Sun and Fun. You can learn more and find out when they're coming to your area at wing.com/Florida.
If you missed it last year, now's your chance to witness the most epic night of entertainment in the sky. Sun and Fun 51 is taking the night air show to the next level with an electrifying fireworks celebration featuring drones, lasers, airplanes, pyrotechnics, and more. Don't miss this one-of-a-kind aerial spectacle where the sky is the stage.
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Take it away, guys.
And welcome back to the Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Let's turn up the fun at 51. And this is Tom Frick with you, with Randy Bibb. Randy, how you doing?
Hey, Tom, I'm great. I hear some airplanes warming up there.
Oh, yeah, it's getting close to time, man.
Yes,
We're going to start seeing
sir.
some great air show stuff going on. So, Randy, who do we have with us?
Well, we have Mike Dodge here. He's head of global aviation for Bose. Tell us what that head of global aviation America focused for Bose.
Well, it's. Thank you, by the way, guys.
Yeah, welcome,
Tom, Randy, for having us again this year. We appreciate that. My responsibility for the company, certainly on the aviation side, is overseeing our sales distribution across the globe. So we have a variety of different points of distribution globally, and my team oversees that. My team's also here this week in our Bose tent. Tent 007 is where we are.
007.
So 007. Yeah.
So I can see it from here, right?
Yes,
right through the Sunset Grill.
Exactly. So we're here promoting not only the brand, but also, of course, the awesome aviation headsets that we have inside there. So
nice. So tell us about that. The line of headsets that you have for aviation.
Yep. Well, if you're at the show, we have two headsets that are demonstrable, and you can stop by the booth and get a demo from one of our experts. We have our A30, which we introduced 2 years ago.
Has it been 2 years already?
It's crazy how the time flies. We introduced
it last year.
Yeah, two years ago, right here at Sun and Fun. We picked Sun and Fun to introduce it, and we have that. And then we also have our Pro Flight Series 2, which is our in-ear variant, kind of a unique look and feel for an aviation headset. But we have that, and you can come by and get a demonstration. We're really proud of both of those headsets. The A30 has been replaced an iconic product in the A20, and the acceptance over the last couple of years has been tremendous. We're happy that aviators are loving the comfort, the communication, as well as the noise cancellation that the A30 brings to the table. We're really, really proud of that. And I do want to put in a shameless plug that we are running. I have to say this. We're running a show special right now. If you stop by our booth or even any of our retail partners and you purchase either an A30 or a Pro Flight, we're giving away a free set of our new earbuds, our Quiet Comfort earbuds, as a thank you gift. And what's great is that if you enjoy music or listen to podcasts or whatever, when you're not in the air, you can put those earphones in and enjoy them. And they use a lot of the same technologies that our headsets use for aviation.
I have a pair of the last generation of the earbuds.
Yes.
Right. Fantastic sound interface, Bluetooth with your phone. They're great.
They are great.
You're on the A20s?
No, the earbuds that they have.
Oh, the earbuds.
Yes,
okay.
yes. But we do have we do have as a fleet. We have. I'm not exaggerating. Probably 15 different models of Bose headsets.
So
we have the A20 and the A30s.
I want to go back to a shameless plug because Bose. So I started with the A10s. I'm currently on the A20s, and I love the service and how well they refurbish things for me. It's like every time that because I'm hard on my headsets, and I send them back, and they come back to me like they're brand new.
Absolutely.
And I love it. So, but this idea of getting a gift along with the 830s is perfect because, Bose is like a Titleist golf ball, isn't it? No matter what distributor you go to, it's the same price everywhere.
Yeah,
and very rarely do you find discounts. So when you come to the shows like this and they're willing to give you something along with it, you basically got a good discount on this thing. So if you're here, this is the place to buy them.
100%, Tom. We want our customers to buy their headset or really any Bose product where they're comfortable.
Yeah,
whether it's through a retail partner of ours or direct from Bose, we want to ensure that you're comfortable with the experience and the service that you get. And it's all extraordinarily comfortable, or it's all extraordinarily good service, but we want to back it. And, that's the thing, and thank you, by the way, Tom, for having the 10, the 20. We need to get you in some 30s.
In some 30s, yeah.
30 is a nice
I'll have
upgrade.
to come over and talk to you.
I know a guy. So we can definitely help you there because it is a great headset. But that's the history that we have. We have a running 40-year history here in aviation that started even before the 10. It morphed into the 10 to the 20 and now the 30. And we're going to continue to go strong in this space because it's a great community and we think we have a great product.
Oh, absolutely. So you're located here at, what was the...
It's 007. Think James Bond. We're right over by all the food, which is very challenging for us as we're sitting there smelling the barbecue.
Sniffing that all day long.
Yeah, but
I can...
if you're grabbing a funnel cake or whatever it is, stop by our booth and see us. We're also at the entrance of a couple of the hangars. It's a great spot. It is different than where we were last year. We were down towards the back end of the Flightline, so we did move up that way. We think it's a better location, and so far, from a traffic standpoint, it's been awesome.
Really cool. So you said you had those two products that you're showcasing here. Is there anything else for aviation that you guys have? I can't remember if there was any other products that you guys have for aviation.
Yeah, we used to, and as you know, we were selling the A20 and the A30 simultaneously for a shorter time.
That got discontinued.
That did. The 20 has moved on, so now really the only two products that we have are the A30 and the ProFlight Series 2.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, trying to keep it very simple.
Oh, yeah.
If you prefer a round ear variant, A20 is perfect. If you want something in-ear that is not pressing on your head in any way, that's a perfect ProFlight.
Around the ear A30?
Yeah.
See, I got you saying A20 now.
Yep. Did I say A20?
Yeah,
oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
that's fine.
Was only there for 20 years in the marketplace, so I lose. So I apologize. Yeah, A30 is.
Yeah. So is dealing with aviation headsets your only niche in aviation? Do you fly?
I do not fly.
No?
I do not fly. I fly in the back of the plane, a lot.
Right.
But I started my career at Bose on the consumer side.
Okay.
On more of the CE side. So I've been with the aviation team for the last almost 4 years now,
right.
And it's probably the most fun aspect of the job.
Great people in aviation. It's just amazing.
Across the board, there are great people in aviation, and it's a lot of loyal customers that believe in our brand.
I'm very loyal. I mean, you have my ringing endorsement. I have the A20, the A30. I've got the earbuds. I have a couple of your Bluetooth speakers that sound great. So yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna tell you how old I am, but when I started honestly with Bose while I was in college, and I have always been a fan of audio and all aspects of it. And I started working in one of our retail stores, and fast forward a few years later, I am so privileged to continue to be working for a company as great and as storied as the Bose Corporation.
Right. Yeah, they definitely deliver a great product. I'm the same way. I had the A10s, I had the A20s, I got a SoundLink at home, I got the soft earbuds.
Yep.
I had the Kool-Aid a while ago.
It is that way, and that's the great thing, especially if you're in aviation. We want to be where audio is important to you, and whether it's in the cockpit of a plane, whether it's in your car after you land. We have partnerships with tons of car manufacturers, and then when you get home in your life.
Yeah, well, the noise canceling that's an absolute must. When I started flying, and I'm sure Tom started flying, that didn't exist. My left ear is about 20%, right ear is about 50% because airplanes are kind of loud. So noise canceling and Bluetooth on those Bose is just perfect.
Yep.
Sure.
Well, that's our area of focus. I always say we focus in three areas: communication, comfort, and noise cancellation.
Yep, and that's what they provide. Funny story. When I first started flying, I had I don't even know, there was some off-brand cheap headset that, made a lot of noise. They didn't really do a whole bunch. But fast forward through, the first time I bought a set of Bose and I clicked them on, I literally thought the engine had shut off. I couldn't hear it anymore. It scared me. I was like, what did I do? And then I lift the ear cup up and I'm like, okay, it's still running. And that's what surprised me about how quiet it got in that cockpit all of a sudden.
And we continue with the A30 to even improve that, without a doubt. I do want to give one last shameless plug. We talked about the gift with purchase, but we do have some special, unique things happening in our booth this week. So today, Jamel Larkins, influencer, aviator, will be in our booth doing a podcast as well as autographs at 1:30. Mike Goulian tomorrow at 11, and then Captain Joe, Fly with Captain Joe tomorrow at 2:30. And you can enter to win a Titan aviation flight in our booth as well.
Mike, thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it and all the info, and we look forward to talking to you again soon, and good luck with the show. So, Randy, I think they only got one more segment to go, and we're going to go watch an air show.
One and done, I guess.
Yep, so let's go to a commercial break, and we'll let our sponsors talk for a minute. We'll have one more segment, and we'll call it a day.
Thanks, Tom.
Hello, this is Glenn from Bartow, Florida. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Are you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what Sun Fun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main Flightline. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800. For more information, you can visit the Sun and Fun website at www.flysnep.org.
You are invited to be right here on the Flightline Wednesday and Saturday evenings starting at 7:30 for two spectacular night air shows. Featured performers include some of the most beloved and some of the newest and most innovative acts. You'll see skillful, world-class, and memorable performances with breathtaking lights and pyrotechnics unlike any others. There will also be a drone light show featuring over 60 synchronized, mesmerizing drones. You won't want to miss this one-of-a-kind aerial display Wednesday and Saturday evenings.
Discover the incredible mission of Samaritan's Purse at Sun and Fun. Tour their DC-8, the only U.S. registered DC-8 in the world, used for critical relief missions after major disasters. Explore a portion of their emergency field hospital and see the water filtration system that travels aboard this life-saving cargo plane. Don't miss this unique opportunity to learn how Samaritan's Purse brings hope and help worldwide. Tours are open daily. Come be inspired.
Country music fans, get ready. On Tuesday, April 1st, Tyler Hubbard and Uncle Kracker are bringing the party to Sun and Fun 51. With an incredible 22 number one hits, Tyler Hubbard will light up the stage with smash songs like 5'9" and Back Then Right Now. Plus, multi-platinum artist Uncle Kracker joins the fun, bringing his signature sound and fan-favorite hits like Follow Me and When the Sun Goes Down. The concert is free with your Sun and Fun admission. Gates open at 6 p.m. on the Warbird ramp.
Church services. A non-denominational church service will be held on Sunday prior to the event at 9 a.m. in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area. Daily devotionals will be held every day in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area from 9 to 9:30 a.m. Catholic Mass will be held on Saturday of the event at 5 p.m. at the CFAA building, the high school. A non-denominational church service will also be held on Sunday of the event at 8:30 a.m. in the Light Plain Paradise City area.
Aviation meets art, and every aircraft is a masterpiece at Demor Group, offering Waco biplanes inspired by the golden age of aviation and German-engineered Junkers light sport aircraft. Demor's handcrafted aircraft blend timeless elegance with modern performance. 4 models are on display at Sun and Fun. Visit booth MD8A or WacoAircraft.com to see masterpieces designed for true aviators.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Never used an English wheel, mallets, or beads to shape metal? If not, the metal shaping workshop is the right stop for you to learn. Have you seen a wooden props carved? If not, come see what it all entails from start to finish. Ever wonder what it's like to gas weld? Come give it a try. The Sun and Fun Workshops, where you can learn all the skills needed to build your very own plane.
Attention vintage aircraft owners. Are you flying your classic beauty to Sun and Fun this year? Ensure your factory-built aircraft qualifies for our vintage parking. Choose from categories like antique, classic, and contemporary, covering planes built up to 1970. Vintage pilots will be near the island, offering refreshments, entertainment, and support services. Visit the Vintage Hospitality Building for event and camping registration, located west of the vintage parking area. Camp with your aircraft and explore our Fly-In Early camping package. See you at Sun and Fun.
It's Dr. David Goldbaba. Did you know that when you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated? That's why good old-fashioned H2O is the way to go. Caffeinated beverages, a choice for many who become thirsty, can actually cause even more dehydration due to the caffeine. The early stages of dehydration cannot be detected, and that's why you got to go with the water every chance you get. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Goldbaba.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our Handicap guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the Handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office.
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 51st Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, where we're turning up the fun at 51. I'm Dave Shellbetter, volunteer chairman of Sun and Fun Radio. I have on deck, and you've been listening to his golden voice all day, Jack Hodgson. Hey, Jack, how you doing?
Hi, Dave. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. You know, everybody knows the president gives their State of the Union address. So we're going to have a State of the Sun and Fun address with our president, Gene Conrad. Welcome, Gene.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. The state of Sun and Fun is good. So
Yeah.
I'll lead with that.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. So, no, we're super excited. It's day 2 for us, obviously. And, we've had, we got off to a good start yesterday and, again, day 2. And, we're up 20% this year. I didn't think we could match what we did last year for our 50th, but we're surpassing that. So kudos to my team and obviously our 3,000 volunteers that, all the blood, sweat, and tears to help us put on this great event. But, we're off to a great start. We had a concert last night, daily air show, Sunset Aerial Circus going on. The weather gods are shining on us, literally, but it's a little warm. The fog in the morning has been a little bit more difficult keeping some of the planes away at this point, but I think we're getting a lot of them in here right now. But it's been a great, 2 days for us. And we're looking for another great 4 days, and for a very, very, very busy weekend. Saturday is, I don't know where we're going to put them all, but we're come one and come all.
So we have the backup parking all primed and ready, huh?
We do. We have worked with Geico over the last year. They've got a giant office building over there, and I think they have somewhere upwards of 7,500 parking spots on asphalt. So if we use all of those, I'm gonna be high-fiving everybody on Saturday when we go to overflow. So but we have a great team. Our partnership with the Lakeland Police Department, Polk County Sheriff's Office, they do a phenomenal job for us. Obviously, LFD, Polk County Fire Rescue, they're phenomenal, and they help keep everybody safe and get them where they need to be and into parking and into this event as quickly as possible.
Oh, that's great. And you mentioned the weather. The weather god's smiling on us. The weather goddess is coming with us every morning here and giving us live updates.
When you said goddess, Amanda Holly.
That's
yes,
right. That's right. Amanda's been here.
Amanda is awesome. She does great things, obviously, for our organization. All the, she comes here and volunteers and does story time with the kids here.
Oh,
and
great.
Yeah, she just did it this last one. We had 347 people here for story time, and 197 of them were 2 to 5-year-olds. She's very popular with the 2 to 5-year-olds crowd, so that's just awesome. And then we obviously do our countdown lives and all the stuff. And she's out here right now, interviewing folks and creating footage, for Sun and Fun TV, that whole production we put on now. So she's just phenomenal.
She is. She's a great girl, great asset to our organization, and really, really honored that she's coming and joining us. Now, let me ask you, Gene, people always say this, they talk about, all this money they make.
Yes.
Yes, this is a big event. Yes, this is a big fundraiser. But this money ain't going in anybody's pocket. Tell us where the money goes.
Well, this money, the net proceeds from this event go right back into the Aerospace Center for Excellence and our year-round aviation educational programming here. And, I will tell you, if you've not been here and you've not stepped foot on this campus, what we have here And what we do the other 51 weeks out of the year, it is special, it is world class, and it does not exist anywhere else in the world. So go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, talking about it doesn't exist. People are following what we're doing here.
Yes.
They opened a new CFAA in Winter Haven?
In Winter Haven, yeah. So if you think about all the elements we have here, so we have obviously the Florida Air Museum's been here for a while, but now attached to that is the Skylab Innovation Center, where in those 4 or 5 purpose-built labs, we're going to bring 4,000 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders through our Skylab Innovation Center from this county all year in partnership with Polk County Public Schools. So we're busing all these kids in, and the airports here locally are helping us do that and contributed to the effort, because we got to bus these kids. It costs money, right? But it's free to these kids to come here and do that. Story time again in Florida Air Museum. I mean, that's become its own little engine that could. I mean, it's just phenomenal what happens with that. But obviously, Central Florida Aerospace Academy, to your point, our campus here, that high school, there's almost 400 kids there. But because of the success of what we have all been able to accomplish here, over these 50 years, there's now a Central Florida Aerospace Academy, Winter Haven, at GIF, Gilbert Field, Golf India Foxtrot. And so they have 250 kids in that program over there as well.
And is that also Polk County School Systems official?
It is Polk County Public Schools as well, but it's a giant county, as you're well aware.
Yep.
We're on the far west side. They're on the east side. There's about 250,000 people on our side, but there's another 500,000 plus on the other side of the county, so we want to make sure we can, in partnership with Polk County Public Schools, we can service them as well. But we also have in Travis Career College and their A&P Airframe and Power Plant program that's here with now 70 students in that program.
And that's a split shift, isn't it?
That is a split shift. So there's 35 in both. So they doubled up because, our future is we want to build a real A&P school facility here on this campus. It will be one more feather in our cap here, that we've all helped build and create here over our 50 years. So,
well, the CFAA students, they come out of, they are ready to go into the A&P field, so having another college here for it would just further their education?
Yeah, but absolutely. It's a trade school, so they don't come out with their certificate from the high school. They come out with some time, but then they go over to Travis Career College, just walk across the street, and finish that up. I think it's about another year and a half for them, after coming out of the high school. But again, there's just so many opportunities here for kids.
That's one of the prep courses that
yes,
we're doing.
Correct.
And the other thing about CFAA is the kids keep it. Do we still have the grade requirement for getting your flight training?
Well, the flight training is a separate program, so that's run through our Central Florida Aerospace Academy Foundation.
Right.
So, long story short, when Mr. James Ray donated the money to Sun and Fun to build the high school, we own it. So he came here, wrote a check for $7.5 million.
Wow.
We built that school. Polk County Public Schools pays us a lease payment.
Nice.
Right, and all those funds go into the foundation, and that's how we award the scholarships for flight training.
So, point being that they go to school at CFAA and they keep their grades up, and they can get their flight training completely free. I know originally it was a big portion of it, and then they had to volunteer and work the rest of it out.
That's still part of it as well.
Okay, and then the students are coming out of CFAA ready to go into to move on to like Embry-Riddle or an aviation career, or they're all as a pilot, or they're also moving towards an A&P. So that's great.
I mean, there's 6 different tracks. I mean, even if you wanted to go into aerospace engineering, there's an engineering track in the high school as well.
Cool. Yeah. Okay, we got about 3 minutes left. What can people look forward to? Why should people come out and see us here at Sun and Fun? For the people that are local listening, or even out of state, out of country, why should they come see us?
Well, I've said it quite a bit. The last week leading up to the event and these last 2 days, there's something for everyone here at Sun and Fun. It is just you show up at 9 a.m. You can be here with us till 9:30 p.m. Over 550 exhibitors for us this year, another record.
Wow.
I don't even know how we got that done, but Ann Gaines and the volunteer group, they do a phenomenal job. But the daily air shows, the entertainment in the evenings, our world-class night shows, world-class. They don't exist anywhere else. I love my friends at AirVenture, but ours are the best. I don't have to tell anybody. The musical performances, there's performances at the island, at the hangar, there's venues all over the place. So if you're, have any interest in aviation whatsoever, and again, if you don't, there's still something here for you and lots of activities. And for our kids and our families, our Junior Aces program, our tent, it's all STEM-based exhibits in there, and it's air conditioned, by the way, so you can go in there with the kiddos, take a little break while they're working with their hands and get involved in the sciences.
All right, so Gene Conrad. Now, this is your third, fourth? I forget. when you came on board?
Well, actually, it's my 15th because I ran the airport here for 12 years. But I'm in charge. I'm the responsible party. 3 years now. It's my third
year.
But I was here for 22. Lights was still here, but I had already moved over.
Mhm.
But I kind of was just sitting in the background. But this is my third where, I'm
you're
the
the boss.
responsible party. Yep.
All right. Well, Gene, being the boss, you got a lot you got to get done. So I appreciate you squeezing a few minutes out to come chat with us. What do you got going on for the rest of the day today? You going to be able to sit back, put your feet up, and watch the air show?
I wish that was the case. I have a lot of friends, and they're all very needy. So they need. But I will tell you, my sister's coming in here this afternoon, so I need to go pick her up. So I haven't seen her in a while, so that'll be fun. And then my family comes out here. I got a young family, so I got a 17-year-old boy, and I got Jake. He's 5. And my wife's coming out with him today, so I got to grab them too and get them somewhere so they can go have fun and then get back out there. And the big thing, like my job, what I'm doing all week, because we do so much, is just putting out fires and helping my team and the volunteers execute. And so that's what I do all week.
And thank you for doing what you do, Gene. We get music playing in our ears. We are getting ready to go to our daily air show here in just a few seconds. I want to thank everybody for being out. Mad props to my crew for doing a great job, and Gene and his crew for just rocking it. I posted a toast to you guys on Facebook the other night.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Now, y'all want to stay tuned for the air show. Don't forget, we have a night air show tonight as well. You can see them. So, Sun and Fun Radio, keep watching us on Facebook and YouTube. Hello, this is Dave Shellbetter from and with Sun and Fun Radio. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Calling all aircraft owners, builders, and restorers who flew their aircraft to Sun and Fun. Make sure to register for aircraft judging. From Tuesday through Friday, have your aircraft judged alongside your fellow aviators. Whether it's home builds, light planes, seaplanes, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, or vintage classics, we've got a category for you. Winners will be celebrated at the Aircraft Judging Award Ceremony on Saturday evening at 6 o'clock p.m. in the Prop 75 building. Check flysnf.org for more details.
Craving something sweet? Grab a treat and support the first ever U.S. high school soaring team. Rockstar Donuts is serving up delicious donuts at the Lakeland Aero Club during the 2025 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. All to help young aviators reach new heights. Every bite fuels their journey, so stop by, grab some donuts.
So we'll be able to see them. We expect the exit from the Jump Master to be just beyond the show center. Again, to compensate for that win. Right up in the sun. Jumper away. Watch as our jumpers race toward Earth at 120 miles per hour. Our number 1 jumper, Andy Pohl, with 4,900 jumps. Our number 2 jumper, Keith Walter, our president and team leader with 6,000 jumps. Former executive officer of the United States Army Golden Knights and team leader of the U.S. SOCOM Paracommandos. Our number 3 jumper, Yvette Walter, with 3,000 jumps, flying a pink banner as we salute our female aviators across the globe. She's also the vice president and co-owner of the Shooters. Our number 4, Derek Thomas, with, get this, 13,000 jumps with the Gold Star flag as we salute our veterans. Our number 5 jumper is Keith Hanley with 3,400 jumps, 23 years in U.S. Army Special Operations. Our number 6 jumper is Ken Aites with 5,000 jumps, a Lieutenant Colonel Green Beret. And our number 7 jumper with a big U.S. flag the size of about a 1,500 square foot house. It's Paul Sessions with 2,800 jumps. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure. If you look high above, Sun and Fun, the incredible 1,500 square foot American flag is out. Let us honor America and stand with country superstar Angie K.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight or the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Angie K, ladies and gentlemen.
What a voice.
As our super incredible parachute team touches back down to earth, let's welcome them back. Andy, Keith, Walter, with the American flag.
No, cool thing, too, is Angie's learning to fly.
She's incredible.
Angie wants to fly.
She wants to do a tandem, Rick, I think.
No, let's not rush her into that.
And our big flag, of course, will be making its approach.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we congratulate, thank you, Bill, and the shooters, let's get Jeff Shetterly on stage.
Shooters, let's give them a huge round of applause. Bringing in the American flag, kicking off Sun and Fun 51 as we hear Jeff Shetterly coming in smoke on. You're in for a special treat. It's pretty rare to see a 5,000-pound, 80-year-old airplane do some of the things that you are about to witness. The North American Aviation Company produced a bevy of marvelous contraptions in the 20th century, not at least of which was the vulnerable T-6 Texan. In the interest in preserving history and perhaps due to its somewhat well-deserved reputation for being a handful, most Texans that you might encounter in the wild are flown, shall we say, gingerly.
What you don't see is Jeff's smile from ear to ear. He loves this beautiful SNJ, so beautifully restored and flown. And he flies it a little more aggressively, this SNJ, than what you normally see. And he's got the qualifications to do it, and the plane is in great shape to be able to do it in as well.
Buried in the original 1940s operating manuals for this monster of a fighter trainer were instructions as to its impressive capabilities, and Jeff's goal is to give you a chance to marvel at what it can actually do, as well as invite you to reflect on the many thousands of brave young men and women who flew them where they were now.
Now, you're not supposed to be able to fly these things all that inverted that long, but he can. He's watching it, putting it right on the numbers. Makes it look so easy.
As we've been talking about social media, find Jeff and the Airshow team on Instagram at Radial Rumble. Is there a maneuver you'd like to see or maybe discuss how a maneuver is performed? Please be sure, again, to follow him at Radial Rumble on Instagram. And welcome back. 4-point hesitation roll with ease and precision. Oh, Jeff is having some fun today. one of the things that you will see. The rudder on the T6 is very effective. Continue to watch as Jeff uses it to its full potential in one of the hardest aerobatic maneuvers. Our slow roll coming over, up and over, hanging upside down by his straps, holding it, and rolling right side up. Jeff wants you to know that Log 10 Pro is the Jeff's logbook of choice. It is by far the best digital logbook on the market, and they have incredible customer service. Log 10 Pro is committed to making sure that your data is your own.
It's making you run and you feel alright. Feel alright, 'cause we'll work it out. Yeah, we'll work it out.
He's got the flashing lights going and everything, and a very flashy and authentic Navy paint scheme. The Shetterleys are a family of aviators.
They are a family.
Great to have them here this weekend. Airplane does not like to be upside down like that.
That it doesn't. The old machine would not be in the air right now, except for some of the generous sponsors who make air shows possible. Our most recent partner are Electronics International, who provided the incredible engine monitor in the 39F. It literally has a display depicting a 9-cylinder radial engine with EGT and CHT readings in real time and in position of the cylinders as viewed by the pilot. What an amazing real-time troubleshooting tool. And he's using every bit of it.
See, it doesn't like being upside down long. Did you hear that? That's a very precise fly from Jeff. And he's throwing around over 2 tons of airplane there. That's a big, heavy airplane to be that precise in.
Now we're going to wait and see. This might be the best photo opportunity that you are going to see by Radial Rumble. Jeff Shutterly, have your cameras ready, ladies and gentlemen, on the right-hand side. The signature knife edge pass. Jeff would like to encourage you to take your aviation dreams and aspirations as far as you can. Coming in, knife edge. Let that be the encouragement to pursue your passion in aviation. In 2022, the power plant in the 39F came apart in flight, and the pilot was forced to make an off-field landing. Nobody was hurt. To be fair to Pratt & Whitney, and then recently hung low-time motor had been abused in the Reno Air Races, something we discovered in the mechanical autopsy. 2 companies helped keep us going. Datsun International Parts assigned their 2 most senior aviation mechanics to rebuild their beautiful bird, for which we will be eternally grateful. Brogdon Aviation, fueled by a great network of auto dealerships, helped us acquire brand new overhauled engine, as well as cover a number of expenses in the rebuilding of this year's project. Finally, we're grateful to be working again with Wheelan Aviation Technologies, who supplied the lights that you see today, and also for the night air show. And we're excited to be working again with Champion Aerospace.
Jeff Shetterly and his amazing flying to get us started after the shooters. We're just getting started, and it's kind of a Warbird Wednesday, as you'll see. We've got quite a lineup of them. He's letting gravity help get the wheels up or down. And now we have to convince him to land because he'd rather spend the day up there, believe me.
Sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah.
The airplane was designed and built to take the rigors of teaching students to fly an advanced trainer for the Second World War. It had flaps and landing gear and a variable pitch prop. And, well, in other words, their last stop before they sat themselves into a single-engine high-performance fighter in theater overseas. And this airplane has stood the test of time. Still impressive today, isn't it? Jeff lining up to land now. It's a tail dragger. He's got a lot of motor, a lot of Pratt & Whitney to look around if he can see ahead. So he'll zigzag his way back here. You can give him a huge wave, and then we'll put him in one of the Mazda cars and drive him down the flight line. How about that Angie K? What a voice.
So impressive.
I've been following her now. I've started following her online and listening to some of her music, and she is something. Opening for Jelly Roll tonight.
Yeah,
Did you know
and
that?
coming to Sun and Fun.
Because she loves airplanes and she wants to fly. Follow her on the socials because she's got a lot of energy, to say the least, and a beautiful voice. Joe is joining us. Joe, where are you from, Joe?
Rick, good morning, good afternoon. Joe McGrath from Europe/Ireland, but now coming in from your right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be here at Sun and Fun. Larry Kelly and the B-25 Panchito.
And the Tora Bomb Squad are going to add a little boom to all of this, Joe.
Absolutely. Of course, the B-25, the medium bomber that we all know and love. And this aircraft is here representing Second World War veterans. During, of course, the first months of World War II, the news from the Pacific was only about defeat, and the morale of the American public and the military was at its lowest point. But step forward the man for the time, Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Doolittle. And he was tasked with planting the raid that launched the B-25 from the Army, from the American aircraft carrier, the Hornet. And of course, we know what happened next. Without knowing their target or even their destination, the 17th Bomb Group volunteers took off from that ship and began their trip. The B-25's 80 men, one mission, payback for Pearl Harbor. Bomb doors open. The original plan was to launch B-25s within 300 miles of Japan, but unfortunately they had pickets outside, and about 600 miles out they were spotted. So the pilots had to take off, not knowing even if they'd make it to Japan. And they did, of course. No B-25s or crew were lost during the actual bombing of the targets over Japan. But of course they couldn't turn around and go back to the carriers. They had to carry straight on. One B-25, after dropping its bombs, experienced excessive fuel consumption. He ended up going off to Vladivostok in Russia. But the rest of the B-25 soldiered on, and they were trying to make it to China. And some of them did. 2 men were drowned after ditching. 1 died from his parachute malfunction. 8 were captured, and unfortunately 3 of them were executed by the Japanese, and 1 died from starvation in captivity. But 4 came home, and 64 of the raiders found themselves behind Japanese lines, and they managed to escape and get back with the help of the militia. You'll notice I'm keeping quiet when the aircraft comes through. Well, that's because I just love the sound of those Wright Cyclone engines. 2 of them strapped onto the B-25, producing 3,400 horsepower. Now, to put that into context, most SUVs, are about 300 horsepower? So that's like 11 SUVs just going past in this wonderful machine. So get ready as we see the aircraft will be coming back very shortly. Panchita crew is now going to drop down. It's approaching to level bombing run. The bomb doors will open up again. And the original design, of course, for the B-25 was a medium altitude level bomber. But there were so many variants. This variant being a J variant. You'll notice 50 cals all over the front of the nose of the aircraft. It can actually train 8 of those 50 caliber weapons on the ground. That's a lot of lead heading your way. So look out from your left. You'll see the aircraft approaching with its bomb bay doors open. This is one of the few aircraft here that you can actually fly. If you have a multi-engine rating, Larry and his team up at the Delaware Aviation Museum offer a chance to get your type rating on this actual aircraft you're seeing here today. We've got to say a big thanks to the team as well. We just saw that beautiful glint of the sun bouncing off that polished aluminium. Can you imagine? You will never complain about polishing your car again if you've got to polish a B-25. And they really do a fantastic job. It takes a long time. As I said, if you want to contact the DelawareAviationMuseum.org, the flight training schedules are on there. You can do a pilot in command. You can do a second in command as well. Or even, if you're for that special person in your life, you can arrange a flight in it. So get ready for Panchito. It's coming back around for its final pass to give you one more chance to get that signature photograph and the sun bouncing off it as well. So as I said earlier, flying the plane, Larry Kelly, the owner and operator, and sitting beside him in the right-hand seat is Sabrina Kipp. She's second in command today. And also we have a safety officer on board, Sarah Jasorski. Larry Kelly and the B-25 Panchito. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure displaying for you today.